Chapter 1. The 64th year of Konoha. River country. Near the border. In the dense forest, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, sprinkling on the ground in patches, forming patches of light and shadow. In this seemingly quiet forest, 4 figures are shuttling back and forth quickly. They are wearing black tights, animal masks on their faces, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes. This is the most mysterious spy organization in Konoha village, Anbu. The usual tasks of Anbu are mainly responsible for reconnaissance of the enemy and assassination. But this time, the task they received was a bit unusual. A Chunin team suddenly lost contact in river country while on a mission, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. The top leaders of Konoha village suspected that there might be some conspiracy behind this, so they sent Anbu to investigate. "Captain, we have penetrated deep into the territory of river country, but we have not found any clues yet," an Anbu ninja reported to the captain in a low voice. River country has been a battlefield between major powers since ancient times. The local ninjas are weak. This time, an entire Chunin team disappeared without a trace. Even before they disappeared, they could not send out any information. Obviously, they must have encountered a Jonin from one of the 5 major countries. Only then could they do it so cleanly. Unfortunately, those ninja villages refused to admit this incident. Konoha could only send them to investigate. However, since the other party dared to make a team disappear, they would definitely not leave any clues. And similar incidents have happened in the village before. It seems that this time, it will be difficult to investigate key information. The captain is a woman. She is tall and has long purple hair. Although she wears a mask, her bright eyes still have an alluring beauty. She is Konoha's special jonin, Uzuki Yujeo. Uzuki Yujeo nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Our trip is not easy, but we can't give up easily. Although the country of rivers is weak, it also has its own unique way of survival. Maybe we can start from their leader and see if we can find some clues." The team members nodded in agreement. There is no clue at the moment, this is the best way. After a short rest, the 4 of them went deep into the country of rivers. Swish! 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 In the forest, the 4 of them kept leaping forward. Suddenly, whoosh! A sword light poured down from top to bottom not far in front of them. The 4 of them stopped in a hurry. Only then did they find that a girl was standing on a thick tree trunk not far away. She was holding a long sword in her hand. It was obvious that the attack just now came from the girl in front of them. "You're so slow, I've been waiting for you for so long," the girl said, her tone revealing a kind of disdain and provocation. "You are the Anbu of Konoha village, right? Come on, let's fight a few moves. After the fight, I still have to go to practice." After saying that, without waiting for the others to reply, she jumped down and launched an attack. Mao Uxi Yan frowned slightly. She said in a cold voice, "We have no ill intentions. The Konoha village Chunin disappeared in the river country. We are here to investigate this matter." Before she finished speaking, a sword with murderous intent had already come towards her. Mao Uxi Yan drew out the sword behind her and held it horizontally to block. Bang! A huge force came, and Mao Uxi Yan was knocked out. More than 10 meters away, she barely stabilized her body. Mao Uxi Yan shook her numb arm and looked at the girl in front of her in disbelief. At this age, she was just a graduate of the ninja school in Konoha. But the opponent's strength was so strong that she couldn't even withstand a casual attack from the opponent. "If that's the case, you've found the right person. The Chunin from Konoha village are visiting Daxia. Oh, by the way, there is no river country now. What is here is the Daxia dynasty founded by the emperor." Speaking of the emperor and the Daxia dynasty, the girl not far away was full of respect. Mao Uxi Yan and her 3 teammates looked at each other with solemn eyes. The unfathomable girl and this new force, the Daxia dynasty, all cast a shadow on Mao Uxi Yan's heart. Gate, we will hold off the other side, you break out and report this news to Lord Hokage. But the captain. Needless to say, don't underestimate the opponent just because he is young. If we continue to fight hard, we will be wiped out. What? How is it possible? Captain, you are a special jonin, and the opponent is just a kid. Hearing the words of her teammates, Mao Uxi Yan smiled bitterly. The opponent is simply a monster. Just with a single blow, she knew very well that she was no match for the opponent. And the team members around her were only chunins. Facing such a situation, breaking through and passing the information to the Hokage is the most correct choice. Mao Uxi Yan's expression became serious. Now is not the time to be distracted. Okay, listen to my orders, everyone get ready. The team members heard the order and executed the tactics seriously. The girl on the opposite side looked very interested. She just watched them arrange the tactics. Mao Uxi Yan felt more and more uneasy and shouted coldly. Take action! Pulling out a few shuriken from the toolkit, Uzuki Yujao threw them decisively at the girl who seemed to be still in a daze. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, the team members also took out their ninja tools and threw them towards the other side. Ding! 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 The long sword kept knocking away the attacking ninja tools, and it seemed that it was still easy. Seeing this scene, the Anbu members no longer hesitated. They all began to use ninjutsu. Fire style, flame meteor. Wind escape, fierce wind palm. Chapter 2. Fire escape was accelerated by wind escape. It flew towards the opponent more violently and quickly. Several small fireballs, with high temperature, burned everything they passed. Mao Uxi Yan hoped for the combination of fire escape and wind escape. Presumably, the combination of such powerful ninjutsu would make the opponent panic, so that the gate could be effectively broken out. Then her eyes shrank slightly, and she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. The person on the opposite side made a move. Just a sword. Under the swing of the sword, a gorgeous sword light shot out. It hit the flying fireball accurately. This is not over yet, the sword light carried the remaining force. It slashed towards the four people fiercely. Looking at the panicked team members around her, Mao Uxi Yan stepped forward alone. Konoha-style sword art, 3-moon dance. Two clones appeared in front of Uzuki Yujao, swinging their swords towards the sword light. Swish! The two clones were cut in half by the sword light. Because of the clones slashing, the sword light was dimmed at this time. The result was as expected by Mao Uxi Yan. She held the long sword tightly with both hands and used all her strength to slash forward fiercely. Ding! The sword light disappeared, and Mao Uxi Yan jumped backwards. Good opportunity! A few smoke bombs appeared in her hand and she threw them at the woman. Bang! The huge smoke immediately submerged the woman's figure. Damen, hurry up, the others be on guard. Mao Uxi Yan gave the order decisively. The team member named Damen hesitated for a moment, and then fled madly in the direction of Konoha. The brief fight just now has proved what the captain said before. If they stay, they will definitely be wiped out. It is better to pass the information to the village. Damen's figure gradually disappeared. Mao Uxi Yan and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, even if they sacrificed here, they would make the final contribution to the village. The smoke was still spreading, but the woman's figure never appeared. Mao Uxi Yan frowned slightly, and her heart became more and more uneasy. Until the smoke dissipated, the three were surprised to find that there was no one in the smoke. Oh no, the gate is in danger. Mao Uxi Yan reacted immediately. However, before they could move, a body fell from the tree with a bang. It was the gate that had just left, but now he was in a coma, and his life or death was unknown. And high up in the tree, the disappeared girl was standing here. The game is over, it's time to take you back. After the words fell, the woman's figure disappeared from sight. Be careful! Mao Yuxian exclaimed. But before she could come to the rescue, 2 team members were knocked to the ground in an instant. I'll fight you! Konoha-style sword art, Hazy Moon Night. Xian swung her long sword in mid-air, making the blade create a full moon-like afterimage, and then rushed towards the other side. Countless afterimages made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and whistled away. This was Xian's strongest attack, with the confidence of a sure kill. But the man on the opposite side smiled slightly. Heaven-cutting sword technique. With a low hum, a streak of light was swung out. Countless afterimages of Konoha sword techniques melted away like spring snow after touching this streak of light. Xian herself was also seriously injured. She fell from mid-air. Looking at the figure coming over, Xian said weakly, "Kill me or cut me, just give me a quick death." She knew that the power of the streak of light just now was definitely more than that. It should have been stopped at the end. This made her feel even more complicated, and she was filled with shame. A team of Konoha Anbu, and she herself was a special jonin. She was easily taken down like this. The other party was so young. He was really a monster. The Great Xia dynasty seemed really unfathomable. However, all this had nothing to do with her. Why should I kill you? You are just victims of the ninja system. Okay, the game is over. Now follow me. My name is Xinyu, and I will take you to see His Majesty. Oh! The beautiful sister is actually a beauty. Let me tell you a secret, our Majesty doesn't have a princess yet. The girl opposite, Xinyu, kept muttering these strange words. This made Mao Yuxian a little stunned. Her brain was a little out of control. What majesty, what princess? Oh, you actually said that the ninja system is not good, and that they are all victims. Mao Yuxian wanted to refute a few words, but seeing the situation in front of her, she could only take it back silently. After hesitating for a long time, she asked in a low voice. What about them? My team members. They were just knocked unconscious by me, and their lives are not in danger. Mao Yuxian was relieved when she heard this. The mission had failed, and it was a blessing to be able to keep their lives. Miss Xinyu, we will help you take these 3 people to the palace. A rough voice sounded, and then 3 male soldiers appeared in an open space. Looking at this scene, Xian opened her mouth in astonishment. So, these people have been there for so long? Why didn't the detection ninjutsu work? Let's go, the master must be waiting impatiently. Xinyu said, then stepped on the long sword, pulled up Xian, and flew away. Flying? You can fly. Xian's mind was groggy now. What she saw today broke through her understanding of the world since she was a child. Without using any chakra, she flew away. She looked down and saw the remaining 3 men. They pulled her 3 team members, set up a long rainbow under their feet, and flew over. Then she heard Xinu's voice in her ears. What's the big deal? All cultivators at the Jindan stage can fly on a rainbow. Top up now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 3. Daxia Palace. Inside the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, the weather in Daxia is good, and the people under your rule are prosperous and healthy. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War already has 3,000 immortal soldiers, and all of them have reached the Jindan realm. Your Majesty, the Soul Foundry Hall has forged 3,000 top-grade magical instruments and 10 lower-grade spiritual instruments. Your Majesty, the Immortal Medicine Shop will refine 500 yellow dragon pills and 500 foundation building pills each. The Emperor on the throne sat casually, quietly listening to the reports of his ministers. The Kingdom of Rivers is a buffer zone between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind. And the place where Zhang Hao just crossed over is here. As soon as he crossed over, Zhang Hao awakened the system. Yunshao Cultivation System. As the name suggests, this is a cultivation system, but it depends on Yunshao. Cultivating immortals in the Yunshao you created can not only greatly improve the speed of cultivation, you can also increase your own cultivation. The most important thing is, in Yunshao, your lifespan is unlimited. As long as Yunshao exists, you will be immortal. The Kingdom of Rivers is now also called the Daxia Dynasty. The Daxia Dynasty has already taken shape and has been canonized by heaven and earth. Yunshao is different from ordinary dynasties. It is not only a symbol of a country, but also a condensation of the Taoist heart, magic power, and luck of the cultivators. The establishment of a Yunshao requires the recognition of heaven and earth. This recognition comes from the will of the universe, not the small world of Naruto. Now, other forces in the entire ninja world don't know that the Kingdom of Rivers has changed its master. When the ministers below have finished reporting, Zhang Hao gradually has an idea in his mind. Over the past year, all departments have developed steadily, and Daxia is now on the right track. Thank you for your hard work. You are all the pillars of our great Xia nation. While you are managing the people's livelihood, you must not slack off in your own cultivation. And we can't relax when detecting people with spiritual roots in Daxia. We should absorb them as soon as possible. Only in this way can Daxia become stronger and stronger, and everyone will be like a dragon. Zhang Hao said in a serious tone. He couldn't be careless about national affairs. I will obey your Majesty's order. The courtiers saluted and looked at the man on the throne with admiration. It was this man who, in just 2 years, not only saved Daxia from war, but also created a new way of cultivation. That kind of power is not only more powerful than chakra. Moreover, as the realm is improved, one's lifespan will also increase. The hidden injuries suffered before can also be repaired through exercises or elixirs. Nowadays, the weather in Daxia is good, and there are many immortal cultivators. However, due to the constraints of Daxia's territory, there are still a few immortal cultivators. If it is the entire ninja world, then Daxia's national strength will be further improved. And these Daxia officials, as Daxia's national strength improves, they can also gain huge benefits. The most obvious thing is that the speed of cultivation will be greatly improved. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they gestured to an old man in the front. The old man understood and stepped forward. Your Majesty, I, Liu Yun, have a report to make. What's the matter? Zhang Hao looked at the old man below. The old man was full of energy, his face was rosy, and his body was as strong as a young man. This man was a representative of the court officials of Daxia. He was originally just an old man who was about to die, but Zhang Hao was optimistic about his wisdom. So he gave him a marrow cleansing pill and took Liu Yun to the path of cultivating immortals. Liu Yun did not disappoint him. Through the marrow cleansing pill, he adjusted his body to the peak and stepped into the first realm of cultivating immortals in one fell swoop. Qi training. And with the subsequent improvement of the realm and the increase of lifespan, Liu Yun also looked more and more young. In the world of Naruto, it can be regarded as living a second life. Except for Liu Yun, most of the officials in the court were brought into practice by Zhang Hao himself. After all, they were the first batch of the team, so it was better to do it personally. Now Daxia has stabilized, but other parts of the ninja world are still devastated by war and there is no peace. Liu Yun spoke, his expression a little excited. The model of the country and the ninja village is too old-fashioned, and the powerful force is not in the hands of the daimyo in power. Moreover, the 5 major countries are fighting each other. In just about 30 years, 3 ninja world wars took place. All of this is caused by the lack of wise leadership and advanced systems in the 5 major countries. Everyone has the responsibility to maintain peace in the ninja world. As a member of the ninja world, Daxia should take the lead. The 5 great nations lack the correct leadership, and Daxia should take the lead. The old minister suggested that the plan to unify the ninja world could be implemented. Let the countless poor people in the ninja world who were destroyed by the war join Daxia and build the eternal immortal dynasty together. Liu Yun said passionately and retreated respectfully. I second the motion. Other ministers in the court also echoed. As Zhang Hao's first batch of team members, they knew Zhang Hao's ambition very well. At present, although Daxia's strength is not enough to directly go to war with the entire ninja world, some plans can also be launched. On the throne, Zhang Hao thought for a while. Indeed, the time is ripe. It's time to make some moves in the ninja world. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the Chunin exam jointly organized by Konoha Village and Sand Village in the ninja world is about to begin. During this period, Orochimaru implemented the Konoha collapse plan, which not only killed the 4th generation Kazekage, but also successfully made the old and weak 3rd generation Hokage offline. With such a big excitement, how could Zhang Hao not go to see it? However, he suddenly remembered that Orochimaru, the protagonist of the Konoha collapse plan, is currently in Daxia's Academy of Sciences. Now, Orochimaru will not be obsessed with cultivating immortals and has no such ideas at all. Zhang Hao didn't think about it anymore and gestured to the female official next to him. The female official nodded. Then a cold voice came out, announcing the audience with Orochimaru. Have a. Chapter 4. Although the Great Xia dynasty was established for more than 2 years, Zhang Hao has been busy cultivating immortals and preaching, and promoting various political systems. He doesn't care much about his own palace. As a result, his own palace now looks a little shabby. Except for the necessary palaces, such as the Jinluan Palace and Yangzhen Palace, there are not many buildings in the entire palace. Therefore, there are not many guards and maids in the Huang Palace. They are mainly there to serve Zhang Hao's daily life. The tall female official with a cold voice just now is the chief steward of the entire palace, Jun Yao. Zhang Hao trusts her deeply. Jun Yao manages all affairs in the palace, except for the government affairs. Jun Yao is responsible for Zhang Hao's food, clothing, housing, transportation, safety, etc. Even the ministers in the court are respectful to Jun Yao. After all, this is Zhang Hao's person next to him. After hearing the words of the chief steward, the guards in the palace saluted and left in a hurry. After a while, a man with long black hair and golden eyes walked in leisurely. He came closer and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? The man who came was Orochimaru, and he stretched out his tongue longer and longer. But after seeing Zhang Hao's disgusted expression on the throne, he retracted his tongue. His pale face was calm, without any embarrassment. Orochimaru, how have you been these past 6 months? Zhang Hao asked with great interest. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he became somewhat excited. Your Majesty, the path of cultivation is extremely exquisite, and it is the true path to eternal life. The chakra practice before the ninja world is completely incomparable to the path of cultivation. What's the matter, Your Majesty? If nothing else, I would like to continue to delve into the way of cultivating immortality, hoping to achieve immortality soon. Seeing Orochimaru's impatient look, Zhang Hao understood. Immortality, indeed, has a fatal attraction to Orochimaru. Half a year ago, there was a sudden movement in Daxia's National Defense Formation. Zhang Hao rushed over and found that it was Orochimaru and his party. Orochimaru didn't want to be discovered, and Zhang Hao just wanted to test the strength of the current cage-level figures in the ninja world. The two fought after a disagreement. In the end, Orochimaru was defeated miserably. After all, the immortal cultivation system is completely overwhelming the chakra system. And Orochimaru, after seeing the magic of immortal cultivation, he followed Zhang Hao shamelessly. Later, he learned that the improvement of the immortal cultivation realm will greatly increase lifespan. He even threatened that for the sake of to cultivate immortality, one can pay any price. This was exactly what Zhang Hao wanted, so he taught him the method of cultivating immortality. The universal method of cultivating immortality in Daxia, Daxia Sutra. At present, Orochimaru has become a member of Daxia Kingdom and is currently working in the Academy of Sciences. In addition to his usual practice, the academicians of the Academy of Sciences are committed to studying various things related to cultivating immortality. And scientific research happens to be Orochimaru's interest. Therefore, Orochimaru has lived a very fulfilling life in the past 6 months. Now, he was suddenly called by Zhang Hao, interrupting his wonderful life. Speaking of which, he still felt a little unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy he was, facing the person who created the way to cultivate immortality, Orochimaru was still full of respect, and at the same time felt deeply frightened. I've called you here for something. Daxia is now stable and strong. The ninja system is too outdated, and the ninjas do not produce anything but fight for territory. It's time to take some action in the ninja world. Orochimaru, you know, the ninja world needs long-term peace. People who have experienced several ninja world wars also need Daxia to bring them hope. Hearing what the emperor said, Orochimaru's mouth twitched. The ninja world seems to be facing a bloody storm again. And this time, for the other 5 major countries, it is a more difficult and cruel war than the previous ninja world wars. However, Orochimaru agrees with what Zhang Hao said. When the ninja world is unified and all of them are Daxia's territory, there will naturally be no war. Your Majesty is right. Do you have a plan already? The Great Snake King replied in a gentle voice. Yes, with Daxia's current national strength, it is not suitable to directly launch an all-out war against the 5 major countries in the ninja world. However, it is still easy to launch a local war against 1 or 2 ninja villages in the 5 major countries. Zhang Hao said in a deep voice. Orochimaru and his ministers were thinking carefully. So, Your Majesty wants to attack a certain ninja village? And it would be best if you could destroy the top fighting force of that ninja village. Or let it fall into chaos, weaken its strength, and take it in one fell swoop when the time is right. Orochimaru thought while speaking slowly. When the ministers heard this, they all nodded. Liu Yun's eyes flashed, and he stepped out and said. In half a month, the Chunin exam jointly held by Konoha village and Sand village will begin. In the Chunin exam, both the Hokage and the Kazekage will show up. During the beginning of the Chunin period, most of Konoha village's defense force will be focused on the Chunin exam, and the Hokage's defense force will be greatly reduced. Moreover, it will be much easier to enter Konoha village. This may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Hao looked at Liu Yun approvingly. Not bad, he is worthy of being his confidant. He said exactly what he was thinking. Yes, the Chunin exam is indeed an opportunity, and it is also a time for the entire ninja world to recognize the great Xia dynasty. Orochimaru, listen to my orders. During the Chunin exams, you will plan and kill the 3rd Hokage of Konoha and the 4th Kazekage of Sand village. And try to destroy the high-level combat forces of the 2 villages as much as possible. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 5. Orochimaru's face twitched. Although he had long been dissatisfied with Konoha's corrupt system, and had great resentment towards his former mentor, the 3rd Hokage, he really didn't want to get involved in these things at the moment. The path of cultivating immortals was all-encompassing and ingenious, and he wished he could spend all his time on it. But before he could refuse, the young emperor said, complete this mission, and you can go to the Immortal Law Secret Pavilion to choose 2 martial arts techniques. Swallowing the words of refusal, Orochimaru took a step forward. I obey your command. The Immortal Secret Pavilion was distributed to Zhang Hao by the system as a gift package for novices when the Yun dynasty was first established. It is also the most important foundation in the current Daxia dynasty. Unless you are gifted or have made contributions to Daxia, you cannot enter it casually. Orochimaru has been in the academy for half a year and has only entered the Immortal Secret Pavilion a few times. In addition to the techniques for improving realms, the Daxia Sutra used by Daxia people, he also got a secret method of attack, called the Nether Ghost Hand. In addition, there is also a beast control technique. Now 10,000 snakes are sleeping in the amulet bag. If I can get 2 more other techniques, it will be of great benefit to my understanding of cultivation and my future research. The temptation is too great. Orochimaru is a pragmatic person. He knows what he should do. Seeing Orochimaru agree, Zhang Hao nodded secretly. With Orochimaru's current strength, this task should not be difficult to complete. By the way, in addition to killing the high-ranking officials of the 2 villages, the mission this time is to bring back 2 children, Naruto and Sasuke, from Konoha village. The Yun dynasty is the condensation of the Taoist heart, magic power, and luck of the cultivators. The lucky children of the ninja world are Naruto and Sasuke. Zhang Hao wants to know what impact the joining of the lucky children will have on the Yun dynasty. The 9-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha, and the younger brother of Itachi of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan has always been excellent, but what is so special about the 9-tailed Jinchuriki? Orochimaru was a little puzzled. This is about the luck in cultivating immortals. On the road to becoming an immortal, luck is a factor that cannot be ignored. Some people are born with great luck. They will get many opportunities in the process of cultivation and even be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Such people can often go further on the road of cultivating immortals. And if they join Yun Shao, they will definitely bring us some help. Orochimaru listened with great interest. With his intelligence, he quickly understood the mystery. So Naruto and Sasuke are the lucky ones in the ninja world. Yes, bringing these 2 people back to Daxia is also part of your mission this time. I will personally come to Konoha for this mission. During this trip, the specific affairs of Daxia will be handled by Liu Yun and other ministers. All matters have been arranged properly, and Jun Yao was about to leave the court. Suddenly, a female official reported. Miss Xinyu requests an audience. Then Xinyu came in with Mao Yuxian and her group. There were many ministers at the court, and on the highest throne sat a handsome young man. This man must be the master mentioned by Xinyu, that is, the Emperor of Daxia. Mao Yuxian thought secretly. Along the way, Xian had gradually adapted to this scene. Although she felt it was novel, she could accept it. However, why did one of the ministers look familiar? Orochimaru, who was being watched, turned his head and smiled back. When it was not about interests, Orochimaru was still a polite person. Mao Yuxian. What did I see? The traitor of Konoha, one of the 3 legendary ninjas resounding throughout the ninja world, Orochimaru. He is also a minister of Daxia. My brain, which had just recovered, suddenly crashed again. Master! Xinyu jumped up and pulled Zhang Hao's arm and said coquettishly. All the ministers smiled like ants. Obviously, they were not surprised. I just heard it all. Konoha village is going to hold the Chunin exam. I will also go with the master this time. Faced with his apprentice's coquetry, Zhang Hao smiled slightly. His own apprentice, he should spoil him. Okay, you go this time too, just in time to take part in the Chunin exam and relax a bit. Xinyu cheered, and then pointed at Mao Yuxian and the others below. Master, these are the people who sneaked into Daxia. Except for the female captain, who has some strength, everyone else is vulnerable. Mao Yuxian's mouth twitched. But this is also a fact, and it can't even be refuted. Zhang Hao looked at the purple hair and the identity of the Anbu. He guessed the identity. Mao Yuxian. Hearing the question from the emperor above, Mao Yuxian sighed lightly, took off the mask on her face, and saluted. Konoha Anbu Special Jonin, Duzuki Yujeo, meets His Majesty Daxia. No need to be polite, what are you doing here in Daxia? The voice was very gentle, and it quickly calmed down Mao Uxi Yan's anxiety. She calmed down and told Zhang Hao about the mission this time. It turned out to be to investigate the missing Chunin. Those Chunin from last time? They are no longer Konoha's ninjas, but cultivators from Daxia. I'm afraid you will return empty-handed on this mission. Although you have no ill intentions, you have invaded Daxia, so you must be punished accordingly. I can only let you stay here for the time being. Zhang Hao's words made Mao Uxi Yan feel relieved. Now that she was caught, it was still good to be able to save her life. What will happen next, she can only take it one step at a time. Master, this girl called Sister Xian is so beautiful. You are the emperor of our great Xia, but now you don't even have a concubine. I suggest that the master consider leaving the position of the princess to Sister Xian. Xinyu's voice suddenly sounded in the quiet court. After hearing this, the court officials couldn't help but look at Mao Yuxian. She was really good, with long purple hair and a slim figure. She was indeed a first-class beauty. Looking at the eager expressions of the court officials, Zhang Hao knocked on Xinyu's head. What does a little brat know? This Miss Xian has a boyfriend, who is also an elite jonin, named Moonlight Gale. Xinyu pretended to be wronged, pouted her lips and held her head, which made Zhang Hao laugh. And the court officials stopped their restlessness. Forget about having a boyfriend. The noble princess, the person who can match your majesty, can only be pure and innocent. Having a boyfriend is not enough. Mao Yuxian was confused in the audience. No, although I have a good relationship with Moonlight Gale, when did he become my boyfriend? P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it if you like it. Please give me flowers, praise, and collection. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 6. Mao Uxi Yan really wanted to clarify. Yu Guangji Feng was just her good friend. She had no romantic feelings for him. But looking at Zhang Hao joking with Xinu, she swallowed her words silently. Who knew that this would be the thing she would regret the most in the future? Zhang Hao traveled to the ninja world. Although the world line has not changed much at present, some places have become unrecognizable. For example, in the original work, the current Orochimaru should be in the Sound Village he founded, not in the Academy of Sciences in Daxia. Junyeo, Mao Yuxian, and others, go and make the arrangements. Seeing that everything was ready, Zhang Hao made the final arrangements. Yes. Miss Xian, please follow me. Several people walked out slowly. Orochimaru, go down and prepare. Xinyu will also take part in the Chunin exam this time, so I'll give you the invitation letter as well. Half a month later, at the gate of Konoha village. A group of 3 people went into Konoha village after being inspected. On the left is a tall and intellectual beauty with long hair draped over her shoulders and a long skirt that makes her look more elegant. In the middle is a young man wearing a black robe with a golden dragon printed on the back. His simple attire can't hide his nobility and handsomeness. On the far right is a girl with twin ponytails, dressed in white and carrying a long sword. Although she is young, she is amazingly beautiful. The girl hugged the young man's right arm and said something from time to time. The people who came were naturally Zhang Hao and his group. The one on the left was Jun Yao, and the one on the right was his cheap apprentice, Xinyu. Master, do I really have to take part in the Chunin exam? But I think they are all so weak. Xinyu said, pointing at a group of people not far away. You have great talent and have reached the peak of nascent soul after only 1 year of practice, but you lack practical experience. Even though there aren't many strong people in the Chunin exam, it's still good to go and participate, and get familiar with your own realm and attack methods. Zhang Hao said in a gentle voice. He was always patient with his apprentice. Xinyu was originally a little beggar who wandered in the country of Chuan and didn't even know her own name. After Zhang Hao founded the great Xia dynasty, he found her by chance. Zhang Hao found that the little beggar was not only extremely talented, but also had the eyes of delusion that could see through illusions. He was amazed at the little beggar's talent, so he took her as his apprentice, brought her into the path of cultivation, and named her Xinyu. In the past year, Xinyu has been practicing hard. As a disciple of Zhang Hao, there is naturally no shortage of resources. Therefore, in just 1 year, Xinyu has crossed the stages of qi training, foundation building, and dan formation, and reached the peak of the nascent soul. Even Orochimaru has barely reached the peak of dan formation in half a year. However, Orochimaru is a shadow-level powerhouse, so it is easier for him to understand the path of cultivation. The essence of the path of cultivation is a more powerful force than chakra. As a former strong man, it is naturally easier for him to control power than others. The path of cultivation is divided into 3 realms: upper, middle, and lower. Lower realm, qi training, foundation building, dan formation, yuanying, and shenhua. Middle realm, liangsu, fusion, mahayana, and crossing the tribulation. Upper realm, zhenxian, jingxian, tei, deluo, deazu. However, Zhang Hao is currently in the middle realm of liangsu. In the entire ninja world, Zhang Hao thinks he is invincible. However, the prosperity of Yun Shao must be developed step by step. Although he himself is powerful, Daxia cannot be considered a powerful Yun Shao at present. Only if there are enough immortal cultivators in Yun Shao and the cultivation of immortal cultivators is high enough. As the master of Yun Shao, he can get more benefits. Therefore, strengthening the national strength of Daxia is what Zhang Hao should do most. The group of people that Xinyu refers to are Gaara and others from the Sand Village who came to participate in the Chunin exam, and those who are opposed to them are Naruto, Sasuke, and others. Kanjuro from the Sand Village had just arrived in Konoha and had a conflict with Naruto and Konohamaru. The immortal cultivators are sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and Zhang Hao and the other 2 know exactly what happened here. Zhang Hao naturally knew this plot, and it looked a bit different at the scene. Only the guy with the gourd on his back and wearing a blue shirt and white shorts was a little bit impressive, but that was just a little bit impressive. No, that guy carrying the gourd seems to have something inside his body. Let me take a closer look, Xinyu said, and a strange light suddenly flashed in her eyes. It was her delusion-seeking pupil, which was activated at this moment, as if it could see through all the falsehoods and disguises in the world. There seemed to be a powerful existence inside him, but it was sealed. The person in yellow seems to have the same existence inside him, and it is even more powerful, but the power of the seal also seems to be even stronger. Xinyu exhaled lightly, and her eyes returned to normal. I almost made a mistake. The one in yellow should be the most powerful one among them. Zhang Hao looked at them with interest and explained to Xinyu. The one in yellow is Naruto, the one in blue is Sasuke, these 2 are related to our mission this time. As for the one carrying the gourd, his name is Gaara, and he will have a place in the ninja world in the future. The existence in Gaara and Naruto's body is the tailed beast that everyone in the ninja world talks about and changes color. They are all Jinkraki. As time passed, in Zhang Hao's view, this farce of little ghosts will also end. At this time, Gaara and Sasuke announced their names to each other, and Naruto was furious because he was not recognized. Then he was hit hard by Gaara's words, not interested. Big brother, you are so lame. Konohamaru's words made Naruto want to cry, but he had no tears. Suddenly, a girl in white appeared among the group. She walked straight past Gaara and Sasuke and came to Naruto, who was hit hard at this time. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it if you like it. Please give flowers, praise, and collection. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 7. So strong. Gaara frowned. This person was not far away just now. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared here. She's faster than me. Gaara thought to himself, and he suddenly felt violent. This will be a great toy. He looked disgusted and his body even began to tremble slightly. Gaara, are you okay? Temari asked worriedly. She looked at Gaara carefully, fearing that this Shura would lose control of himself. It's okay. Gaara calmed down the emotions in his body and said expressionlessly. However, the three people from the sand village who were about to leave stopped at this moment. They all stared at the new moon that suddenly appeared. Hey, are you here to take part in the Chunin exam as well? Suzuki was the first to speak. Even with the pride of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't help but take the person in front of him seriously. However, Zenyu seemed not to have heard him and walked straight to Naruto. My name is Zenyu, what's your name? Zenyu's sudden arrival startled Naruto. This guy is so strong, he seems to be stronger than the stupid Suzuki. Moreover, she is so beautiful, even more beautiful than Sakura. I don't know why, Sakura, who used to be the most beautiful in Naruto's heart, suddenly became ordinary. Tall figure, cold face. She has an inexplicable temperament. This kind of temperament, even the powerful female ninja in the village, does not have. Naruto suddenly stuttered. Hello, my name is Naruto. Konohamaru beside him had already opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't understand why such a powerful sister would suddenly come to talk to this lame big brother. I am here to take part in the Chunin exam as well. See you in the exam room then. After saying that, Zenyu turned and left. Naruto looked at the figure leaving and stammered, see you in the exam room. Suzuki, who was standing by, felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. He was even a little jealous of Naruto just now. Of course, the main reason was that Suzuki felt that he was much stronger than Naruto. That person actually ignored him. Humph! Arrogant woman! Zhang Hao watched from a distance, but didn't feel anything. Maybe Zenyu saw the nine tails in Naruto's body and regarded Naruto as an opponent of the same level as himself. However, the nine tails is far from being controlled by Naruto now. Let's go, master, sister Junyeo, let's go for a stroll in the village. When she came to Zhang Hao, Zenyu became a little heartless again. A smile appeared on her cold face. She hugged Zhang Hao's right arm and said coquettishly. The group walked deeper into Konoha village. Although Zenyu and Naruto are about the same age. She is only 14 years old now, but she is a head taller than Naruto. When the two stand together, they look like they are not of the same age. Compared with herself, Zenyu is only half a head shorter. She is 1.87 meters tall. Thinking back to when she picked up little Zenyu, she was still a skinny beggar with a small head. Unexpectedly, in just 1 or 2 years, she seemed to have changed into a different person. Wow, there are 3 colored dumplings here. Master, I want to eat this. Is there any diet ramen here? Do you want to try it? Zenyu chattered along the way. From time to time, she bought some food. Junyeo followed with a smile on her face and went up to pay when necessary. Junyeo, you've spoiled Zenyu. Zhang Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Zenyu is kind and lovely, and she is also your Majesty's disciple. I feel that she is not spoiled enough. Junyao said elegantly. No matter when, this woman always has intelligence and elegance. Wow, Sister Junyeo is so nice, let's ignore the stinky master. Zenyu pretended to be angry and pulled Junyeo to another snack bar. The 3 of them just played and wandered around the village. Kakashi, what did you find? In the Hokage's office, the Sandame sat at his desk. A gleam of light flashed in his old eyes. The Chunin exam was of great importance. The safety of the village could not be ignored during the period. Therefore, the intelligence force headed by Yamanaka Inoichi used the ninjutsu, the mind communication technique, to communicate with the defense forces in the village. Sandame was in command. The 3 people from the Great Xia dynasty took part in the Chunin exam this time. The Sandame felt uneasy. He already knew that the former river country no longer existed. It was replaced by the Great Xia dynasty. Not long ago, several Chunins in the village were on a mission in Great Xia. There has been no news since then. Then Uzuki Yujao led a team of Anbu to investigate. And Yujao and his party, like those Chunins, no more news came. The Great Xia dynasty seemed like an abyss. This made the Sandame a little uneasy. Therefore, he paid special attention to Zhonghao and the other 2. The one who monitored them was the Akapi ninja and Sharingan Kakashi. The elite jonin of Konoha village, Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, hiding in the dark, squinted at Zhonghao and the other 2. No abnormalities have been found yet, but these 3 people all have powerful strength. Even the little girl who came to take the Chunin exam, I couldn't figure it out. What? The 3rd generation in the office exclaimed. Even Kakashi couldn't see through it. This might be the weakest among the 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then slowly said. Keep watching and don't get caught. Yes, Hokage. The 3rd Hokage was about to end the call when Kakashi on the other side suddenly cried out in pain. Kakashi! 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 What happened to you? P.S. The new book is launched. If you like it, please collect it. My dears, please give me flowers, praise, and collection. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 8. But no one responded to the words of the 3rd generation. Damn it! Go and support Kakashi, Kakashi may be in danger. Yes, Lord Hokage. The 2 members of the Anbu obeyed the order and quickly rushed to the scene. Your Majesty, will there be any problem with this? Jun Yao was a little worried. It's okay. Zhonghao said calmly, his expression normal. The 3rd Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is a shrewd old fox. At this moment of the Chunin exam, he would never dare to make any big moves. Besides, I didn't kill him, I just knocked him out. Hearing this, Jun Yao was relieved. Even if His Majesty's prediction was wrong, the 3rd generation would only return empty-handed. With His Majesty's strength, there is no place in the ninja world that he can't go. She was just worrying too much. After a while, 2 members of the Anbu appeared in the shadows not far away. They looked over here from a distance, then carried the unconscious Kakashi on their backs and disappeared in a few breaths. Jun Yao chuckled and spoke. Your Majesty is right. After the Chunin exam, the Konoha high-ranking officials will probably target Your Majesty. Zhonghao put his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. By then, the ending will probably disappoint Sarutobi Hiruzen. As early as when they arrived in Konoha, Zhonghao had discovered Kakashi. He learned that this was Konoha village, and they were monitoring him. Zhonghao didn't mind at first. But they had been following for most of the day, and it was getting dark. Kakashi was still following secretly. Zhonghao didn't want to be disturbed when he was resting. Moreover, he was traveling with the general manager Jun Yao and his beloved disciple Xinu. So, Zhonghao took action. It was just a spiritual attack. But Kakashi was a ninja, and he didn't have spiritual consciousness. So it acted directly on his soul. Zhonghao's spiritual consciousness turned into an invisible sword. The sharp sword pierced Kakashi's soul. In an instant, in Kakashi's mind, his soul seemed to be torn apart. The extremely severe pain made even the battle-hardened Kakashi faint. I wonder which one would do more harm to Kakashi, compared to attackist Tsukuyomi? Zhonghao thought with some evil taste. If the spiritual attack just now was used on an ordinary person, it would be enough to completely tear apart his soul and kill him. And ninjas, especially elite ninjas like Kakashi, were only seriously injured and fainted. For this reason, Zhang Hao was also confident about the power of ninjas. With more understanding. The three major skills of ninjas, apart from ninjutsu and taijutsu. The stronger the illusion, the stronger the mental power and soul. And Kakashi's illusion ability can only be said to be average. That's why he was seriously injured. If it was an illusion master like Itaki, it is estimated that the damage would be much smaller. But it doesn't matter, at most there will be a few more spiritual attacks. And the reason why Zhang Hao practiced this technique specifically targeting spiritual consciousness. It is nothing more than guarding against Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan. Koda Amatsukami. You know, Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan, one is in the hands of the root leader, Danzo. And one is in attack is in his hand. Some time before this trip to Konoha, Zhang Hao had made preparations for this. In the Immortal Secret Pavilion, he chose this 9 Palaces spiritual scripture. Not only can it make his soul more stable, but it also has some spiritual attack methods. Of course, a spiritual scripture is vast and broad. Zhang Hao can only practice what is most important at the moment. After practicing so far, he has resisted the strongest illusion in the ninja world, the god of the sky. Zhang Hao still has some confidence. At this time, the sky was getting dark. Xinyu was running between different snacks, and Junyeo looked at Zhang Hao with a pair of beautiful eyes. At this dusk, the three of them seemed to have merged into a picture scroll. A few days passed in a flash. Today was the day of the Chunin selection tournament. Zhang Hao and the other two came to a building. This should be the location of the first Chunin selection exam. Jun Yao looked at the information in her hand and confirmed again and again. Miss Xinyu, this is your application form. Only candidates and invigilators are allowed in here. As she spoke, she handed the application form to Xinyu. After you go in, a Konoha genin named Kabuto will come to see you. If you have anything to say, just tell him directly. Jun Yao seemed to be still worried and said in a gentle voice. Thank you, Sister Junyeo. Junyeo, you don't have to do this. This is just a Chunin exam. Xinyu has enough ability to handle it. Zhang Hao rubbed his apprentice's head until Xinyu became angry. Zhang Hao then stopped. Go ahead, here are all the best genin from various countries, they are the same age as you. The Great Xia Dynasty is still unknown in the ninja world, so this first battle to make a name for itself is now up to you. Xinyu nodded, glanced at Zhang Hao with her lively eyes, and then walked in. I hope everything goes well this new month. Jun Yao murmured. Don't worry, it's time for Daxia to be recognized by the ninja world. Xinyu is quite powerful and it's easy for her to deal with a bunch of little brats. Zhang Hao said with a relaxed expression. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Xinyu is only 14 years old. Well, that's true. Let's not talk about this. The Chunin exam is just a small matter. How's Orochimaru doing? How's the plan going? P.S. The new book is launched, please bookmark it if you like it. My dears, please give me flowers, praise, and bookmark it. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 9. Your Majesty, Orochimaru just sent a message. The plan to collapse Konoha is going well. Zhang Hao nodded. Orochimaru's ability is still trustworthy. The plan was set after the third round of the Chunin exam. Orochimaru meant to kill the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the countless people of Konoha in the Konoha arena. Zhang Hao sneered. Orochimaru is really a bad taste. But it just so happens that this is a trial. Let these ninjas and civilians have a good look. What kind of person is the third Hokage that they admire? Jun Yao chuckled. They will definitely be disappointed. Jun Yao paused for a moment before she opened her red lips. However, Orochimaru has a plan, and Konoha seems to have a plan too. Coincidentally, it was also after the third round of the Chunin exam. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was surprised. When did Konoha become so courageous? In the 51st year of Konoha, the Byakugan incident ended with the death of Hisashi Hinata. And Hinata Hisashi's Byakugan was also taken away by the Cloud Ninja. The Hyuga clan, claiming to be the strongest family in Konoha. This incident is not only a shame for the Hyuga clan. For the Fire Nation, which once claimed to be the greatest country in the ninja world, this is an indelible stain. The Leaf Village dared not to say a word since then, which shows how weak it is. How dare you attack us this time? Jun Yao stared at Zhang Hao blankly. Because in Konoha's heart, the newly built Daxia is just a small country. Although your majesty has shown impressive strength, these high-ranking shadows cannot understand such great power and will habitually underestimate your strength. How could they know that your majesty's strength is far superior to theirs? Interesting, let's wait and see what kind of surprises Konoha village will prepare for us. Zhang Hao turned and left. Your will is my will, the will of Daxia. Junyeo bowed and followed behind. Her swaying figure attracted the attention of passers-by from time to time. You need to go to the third floor to submit the application. The genin in the corridor hurriedly walked to the third floor. Xinyu mixed in the crowd, walking slowly. At the corner, she saw the team she saw a few days ago. However, this Sasuke. Why is his face black and blue? Naruto is also covered in dust. How could she know? Just now, the second pillar of the king was taught a lesson by Rock Lee with physical skills. Naruto was also kicked like a top, spinning and hitting the wall. In the end, he was even more devastated by the youth power of Kai and Rock Lee. At this time, not only was his body uncomfortable, his spirit was not very comfortable either. Xinyu did not go over to say hello. Following the flow of people, he walked into the examination classroom. All people. The 7th class just walked in and stood there in a daze. How so? Elite genin from various countries gathered here. They all turned around and looked at the 3 people who had just come in. They kept looking at Naruto and the others with malicious eyes. Gulp. Naruto swallowed. The atmosphere seemed to become tense. These people were not like the members of Team 7. They all graduated from the ninja school and completed missions for several years before coming to take the exam. Provocation and ill intentions were written on their faces. I didn't expect Naruto, who usually likes to show off, to be so nervous. This is no wonder, although everyone is a genin. But we are too inexperienced. Thinking this way, Sakura walked up to Naruto and comforted him. Naruto, relax. As soon as the voice fell, Naruto pointed forward and shouted. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I will never lose to you. It feels much better. Naruto looked at the ninjas in front of him with a smile on his face. Even Sasuke next to him looked at Naruto with a hint of admiration. Xinyu walked past the 3 of them. She teased Naruto, you have a good attitude. Xinyu, you are here too. He wanted to say something, but Xinyu had already passed the 3 people. He swallowed the words that were on his lips. He was not afraid when there were so many people just now. Why can't he even talk every time he meets Xinyu? Naruto thought distressedly. Xinyu just greeted the people she knew. Then she walked to a deserted place and sat down. The crowd also quieted down because of Xinyu's arrival. They all looked at Xinyu. She seems to be alone, without any team members. She seems to be very powerful. Humph! You are such a pretentious fellow. Faced with the comments of the genin, Xinyu ignored them and just waited for the exam to begin. Seeing her like this, some young and energetic genin were even more disgusted. They must teach her a lesson in the exam later. Miss Xinyu, I was sent by Lord Orochimaru. You can just call me Kabuto. A young man quickly came over and bowed to Zinyu. You are Do, Sister Junyeo told me about you. Do was flattered. It is my honor to let Junyeo know me. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 10. Looking at Do's expression, Zinyu asked, You seem very excited. Yes, Lord Orochimaru is my lifelong belief. And Daxia, which Orochimaru highly praises, naturally fascinates me. After completing this mission, I can follow Lord Orochimaru and serve Daxia. After hearing what Kabuto said, Zinyu also became happy. Yes, Daxia is the greatest country in the ninja world. It is great that you have such awareness. Any words praising Daxia and Zhonghao can make Zinyu happy from the bottom of her heart. You should have information about the students taking the Chunin exam. So, which teams should we pay attention to here? Zinyu did not forget why she came. Do just thought that Zinyu wanted to know the strong candidates among the candidates this time. After a moment of silence, he said. With Miss Zinyu's strength, ordinary teams are nothing to worry about, but this time the team from Sand Village is very strong. Is that the guy in the team who carries a gourd? Yes, Miss Crescent Moon, that person is called Gaara. Gaara is the weapon of the Sand Village. The tailed beast in his body, Shikaku, is very unstable. In addition, the third team of Konoha Village is also very strong. They are the genin who graduated from the ninja school last year. While speaking, Kabuto hinted at the direction of the third team. They were Hyuga Niji, Tenten and Rock Lee. Zinyu nodded and said, They are quite strong. Do you know how the Chunin exam is conducted? Yes, the first exam is a written exam, and it will be held in this classroom. The second game is the Death Forest, where you fight for the scroll. The third match was a one-on-one fight in the 10,000 person arena. Zinyu understood. The second and third matches were no problem. On the contrary, the first match was not very friendly to her. However, she looked at the young man who bowed beside her and asked, Are you sure about the written test? Do smiled slightly. As a professional intelligence officer, this is not a problem for me. Zinyu's eyes lit up. Then don't hand in the papers so early after you finish it, just lay it flat on the table. Do was a little confused. Don't you need me to pass on the answer to you? It's not necessary, I can see it clearly. After hearing this, Kabuto said nothing more. According to Lord Orochimaru, cultivators have all kinds of magical methods. Miss Zinyu is that person's disciple. I think there won't be any problems. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose from the podium. A rough voice sounded. You bastards, be quiet. Then, a dozen invigilators appeared on the podium. The first exam officially begins. After the genin handed in their application forms, calmed down, and sat down, the invigilator handed out the exam papers. There was a lot of scratching in the exam room. Zinyu stared at the exam paper blankly. She knew all the words, but she didn't know how to answer this question. But fortunately, there was Do. Zinyu was not in a hurry. She waited leisurely for Do to finish the answer sheet. Even when she was bored, she used her spiritual sense to observe the invigilator and the candidates. This candidate's handwriting is really ugly. Hey, you are cheating, the invigilator is standing behind you now. A sound was heard, and the cheating genin was dragged out by the invigilator. Oh? Is this an eye? Made of sand? Zinyu was a little surprised. Gaara of the Sand Village is indeed quite powerful. His spiritual sense came to Kabuto. Zinyu found that Kabuto had finished everything. Then he picked up the pen and started copying. Marino Ibiki looked at the ninjas below the stage showing their magical powers. He couldn't help but show a satisfied look. The questions in the first written test were very difficult. Except for a few, the rest were unanswerable. Therefore, the main purpose of this test is to test the ninja's ability to obtain information. For ninjas who peeked at other people's test papers, the invigilator would ruthlessly take them out of the examination room and give them unqualified grades. Others who used ninjutsu, blood limit and other means to obtain answers on other people's test papers would not matter if the invigilator found out. But there was one person who was very special. Ibiki cast his eyes on Xinyu. He could see through the means of obtaining information of all the candidates in the audience. But he didn't find anything except this person from Daxia. But it was obvious that the other party had obtained the test paper. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to start writing. Could it be that this should be a ninjutsu he had never seen before? Is it unique to Daxia? The Daxia kingdom is indeed unfathomable. Can the third generation's plan really succeed? For a moment, all kinds of speculations came to Ibiki's mind. At this time, Xinyu was copying slowly. She felt the gaze of the invigilator, but she didn't care much. In the past few days in Konoha, there were always a few peeping eyes from the dark. Xinyu has long been accustomed to it. Soon, the first exam was over. It was just the last question before the end. There were some waves on the 10th question. But this has nothing to do with Xinyu. Because she came to take the exam alone. So she chose to accept it without hesitation. Soon, the invigilator of the second exam, Mitarashi Ajiki, appeared. A group of candidates walked towards the forest of death in a mighty manner. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 11. There are 27 teams in total. Excluding Xinyu, the remaining 26 teams are all three-person teams. The scroll assigned to Xinyu is the Book of Heaven. In other words, as long as you find a team with the Book of Earth in the Death Forest, snatch the Book of Earth from them, and then rush to the high tower at the center, you will have successfully completed the mission. Xinyu walked into the Death Forest from one of the entrances. Because each team can only enter from a different entrance, Xinyu and Do separated temporarily. The next step is to get the Book of Earth. She found the direction and flew on her sword. In that direction, a team entered the Death Forest. They should not have gone far now. A long rainbow disappeared in an instant. They arrived at their destination in less than a moment. I see it. In Xinyu's consciousness, 3 members of the team were crawling in the grass below. Ale, is your method feasible? Can't we just leave with dignity? Why do you have to ambush here? The female genin among the 3 whispered. There was a bit of dissatisfaction in her tone. After hearing this, Ale's ninja looked around carefully. Then he said, "What do you know? The Chunin exam brings together elite genin from all over the world. Apart from small countries like ours, can the genin from the 5 major countries defeat us if they meet us? Why not ambush them here? When they are injured in the fight, that will be a good time for us to take action." Really? What a good plan! Of course. Wait. Who are you? The members of Ale's team were startled, and the 3 of them quickly retreated and took a defensive posture. They could see the person in front of them clearly. It was Xinyu from the Great Xia Kingdom. Because Xinyu came to participate in the Chunin exam alone, the ninjas of other countries remembered it. Seeing that it was Xinyu alone, Ale relaxed. What? It's you, the ninja from the Great Xia Kingdom. Even though Xinyu is very powerful, Ale is not too worried at this time. The cooperation between ninjas is the most important thing. Besides, everyone is a genin, and Xinyu doesn't look very old. How strong can she be? It's not a ninja, it's a cultivator. Xinyu corrected seriously. Hey, it doesn't matter anymore. You gave it to me, so take action. As soon as the words fell, Ale's team rushed towards Xinyu from 3 directions. Boom! Boom! Bang! 3 crashing sounds were heard. 3 figures flew out in different directions. Ale struggled to get up. He looked at Xinyu with an unpleasant expression, his eyes full of disbelief. The opponent was too fast. Before he could see how he attacked, the 3 of them were seriously injured. The opponent didn't even pull out his only weapon, the long sword. The remaining 2 people in the team had fainted. I was the only one left, and my chest was still aching. I looked down and saw a small footprint. Yes, I was kicked away by the opponent. Hand over the scroll. Xinyu said calmly. Ale looked unhappy, but he still handed over the scroll obediently. What good luck, it's the Book of Earth. Xinyu took it and saw that it was exactly the Book of Earth she needed. Next, she just had to go to the high tower in the center. She put the scroll into the storage ring. Xinyu drew out her long sword. The long sword was spiritual and knew the owner's intention. It became the size of a small boat. Xinyu sat on it horizontally, crossed her legs in the air, and flew slowly towards the high tower. Now there was no need to rush to fly with the sword. She took out some delicious snacks from the storage ring and ate them slowly. These were all what she had found in Konoha these days. Kyushui, what do you think the master is doing now? Xinyu was eating and talking at the same time. Kyushui under her buttocks trembled slightly. Xinyu nodded. So that's how it is. The master is really leisurely. Chu Shui has a spirit, and it is also a great magic sword in the entire Great Xia dynasty. 1 person and 1 sword, they flew slowly towards the tower. The girl also talked from time to time. It seemed strange and leisurely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of shuriken shot out from all directions. They tore through the air at high speed, bringing with them a chill, and shot straight at the crescent moon sitting on the long sword. The shuriken were so fast that they flew to the crescent moon in the blink of an eye. Ding! 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 Xinyu's snacking movements remained unchanged. But beside her, there seemed to be a transparent shield. Shurikens hit it and fell down one after another. Xinyu finished the last bite. Then she said, "Can't you ninjas change your attack method? You always use shuriken to clear the way." As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen figures appeared around. The leading ninja stood in front. "Miss Xinyu, the Hokage would like to invite you to stay at his house for a while." An old man, not interested. Xinyu simply said. "Well, Miss Xinyu will have to bear with it. Try to catch them alive. If you can't, it doesn't matter if you bring the bodies back." The leading ninja said sinisterly. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 12. Hiruzen, you are too impulsive. In the Hokage's office, 2 old men were sitting. The strength of the Great Xia Kingdom is still unknown. How can you let the Anbu take action? Danzo, it's just a small country, there's no need to be so careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said slowly. His old face looked kind. But Danzo on the other side knew very well how the man on the other side was a snake in his heart. Only the children of Konoha would regard him as a kind grandfather, the kind third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage who had been in office for the longest time. During his reign, he experienced the 2 ninja world wars. In these 2 ninja world wars, which one did Konoha lose? Then you can't attack a little girl, and you also went to more than a dozen Anbu. Danzo said righteously. Hiruzen on the opposite side did not respond. He looked at him with a smile. Who doesn't know who between the 2 of them? One is the Hokage of Konoha. The other is the root in the shadow. Danzo and Orochimaru did human experiments. Doesn't Sarutobi Hiruzen really know? And the evil that Sarutobi Hiruzen did, doesn't Danzo know anything? They are just 2 old foxes. Danzo came here aggressively today, not to speak up for justice for the great Xia dynasty. Just to see if he can catch Hiruzen's omissions and force him to step down as Hokage. However, it is obvious that nothing was gained. Over the years, Danzo has been obsessed with the position of Hokage. He will not miss any opportunity to strike Hiruzen. Humph! This little girl is easy to deal with. Danzo snorted angrily. But the other two people in Daxia are both extremely powerful. He suddenly smiled mysteriously again. I heard that Kakashi was just glared at by that person, and now he is still lying on the bed. Hearing this, Hiruzen said dissatisfiedly. You are well informed. Konoha ninjas keep disappearing in Daxia. I thought some other big country was targeting Konoha. But after seeing the three people from Daxia, I realized that this matter was closely related to Daxia. Now that Konoha is in a period of transition, all the major powers are watching covetously. If we do not respond to this matter, the other great powers will target the Fire Nation. Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe, his eyes sparkling. After the third Chunin exam, we will kill the two people from Daxia with lightning speed and show our strength to all the major countries. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Is this why you wanted me to be there? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, in addition to you, I will also invite the fourth Kazekage. This way, we will be completely safe. I can't imagine anyone in the world who can survive our attack. Danzo sneered, is this what you mean by showing our strength? The four wind shadows are also considered our strength. Of course, reliable allies are also a force that cannot be ignored. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like he was sure of victory. Danzo was getting more and more angry when he saw Hiruzen like this. I don't agree with this plan, it's too reckless. Although Danzo felt that this was a sure thing, he felt uncomfortable if he didn't say a few words to Hiruzen. This is an order, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Humph, you will regret it. The two finally parted unhappily. In the Death Forest, a member of the Anbu flew over and broke the tree behind him. Large streams of blood gushed out of his mouth. The mask on his face was broken. The light in his exposed eyes gradually extinguished. Lord Asuma, the opponent's physical skills are too strong, and we have already lost several people. Without his subordinates reporting, Asuma also had a clear view of the battlefield. The opponent was extremely fast, and each move was powerful. It was hard to imagine how the opponent could be so powerful at such a young age. Didn't he come to participate in the Chunin exam? The strength he just showed was better than that of a Jonin. Retreat first. Get some distance and attack with ninjutsu. Asuma gave the order without hesitation. The ANBU members were all elite ninjas, and they quickly retreated after hearing the order. In an instant, only Zinyu was left in the field. The ANBU members occupied the advantageous terrain and began to use ninjutsu one after another. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Wind Style, Dust and Wind Technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the colorful attack covered the place where Zinyu was. Zinyu jumped high and moved away from the attack area. Suddenly, with a bang, a white smoke came out of the leader's body. A piece of wood appeared there. Zinyu didn't have time to marvel at the magic. There was a whistling sound of wind above her head. She raised her sword to block it. A chakra knife covered with wind attribute chakra hit Chu Shui. This time the sense of power was full, far greater than those people just now. The most important thing is that Zinyu swung the sword in a hurry. She didn't use much strength. Asuma succeeded in one blow and was relieved. He used all his strength and swung another knife. Finally, under the reaction force of the two, Zinyu fell to the ground. As soon as she landed, she was attacked by countless ninjutsu. And Asuma in the air even released his signature ninjutsu. Fire-style ash accumulation burning. A ball of high-temperature ash fell from a height to the ground. The ash adhered to the ground, and Asuma bit it hard. A flame spread from the corner of his mouth along the ash to the ground. Finally, there were continuous explosions. Asuma landed and looked at the explosion with a vigilant look. After more than 10 seconds, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, this mission is accomplished. He waved his hand, and then, after the smoke and dust cleared, he just had to take the girl's body back. Is this the ninjutsu of Asuma-sama? The power is really terrifying. Listening to the discussion of his subordinates, Asuma showed a proud look on his face. Unfortunately, this atmosphere was broken by a cold voice. How can the fire of mortals hurt me? Chapter 13. How is it possible? The ninja who was just chatting and laughing suddenly exclaimed. Impossible, how could anyone survive such an attack? Asuma looked serious. He consoled his subordinates, even a cage-level warrior would not be able to escape unscathed. Maybe he's bluffing. Don't panic, everyone, get into formation. After hearing this, the Anbu members calmed down a little. Shua shua shua. The ninjas hid not far away. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard in the field. Xinyu walked out of the smoke and dust. The attack just now did not cause her any harm. Even her hair was not messy. Xinyu was surrounded by a faint white light. It seemed that it was this white light that resisted the countless attacks just now. What kind of ninjutsu is that? A protective ninjutsu? The ninjas looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems to be a kind of flame. Asuma said in a deep voice. He looked at the white light in horror. The white light enveloped Xinyu. The space around was distorted by the burning. Everything near Xinyu, including the ninjutsu and ninja tools released by the ninjas just now, was turned into nothing under this white light. From a distance, Xinyu's body looked like a celestial body with huge gravity. The surrounding space collapsed towards her. The footsteps did not stop. Every step seemed to step on the hearts of the ninjas. The atmosphere became more and more tense, and finally a ninja could not stand it anymore. Water style, water wave. A pool of water formed and rushed towards Xinyu. Xinyu waved her hand casually. The white light on her body was torn apart a little. It formed a flame flower and floated towards the direction of the ninja who launched the ninjutsu. During the flight, the flame flower hit the attacking water column of water wave. Swish! The water column disappeared in an instant. Not even a trace of water vapor was left. It was as if it had been wiped out from space. The flames did not stop at all, and flew straight to the ninja. In the ninja's horrified eyes, the flames floated to his chest. His chest suddenly collapsed, leaving a big hole. It doesn't hurt. The ninja was surprised. Then he saw his body, along with the big hole in his chest, disappearing. There was no blood spurting out. There was no horrible short limbs. He just disappeared like that, as if he had never existed in the world. How is it possible? Asuma's pupils shrank suddenly. This scene continued to impact his brain. Even his thinking slowed down a lot. The Taiyin True Fire is really terrifying. Even Xinyu herself was surprised. You know, it is not easy to practice the Taiyin True Fire. And this power makes Xinyu even more satisfied. Since she practiced the Taiyin True Fire, she has not used it in actual combat. After all, only some ninjas who are blind enough to break into Daxia will she take action. And those ninjas have no killing intentions towards her. So basically every time she just stops at the right time. But this time is different. These ninjas are much stronger than those she has encountered before. And they all have killing intentions. So Xinyu took action without any scruples. However, the first time she used the Taiyin True Fire, it gave her such a big surprise. As for the remaining ninjas, let's deal with them all at once. Buzz! A force inexplicably rose from Xinyu's body. Her long hair moved without wind. An invisible pressure spread out in all directions, centered around her. Retreat! Asuma roared and turned to flee. The other ninjas heard the boss order and fled to the periphery without hesitation. Buzz! The Taiyan true fire on Xinyu's body shook. It burst out with a violent and dazzling white light. Then it turned into starlight and floated around her. Wherever the starlight passed, everything was annihilated. With Xinyu as the center of the circle, a vacuum zone was formed. Moreover, this vacuum zone spread to the periphery at a very fast speed. The edge of the vacuum zone was like a devouring beast. Wherever it passed, whether it was ancient trees, fleeing ninjas, or attacking ninjutsu, they were all swallowed up. In an instant, a vacuum zone with a radius of 100 meters was formed. There was nothing here. The ground sank into a huge pit. Xinyu jumped out of the huge pit and looked back. The lush forest was gone. Only a big pit remained. The ninjas who were so aggressive just now have now become nothingness. Xinyu curled her lips. Ninjas are really weak. In fact, this was a misunderstanding by Xinyu. First of all, her realm is very high, still at the peak of the nascent soul, but she lacks strength. Secondly, the skills she practices and the spiritual weapons she possesses are all top-notch. Not to mention the small world of the ninja world. Even in the big world, the eternal world, it is considered top-notch. For example, the skills she practices are not the Daxia Sutra commonly used in Daxia. It is the Taiyan Sutra. This is the real Xiandi Sutra. The Taiyan true fire practiced through the Taiyan Sutra. Facing Asuma and his group, it is naturally a dimensionality reduction attack. Ordinary immortal cultivators, even if they have reached Xinyu's realm, they will not have such combat power. Pa pa pa! There was a sound of applause. Miss Xinyu is really amazing. It seems that it is unnecessary for His Majesty to send me to secretly look after you. Not far away, Orochimaru came over with a smile. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 14. What happened in the examination room? The examiner Hungdu stood up suddenly. The glutinous rice dumpling in her hand fell to the ground without noticing. In the distant forest, a strong light burst out. Rustle, rustle. The wind blew the leaves. Hungdu suddenly shivered. What on earth was going on there? This was definitely not something a genin could cause. Let's go and take a look. Something might have gone wrong in the examination room. Hungdu was very decisive and was about to ask other examiners to check the situation. Wait, this is the order from the Hokage. From the shadows, an Anbu member came out. Anbu. Hungdu frowned. All of them are genin taking the exam. What kind of mission requires the Anbu to take action? There was quite a commotion just now. It was just the movement just now. Do you still think that the other party is a weak genin? As for the mission, I have nothing to say. The Anbu member said coldly. After that, he disappeared. Hungdu felt uneasy, but she had to listen to the Hokage's order. She could only sit down in silence and wait for the genin who passed the exam. Fellow Orochimaru, it's you. Xinyu chuckled. Orochimaru nodded and looked deeply at the big pit. Immortal cultivators are really terrifying. With Miss Xinyu's strength, she can walk sideways in the ninja world. Lord Orochimaru is also a cultivator now. Yes, I am glad that I am now in the ranks of immortals. However, although Miss Xinyu is powerful, but in the ninja world, there are also some strange people and strange skills. Miss Xinyu should be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Orochimaru kindly reminded. Xinyu nodded. As for Orochimaru, her master had commented before. He would do anything to get what he wanted. He would never give up until he achieved his goal. But Orochimaru was also the most loyal and devout person to his ideals. For the sake of eternal life, he could do unscrupulous human experiments. He could betray Konoha, the place he grew up and fought for. He was crazy in his bones. Now, Daxia gave Orochimaru the chance of eternal life. Then, Orochimaru would only be loyal to Daxia. Miss Zinyu, I'll take my leave now. With your strength, there is no threat to you here. I'm going to carry out His Majesty's order and see how those two brats are doing. A hint of excitement appeared on Orochimaru's face, and his long tongue hung at the corner of his mouth. After saying that, Orochimaru disappeared. Konoha sent people to attack Zinyu. This matter certainly cannot be let go. However, what to do next? That is Zinyu's own decision. Since Orochimaru realized Zinyu's strength, he knew that he didn't need to add unnecessary things later. Now it's time to take care of the two brats, Naruto and Sasuke. How to do it? Break through the psychological defenses first? Let the two brats who think they are geniuses experience the cruelty of the world. Ho ho ho. Orochimaru smiled and laughed inexplicably. How to do it? The master has his own plans, and I can't make things worse now. But I still feel very unhappy, so I can only vent my anger on the Konoha candidates here. Zinyu is vindictive. If she wasn't worried about disturbing her master's plan, she would run to the Hokage's office right now to let the old man see the methods of a cultivator. Zinyu didn't think much about it, and her spiritual sense suddenly expanded. All places in the Death Forest examination room were covered by Zinyu's spiritual sense. She wanted to find all the Konoha candidates, teach them a lesson, and take away their scrolls. Found it. Soon. Konoha's 10th team's Pig Deerjo was the first to be discovered by Zinyu. At this time, the three of them were lying under the shade of a tree. Unfortunately, Akimichi Koji's butt was too big. At this time, half of it was exposed, which looked a bit unsightly. Shikamaru, are we just going to hide like this? If Sakura knew, she would laugh at me. Yamanaka Ino grumbled in dissatisfaction. Before Nara Shikamaru could speak, Akimichi Koji interrupted. This is also good, no need to run around. After saying this, he took a bite of potato chips. Women are such a hassle. Shikamaru sighed as he looked at Ino, who was about to get scared, and Koji, who was still eating potato chips. With the strength of the three of us, what's the difference between going out and committing suicide? Except for Naruto and the others who are easy to bully, there will be no weak team in the second game. It's better to conserve your energy and wait for the opportunity. Ino thought about it, it seems so. Except for the couple with wide foreheads, because of Sakura with wide foreheads and Naruto who was at the bottom of the group, they look easier to bully, but the other teams are not easy to mess with. Of course, it's not Sasuke's fault that Team 7 is weak. It's all because of Sakura and Naruto. What posture should I use to hug Sasuke next time I see him? Oh, I'm a little shy when I think about it. Ino thought so and twisted her body. Shikamaru was very dissatisfied. He turned his head and wanted to glare at Ino, but found someone squatting next to Ino. Isn't this Zinyu of the Great Xia Dynasty? Why is she here? No, why is she here suddenly? Suddenly, a fist came in front of him. Shikamaru lost consciousness immediately. He fell asleep peacefully with a panda eye. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 15. Crack. Dinkai bit a potato chip awkwardly. It was very loud at this time. You. Cough cough. Before he finished speaking, the potato chips he had just bitten were choking him. He started coughing violently. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Zinyu falling from the sky with an expressionless face. He stood next to Ino. Then he punched Shikamaru unconscious with an expressionless face. Ino turned around dissatisfied and whispered. Hey, Koji, what's wrong with you? We are in an ambush. She. What's this, she, what's wrong with Shikamaru? Why did you suddenly faint? Ino screamed. Bang! A fat figure flew out from under the shade of the tree. He hit a tree, his head tilted, and he fainted. Under the shade of the tree, Eno turned his head with difficulty. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Sister, if you hit them you can't hit me. Bang! Another figure flew out from under the shade of the tree. Eno bumped into the unconscious body of Koji. Because of Koji's round belly, he bounced back a few meters and lay on the ground motionless. Bang! Another sound. The unconscious Shikamaru was also kicked out. The 3 members of Team 10 fell asleep peacefully. Zenyu picked up the scroll in her hand and put it into the storage ring. Then she jumped into the air and left. The ninjas in Konoha are very easy to find. Because ninjas have a strange habit. Every ninja will wear a forehead protector. Although, this forehead protector can't block anything. And Zenyu finds people based on the forehead protector. Why is this person in front of me dressed so strangely? Zenyu was a little surprised. But she still stopped. After all, this person was from Konoha. Team 3 had just split up not long ago and went to investigate the situation in 3 groups. As luck would have it, the person Zenyu found based on her spiritual sense was Rock Lee from Team 3. He was wearing a green tights, had a watermelon-like head, had bandages on his hands, and had those iconic thick eyebrows. Why are you acting alone? Where are the other teammates in your team? Zenyu landed on the ground and looked at Xiao Li not far away and said. Very strong. This person is very strong. I have no obligation to tell you where my teammates are. Facing a strong enemy, Xiao Li showed a rare serious expression. Oh! Zenyu agreed. Suddenly she disappeared from Xiao Li's sight. Left? No. Right? Still wrong. Xiao Li tried hard to find the figure of Zenyu. Ugh! Suddenly, he was hit hard in the abdomen. The afterimage gradually became clear. Zenyu's figure appeared in front of him. Xiao Li was hit hard in the abdomen. His whole body was bent up. Like a bent shrimp. His eyes gradually turned white. Sneak attack. I won't lose next time. Teacher Kai. I lost. I failed you. I failed my youth. Looking at this strangely dressed man, who fainted and was still saying strange things, Zenyu said. He is indeed a very strange person. It's a pity that there was no harvest this time, and he didn't have any scrolls on him. In Zenyu's consciousness, there were 2 people who were alone. They were moving in different directions. It seemed that those 2 people were his teammates. Zenyu decided to find these 2 people first. Teammates, they have to be in good order. Zenyu chose a direction. The people in that direction walked neither slow nor slow. They seemed to be very confident in their own strength. Soon, Zenyu appeared in front of Ningkai. That person wearing strange green clothes, is he your teammate? Ningji frowned. Are you talking about Xiao Li? Oh, his name is Xiao Li, it seems I found the right person. Ningji showed an interested look. It seems that Xiao Li has been defeated by you. So, you are very strong now. Ningji activated his Byakugan, with an arrogant look on his face. Even if you snatch the scroll from those random people, you will be laughed at. Only a strong person like you can help me to go further. Zenyu nodded. It seems that you are very strong. After saying that, his slender figure disappeared on the spot. No matter how fast you are, there is no place to hide under the Byakugan. A shadow appeared in Niji's Byakugan vision. He knew that this was the girl called Zenyu. But why was she so fast? It was like a flash, approaching him at a rapid speed. No, he couldn't resist. The other party was too fast. In an instant, Zenyu appeared beside Niji. 8 diagram palms to restore heaven. Niji shouted angrily, using the Hyuga family's unique skills. Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks fell on the chakra shield. Niji held on tightly inside. After a few breaths, the fierce attacks stopped. Niji gasped for breath. Cold sweat kept dripping down. What kind of monster was on the other side? Kaitan was known for its absolute defense. But just now, it was almost broken by fists and feet. Not bad. Xinyu commented not far away. Since I was a child, I have always been called a genius. I can't lose like this. Ningji panted heavily and stared at the other party vigilantly. Xinyu moved, but this time her speed was not fast. The power of the yin. She changed her fist into a palm, and a ball of transparent fluid appeared in front of her palm. The crisis of destruction came, and Niji's scalp tingled. He called himself a genius. Facing this person, he could only defend himself helplessly. Bagwajong Hui Tian. A roaring voice came out. Sure enough, he could not change his fate. A Shakara shield wrapped around Niji again. Unfortunately, this time, Hui Tian was like a crisp glass, shattered all over the ground. When the power of the moon was about to touch Niji, it suddenly dissipated inexplicably. In Niji's surprised eyes, Xinyu kicked over with her slender legs. Bang! Ningji suffered the same treatment as Konoha Genin. Master said that you are all immortal seeds. For the future of the great Xia dynasty, I won't be so ruthless. He found the scroll from Ningkai. The new moon disappeared on the spot. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 16. Xinyu was too lazy to look for the last person in this team. So, Tian Tian was lucky to escape. After snatching scrolls from several Konoha teams, Xinyu flew towards the central tower. There was nothing special about these teams. There was just a little girl in one of them. She had the same eyes as the self-proclaimed genius ninja. She was just very shy. Xinyu had some impression of her. On the way to the tower, Xinyu also saw Naruto and the others. Orochimaru was standing on his big snake. The three people were chased everywhere. Judging from their expressions, the three people had suffered some mental trauma. Wow, a team is coming so soon. Or the new moon of the great Xia dynasty. Little sister, you came so early, didn't you fail the exam? Xinyu looked at the examiner, not knowing what to say. Hongdu thought Xinyu had failed the exam, so she hurriedly pulled her over. It doesn't matter, I'll take the test next time. Here, I'll give you my glutinous rice balls. Xinyu's eyes lit up. She took it and started eating. Her experience as a beggar in her childhood made Xinyu pay special attention to things. Even though she is cultivating immortals now, she can fast and no longer need to eat. There is still a lot of food prepared in Xinyu's storage ring. Looking at the delicious food Xinyu eats, Hongdu sighed in her heart. This girl is quite optimistic. The Chunin exam is also a very important thing in the life of a ninja. Sure enough, it is because the great Xia dynasty is too small, and the quality of ninjas needs to be improved. She didn't think much about it and ate with Xinyu. After the two of them had eaten and drunk enough, Hongdu said with some doubts. Why didn't any of the little devils from Konoha village come over? This year's Genin is stronger than previous years. Seeing Hongdu's depressed look, Xinyu said they can't come. Why? Because I took all their scrolls. Little devil from Daxia, stop bragging. As soon as Hongdu finished speaking, many scrolls fell. Hongdu's mouth twitched. He looked at Xinyu blankly. Chief Examiner, I have passed, right? Hongdu said blankly, I have passed. Then she saw Xinyu, pushed open the door on the high tower and walked in. Hongdu lowered her head and looked at a pile of scrolls on the ground. She was even more confused. She thought Xinyu, the second Chunin exam, would end soon. In the high tower, the third Hokage looked at the team below. Anger rose in his eyes. Among the genin of Konoha village, only Team 7 where Naruto was located passed the exam. The other teams were wiped out. This was all thanks to this person from Daxia. And the reason why Naruto's team passed the exam was because the person named Zinyu didn't bother to pay attention. At this time, the three people from Daxia were in the high tower. Zinyu surrounded Zhang Hao, chattering about something. Hiruzen looked at this scene and could only hold back his anger. His son, Asuma. But he took a group of Anbu to attack the girl. But now the people of Daxia are unharmed. Hiruzen didn't dare to think too much about Asuma's ending. Even though the Sarutobi clan has a large number of people and is strong, elite Jonin like Asuma is still a rare talent. I heard that my disciples were attacked in the Forest of Death. It seems like it was done by Konoha's Anbu. Third Hokage, please give me an explanation for this matter. Zhang Hao stood up calmly. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Zhang Hao. Mr. Zhang Hao, this is a misunderstanding. The third generation coughed and said. Is this the man who killed Kakashi instantly? His name is Zhang Hao. Might Guy looked at Zhang Hao, his eyes full of solemnity. Except for Tian Tian, the members of his 10th team were not injured. Xiao Li and Ningkai were both seriously injured. And this was all done by Zhang Hao's disciple. That is, the girl named Zinyu. And now facing Zhang Hao, even if they are not separated by a distance, Might Guy still feels that his hair stands up. He is only proficient in physical skills and has practiced physical skills to the extreme. He is very sensitive to danger. And this person brings him a strong sense of danger. Some people feel danger, while others can only see something else. Wow, this is so cool. And the strength is so strong, questioning the Hokage in person. Ino's voice came. Her injured body couldn't stop her from looking at the handsome guy. Zinyu glared at him. Ino choked for a moment. But she was still secretly watching Zhang Hao. Oh? What's the misunderstanding? This is another country's infiltration into Konoha, and Miss Crescent Moon was accidentally injured. The third Hokage said with a heartache. He knew in his heart that Asuma was most likely in danger. 3 days later, the third Chunin exam will be held in the 10,000 person arena. At that time, I will give Mr. Zhang Hao an explanation. Well, I'll wait and see. Zhang Hao said meaningfully. Then, he took Jun Yao and Xinu to the exit. The 10th class was right there. Might Guy's body was tense. As Zhang Hao and the other two came step by step, the warning given to him by his beast instinct became more and more obvious. It was extremely dangerous. In Might Guy's sight, the man approached step by step. Like a sharp sword, slowly piercing into Might Guy's heart. Boom, boom, boom. Might Guy's heart began to beat violently. Under the huge pressure, the 6th gate of the 8 gates, the Jingmen, opened automatically. For a moment, green energy burst out from Might Guy's body. The people around him were knocked all over the place by this energy. His eyes were wide open and his hair stood on end. He looked straight at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was a little surprised. Is this the instinct of a beast to danger? Bold! Jun Yao shouted angrily. She wanted to jump over Zhang Hao and attack. But she was stopped by Zhang Hao. If Jun Yao attacked, whether Might Guy could survive would be another matter. Zhang Hao admired this man. His eyes condensed slightly, and suddenly, an invisible and inexplicable force enveloped Might Guy. Might Guy only felt that a strong suppression suddenly appeared around his body. The suppression became stronger and stronger, and finally, the Jingmen in his body was completely closed by the suppression. Might Guy was like a serious illness. His face was covered with sweat, and he collapsed on the ground. He looked helplessly, and Zhang Hao and the other two had already walked out of the tower. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 17. There was silence in the tower. All that could be heard was the panting of the third generation sitting on the chair. His originally kind face looked a little gloomy. "Kai, are you okay?" Yui Kurane helped Might Guy up. She looked worried. "Why did you suddenly provoke him?" Kakashi was seriously injured because he was monitoring him. Might Guy's face turned pale. He said weakly, "I didn't mean to provoke you. It was just that the body sensed a huge danger and reacted, so that the Jingmen opened by itself." Xi Rihong said seriously. "It seems that man is extremely powerful. You two, the most powerful Jonin in Konoha, are powerless to fight back." Might Guy felt bitter inside, but did not refute. "Ah!" Xi Rihong sighed. The second exam was over and Asuma was nowhere to be seen. "Humph! What an irresponsible man, he wants to pursue me like this," she said dissatisfiedly. In this Chunin exam, Konoha really lost face for a big country. Not only did only one team pass the second Chunin exam, but they, the Jonin of Konoha, were also suppressed by people from a small country. "Okay, everyone, go back. Genin who passed the exam, prepare well. 3 days later, the third Chunin exam will begin at the Colosseum with 10,000 people." The third Hokage said and disappeared. He appeared in the Hokage's office with a gloomy face. "And here, Danzo has been waiting for a long time. Hiruzen, how does it feel to lose your son? I told you, you'll regret it." "Enough. Danzo, now is not the time to talk about this." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was usually calm and composed, was a little furious at this moment. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Then he said, "In 3 days, it will be the third Chunin exam. In the arena with tens of thousands of people, we must ambush more people. Zhonghao of the Great Xia Dynasty is not simple. This time, the elites of your route must also cooperate with the Anbu to act together. Since this is the team that Danzo works so hard to pull together, he is naturally unwilling to do so." "I disagree, Hiruzen. The route's ninja qualities are not suitable for this mission." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled. Yamanaka Fu in a barame tone, "The strength of these two people has already reached the level of Konoha's elite Jonin. Do I need to tell you about the other people in the route one by one?" Danzo. Danzo took a deep look at the third Hokage. The strength of his route was known to him clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's power was greater than he thought. Danzo said sullenly, "The route will send out 5 ninjas this time, and I guarantee that they are all at the level of Jonin." "I don't agree. The route must send out 30 ninjas this time, and they must all be Jonins," Sarutobi Hiruzen said forcefully. "Hiruzen, you're dreaming. After the Chunin exam, I will definitely go to the daimyo and impeach you. You are extremely unqualified to be the Hokage. It's time for someone else to lead Konoha." Hiruzen sneered. "That was after the Chunin exams. Now, I am the Hokage. This is an order. 3 days later, you must lead 30 Jonin to ambush, so that nothing can go wrong." Danzo was silent for a moment. He had no choice but to accept. "Hiruzen, you will regret it." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he looked at Danzo's departing back. Zhonghao of Daxia put too much pressure on him. But then he thought again. The fourth Kazekage, himself the third Kazekage, Danzo, and many ninjas from the Anbu en route who were lying in ambush. So many people, just to kill Zhonghao. Hiruzen couldn't figure out how he could lose. As for Jun Yao and Xinu, Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored them subconsciously. Suddenly, he laughed at himself. Thinking back then, he was a disciple of the second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju, at a young age. After the First Ninja World War, he succeeded the Fire Country Hokage. Later, he experienced 2 Ninja World Wars. He was able to skillfully combine 5 different types of ninjutsu and mastered all the ninjutsu of Konoha. He enjoyed the title of ninjutsu professor in the ninja world. He also cultivated the 3 ninjas who dominated the ninja world. As the longest-serving Hokage, he is now afraid of a young man. He calmed down. Calmness reappeared in his eyes, and he took a puff of his pipe. A light smoke slowly floated up. He returned to Danzo and called Yamanaka Kaze in a baremaid tone. These two have followed him for a long time. They are the people he trusts the most. You guys guard the door, no one is allowed to enter. Danzo said, and then he went into the root office. Yamanaka-fu and a baremaid looked at each other and stood guard at the door seriously. Danzo walked to the wall and pressed a switch. The door of a secret room slowly opened. Da-da-da. He walked down slowly. It turned out to be a medical room. There were all kinds of medical equipment inside. Danzo took out a syringe and stared at the liquid inside for a long time. The first generation of Hokage, Hashirama Senju's cells. The power of the god of ninja is really fascinating. He slowly unsealed his right hand. As the seal fell off, a withered arm wrapped in bandages was revealed. Danzo slowly untied the bandages, as if he was treating a work of art. When all the bandages were untied, the full picture of the arm was revealed. It was an arm with dozens of eyes. However, at this moment, all the eyes on the arm were tightly closed. The eyes of the Uchiha clan require a lot of energy to maintain. The best way is to put them into hibernation. Even so, my right arm is much thinner than my left arm. Danzo sighed. This arm and the eye of Uchiha Shisui in his right eye are his biggest trump cards. As Hiruzen's teammate and opponent for most of his life, Danzo knew very well that a battle that could make Hiruzen so cautious must be extremely dangerous. And isn't the trump card to be used at this time? Danzo slowly injected the liquid in the syringe into his right arm. Kika! 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 In an instant, all the Sharingan eyes suddenly opened. In Danzo's right arm, it was shaking crazily. 10 scarlet Sharingan eyes exuded a faint red. So much so that Danzo's entire right arm was faintly red. In the dim medical room, it looked very strange. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 18. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Today is the last round of the Chunin exam. Zhang Hao and the other two arrived at the 10,000 person arena on time. There were a total of 7 people who passed the second round of the exam, so there was no pre-selection for the third round of the exam in the tower. Therefore, the candidates drew lots on the spot. Gara. The opponent that Xinyu drew was Gara from Sand Village. It's the guy with the gourd on his back. Xinyu was a little more serious. In the Forest of Death, except for Naruto's team, all other genin teams of Konoha were eliminated by Xinyu. And this Gara did the same thing as Xinyu. He eliminated the rest of the teams. Except for the low efficiency and the ugly scene, everything else was good. So, there were only 7 people in the third exam. In addition to Xinyu, there were 2 other teams. Konoha's Team 7 and Gaara's team. Among them, the only one that Xinyu was interested in was Gaara. At this time, the sun had already risen. The weather was a little hot, and the arena was full of spectators. For the civilians in the ninja world, such a big scene is rare. In addition to the civilians, the rest were some ninjas. The genin who were eliminated before were also scattered in various corners at this time. What? Sakura can actually participate in such a prominent event? Ino saw Sakura off the field and immediately felt unhappy. There is nothing we can do about it, because that person didn't attack Team 7. Shikamaru curled his lips, with a faint panda mark on his right eye. That girl called Xinyu is so scary, said Dinkai with lingering fear. I lost 10 pounds in the past 3 days. When I think of her kicking me in the stomach, I just can't eat anymore. Shikamaru looked at Koji stroking his belly with a sympathetic look on his face. Zenyu is really amazing. Even if she meets Gaara from the Sand Village, I think she will definitely win this time. Elsewhere, the three members of Team 8 gathered together. Inyazuka Kaiba said excitedly. Abarame. Shino looked at him speechlessly. A few days ago, I remember you got hit the most. Inyazuka Kaiba said indifferently. So what? Ninjas always worship the strong. If I can be friends with her, I would be fine even if I get beaten up by Zenyu. Abarame Shino looked at the field, not intending to pay attention to her crazy teammate. The second Chunin exam was because Inyazuka Kaiba's ninja dog Akamaru wanted to mark Zenyu's scent. This caused Zenyu to be furious. Although he didn't mark it at all. But looking at Zenyu's expression, you can tell that she was disgusted. The man and the dog were beaten for 10 minutes. Today, these two guys can still limp to watch the third exam. Shino could only sigh. What a tenacious vitality. So, isn't it good to be alive? That female devil from Daxia is not easy to mess with at first glance. Shino made up his mind to stay away from Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru in the future. Hinata in the corner pointed two fingers at each other for a long time. Then he whispered a sentence. Sister Zenyu is really excellent. However, it was soon drowned out by the noisy scene. Team 10. Xiao Li was excited. The battle between the strong was very attractive to him. If there is still a chance, he must ask Zenyu for advice. Niji, who was standing aside, had a gloomy face. He had not recovered from the last defeat. Tenten, who was standing beside him, looked worried. Zenyu, our team also passed the second exam. Naruto said shyly in front of Zenyu. In the past, he could shout I love you in front of Sakura. But now, every time he faces Zenyu, Naruto always feels very nervous. Congratulations, Naruto. Zenyu chuckled. Sasuke, who was not far away, looked at Zenyu with a fighting spirit. Although he was severely beaten by Orochimaru. But after recovering, Sasuke felt that he had grown a lot in that battle. He is an avenger, and such a battle can stimulate his potential. Only such an opponent can force out the strongest self. Attention, examinees! The third Chunin exam is officially starting. The invigilator's voice interrupted the conversation between Zenyu and Naruto. There was no choice, Zenyu was the first one. She jumped into the examination room lightly, and Gaara was already waiting there. I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Gaara said expressionlessly. In this way, if I kill you, my existence will have meaning again. Ho ho ho! Kill you! Then I can feel alive again. Whenever I think that others exist to make me realize this, I feel that the world is particularly beautiful. Ho ho ho! Gaara's body trembled inexplicably and he laughed strangely. Zenyu was a little impatient. Facing the beams of sunlight, Zenyu looked towards the highest point of the arena. Mr. Zhang Hao, have you had a good rest these days? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a warm face. Originally, he thought that the Great Xia Dynasty where Zhang Hao was located was a puppet supported by other major powers. By targeting Zhang Hao and his group, the mastermind behind the scenes could be found. However, after a series of events, the third generation understood that a strong man like Zhang Hao could not become a puppet of others. But the deadly feud has been made. The other party does not look like a magnanimous person. And he has also paid the price of his son Asuma and more than a dozen lives of the Anbu. The hatred is as deep as the sea. So, let's make a conclusion today. Either you die or I die. Not bad, I like the environment of Konoha. But I really don't like the people in power here. Zhang Hao said lightly. He sat down, and Jun Yao stood quietly behind him. Zhang Hao looked around. The people here, besides the third generation and Zhang Hao, there were two others. The fourth generation Kazakage sitting next to the third generation, and Danzo who was drinking tea in the corner. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wry smile, haha, Mr. Zhang Hao is joking. Then he turned his gaze to the other side. The fourth Kazekage, you have been on the road for a long time. You must have worked hard. The fourth Kazekage wore a Kazekage hat and a black mask on his face. Hearing this, he said hoarsely. Where, it's better to hold it here. We are allies, and of course I have to come and see such a big event as the Chunin exam. Besides, there are also our genin from the sand village off the field. Oh? The battle has already begun. The fourth Kazekage said as he looked down. It's so intense. Everyone in the field was attracted by his words and looked at the field. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 19. The master should be there. Xinyu retracted her gaze. Gara on the opposite side was still going crazy. Xinyu frowned, kicked the ground with both feet, and rushed towards Gara at a very fast speed. The speed was too fast, and ordinary people could only see Xinyu suddenly disappear. Only a powerful Jonin could catch the afterimage left in the air. Gara's laughter was interrupted. He was hit hard on the left face and flew far away. Lying on the ground motionless. Killed in one punch. Gara and I are about the same strength. Shikamaru was stunned. The huge arena was silent at this moment. What happened? This is the third Chunin exam. Those who can come here are all strong. But what did they just see? One punch, just one punch. The ninja of the hidden sand village was defeated. I haven't defeated him yet. Gara has a lot of chakra in his body. Suzuki said calmly. His Sharingan was activated, and he could see Gara's situation clearly. Gara, who was lying on the ground, slowly raised his head. His left face slowly shattered and turned into pieces of sand, which fell to the ground one after another. It's the armor of sand. I told you Gara wouldn't lose. Temari said with some fear. Of course, Gara is a real monster, and she will soon experience the consequences of angering a monster. Kankuro said sinisterly. The punch from Xinyu just now really scared him. However, before Gara could get up, Xinyu had already appeared beside him. Xinyu raised her right foot and stepped hard on Gara's waist. Bang! A deep pit was created on the ground. Gara in the pit was no longer in human form. However, Gara's body slowly turned into sand. Fake! Is this the ninja's clone technique? So this is a sand clone. Xinyu was a little curious. She recalled the situation just now. This fake body was indeed lifelike. But it was a pity that the soul was missing. So next time she encountered the clone technique, she only needed to find the body with the soul. For a cultivator, it was very easy to detect whether the other party had a soul. Before Xinyu could think more, the ground suddenly shook. Flowing sand waterfall. Gara's real body appeared at the sidelines and used his signature ninjutsu. The ground instantly turned into a desert, and violent waves of sand rushed towards Xinyu. The ninjutsu made a lot of noise, but with Xinyu's speed, the flowing sand waterfall had no effect on her at all. Clang! The autumn water sword was unsheathed. She flew into the air and instantly appeared behind Gara. Gara was too slow to dodge. Sand shield. A raccoon-like sand shield appeared, placed between the crescent moon and Gara. Zhang! Xinyu thrust forward with a sword. Impossible to penetrate, Gara's sand shield, defended with sand that is much harder than steel. Moreover, due to his mother, Karura, the sand can automatically defend itself, which is called absolute defense. Under absolute defense, nothing can penetrate. As Gara's brother, Kankuro knows his brother very well. Although he has a violent personality, he is as strong as a monster. No attack can hurt Gara under absolute defense. Swish! Qiu Shui penetrated without any hindrance. Qiu Shui was a divine sword, how could a mere piece of rubble block it even a little? What? This is impossible. Kanjuro was shocked and exclaimed. Temari beside him opened her mouth wide and couldn't even say a word. The Kyushui sword pierced in, and the extremely hard sand shield turned into quicksand, spreading all over the ground. Swish! The sharp sword pierced Gaara's right chest and pierced through. Blood dripped down the tip of the sword. Who? Gaara opened his mouth to breathe, his lungs were pierced. He felt extremely difficult to breathe now. Xinyu drew her sword and walked out of the field. With such a serious injury, it was impossible for her to stand up again by herself. Today, there was an ambush against the master in Konoha village. Although she knew that the master was powerful and not afraid of these. But she still couldn't help worrying. So, subconsciously, she fought quickly. Gaara knelt on the ground. His face was hideous. From beginning to end, the opponent had been punching, kicking, and swording. It has only been a dozen seconds since the start of the battle. In a dozen seconds, he was defeated. The tearing pain reminded him that he was still alive in the world. This world is so beautiful. It's so beautiful to have such an opponent. He slowly formed seals with his hands. The sleeping technique. After completing the hand seal, Gaara slowly closed his eyes. The sleeping technique can summon the one-tail Shikaku in Gaara's body to fight. But in fact, the essence of this ninjutsu is a technique to quickly enter a sleeping state. The one-tail Shikaku is proficient in sealing techniques. The sealing techniques of the Sand Village cannot completely seal. Once Gaara falls asleep, the one-tail will run wild. In the village, in order to prevent the one-tail from running wild, Gaara hardly sleeps, so that he stares at two panda eyes. Therefore, the sleeping technique is actually a technique that actively lets the one-tail run wild. But this time, Gaara is not in a sleeping state. He was pierced by a sword, and he fainted as soon as he activated the sleeping technique. This also caused the one-tail Shikaku to run wild this time. It will exceed any previous time. Gaara's body swelled rapidly. Countless sand and soil overflowed from his body, forming a yellowish-brown body. It was covered with violet patterns with the pattern of the god of wind. The complete one-tail Shikaku reappears on earth. Oh! The battle has already begun. The fourth Kazekage looked down. It's so intense. The highest spectator seat in the arena is an attic. Upon hearing this, everyone in the attic looked down at the arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank suddenly. What did he see? It was the one-tailed Shikaku. What just happened? He knew that Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. But didn't the third exam just start? In just a few tens of seconds, the one-tailed Shikaku went berserk. He took a deep breath. Now things are getting more and more troublesome. Why not take advantage of the fact that the two people from Daxia are also attracted and launch a sneak attack? If you don't make a decision, you will suffer from the chaos. Sarutobi shouted. Attack! Dozens of ninjas appeared in the attic in an instant and attacked Zhang Hao. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Kazekage, and Danzo were the first to jump into the air and kill Zhang Hao. The golden cudgel in Hiruzen's hand was shining with a dark luster. Danzo's kunao, after being injected with wind chakra, formed a white lightsaber. Zhang Hao seemed to have no time to react. He actually picked up the teacup on the table, and seemed to want to take a sip. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled in his heart. Got it. Top up now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 20. The 50-meter-tall giant almost filled the arena. A huge tail was above the clouds. A terrifying chakra was attacking the arena. Ha 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 ha. I finally got out. Shikaku burst into sharp laughter. What kind of monster is this? Suzuki was blown to the ground by the hurricane brought by Shikaku. He looked unbelievable. The pressure brought by the tailed beast was too strong. Even with the pride of Uchiha, Suzuki was helpless. Did she just fight with such a monster? He cast his eyes on Xinyu. He saw Xinyu standing near Shikaku. But she stood straight. She kept looking up at the attic in the audience. She seemed to care nothing about Shikaku's appearance. And the pressure of the tailed beast had no effect on her. Only Xinyu's robe whistled. Her long hair fluttered. Sasuke gritted his teeth and tried desperately to stand up. Naruto on the side was blown dizzy. He grabbed the steps in the audience and refused to let go. Sasuke stood up shakily. He is an avenger. This is not enough, he is still too weak. He wants to become stronger and stronger, stronger than Xinyu and stronger than the one-tailed Shikaku. Only in this way can he succeed in revenge and kill that man. He stood up straight and looked at Shikaku fearlessly. Evacuate the audience quickly. Where are the ninjas from Konoha? Come with me and distract Shikaku. Might Guy organized the ninjas on the field to evacuate the civilians. The arena with tens of thousands of people was in chaos. The civilians were running around like headless grasshoppers. The ninjas on the scene struggled to maintain order. Ha 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 ha. Shikaku burst into another sharp laugh. That's right, that's it, that's right. Looking at the countless panicked people, Shikaku was very satisfied. As soon as he came out, he saw so many hateful humans. Looking at the tiny humans, they were afraid of their own expressions. Shikaku was too satisfied. Let's kill now! Shikaku roared. Wind-style air bullet training. Shikaku slapped his belly and fired several huge air bullets from his mouth. Boom! 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 The civilians of Konoha at the scene were instantly killed and injured. Seeing countless people injured and dead, Shikaku burst into a sharp laugh again. Damn it! Sasuke yelled, and a huge wind demon shuriken appeared in his hand. He spun around and threw it at Shikaku. Swoosh! The Fuma shuriken pierced the air, whizzed away, and finally hit accurately. However, Shikaku was too big. The Fuma shuriken did not cause any damage. Shikaku did not even realize that someone attacked him. The one-tail was still laughing wildly and attacking civilians. Although the Konoha ninjas tried their best to resist, the effect was limited. Seeing this scene, Naruto and others knew what to do. Just now, Sasuke had taken the initiative to attack. How could they be defeated by Sasuke? Naruto rushed into the field and yelled at Shikaku. In an attempt to attract Shikaku's attention. Looking at Naruto who was getting closer and closer to Shikaku, Sakura exclaimed, "What is Naruto doing? Is he trying to die?" Sasuke ignored Sakura. He understood Naruto's plan, so he rushed in as well. But the movement of the two did not attract Shikaku's attention. Naruto knew that their attack was too weak to attract Shikaku's attention. Then, he could only attack relatively weak areas. Naruto's eyes lit up. He took out a large number of detonating tags and tied them to Kunao. He rushed towards Shikaku's local area. With the help of his shadow clone, he jumped high. Swish! It was easy to pierce. After all, it was the weakest part of Shikaku's body. The detonating tag ignited, and Naruto fell. Sasuke who rushed over caught him. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Ah! Ah! I'm going to kill you! He shouted angrily. Then he found two little bugs behind him. Wind-style training bullet. Several wind styles were fired. This actually integrated the intentions of Naruto and Sasuke. Their original intention was to attract Shikaku's attack, so that the civilians could have time to escape. Unfortunately, they overestimated themselves. The speed of the training bullet was too fast, and Naruto and Sasuke could barely resist it. But they were still hit by the edge of a wind-style bullet. Even if it was just the edge, Naruto and Sasuke were blown more than 10 meters away. They had no strength to stand up. Shikaku was about to make a move to end these two villains. Suddenly, boom! A powerful force erupted from the attic in the audience. This force made Shikaku extremely afraid. At this time, he could no longer care about the two little bugs. Shikaku looked straight at the place where the force erupted. Under the impact of this force, the attic instantly broke into pieces. The roof and walls were smashed to pieces. And more than a dozen ninjas fell down. The ninjas in the field couldn't help but look up. At this time, in the attic. No, it can't be considered an attic. On the platform, Zhang Hao of the Great Xia Dynasty sat behind a table. He held a teacup in his hand. He drank slowly. And the woman in palace dress who was with him stood in front of Zhang Hao. She put away her hands and said coldly. He looked across. There were 3 people there, with grim expressions on their faces. Sarutobi and the other 2 did not fall down because of their great strength. They were now standing on the edge of the platform confronting each other. Junyeo said nothing, and a thrilling power emanated from her body. This power was getting stronger and stronger. With Junyeo as the center, it continued to spread out in all directions. It even created a gust of wind invisibly. The long skirt fluttered, and her face was full of murderous intent. Sarutobi's face became even paler. He understood that this enemy was really powerful. Up to now, he had not even seen Zhang Hao take action. Just the woman following him easily broke up the sneak attacks of many ninjas on his side. These 3 people must not leave Konoha. Set up the formation. Sarutobi ordered decisively. Yes. 12 members of the Anbu obeyed the order and appeared under the platform. They were divided into groups of 3 and occupied 4 directions. 4 Red Yang Formation. A rectangular barrier of red transparent flames quickly opened. It completely isolated the people on the platform from the outside. The 4 Red Yang Formation requires the gathering of 4 top ninjas with chakra levels at the level of Kage to complete the release. However, after the improvement of Sarutobi Hiruzen, now, 3 Jonins can also open the barrier in each direction. And the power of the barrier has not decreased. For a while, the situation in the field was complicated. On the high platform, the 3rd Hokage joined forces with the 4th Kazekage and Danzo to encircle and kill the people of the Great Xia Dynasty. In the arena, a huge figure stood. Civilians were still fleeing in panic. Not far away, a white-haired, majestic ninja was rushing to the arena. His whereabouts were uncertain. This time he came back to Konoha without telling anyone. He was just peeping at the beautiful woman taking a bath, and suddenly felt the movement here. He understood that something big had happened in Konoha. He moved very fast and was anxious. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 21. That's the Hokage. Yui Kurane said in surprise. They even set up the 4 Red Yang Formation. They are determined to fight to the death with the Daxia people. Might Guy looked solemn. He couldn't break this formation. Let's evacuate the civilians as soon as possible. We don't need to worry about the Hokage. Yui Kurane nodded. While Shikaku was in a daze, they evacuated the last wave of civilians. Seeing the barrier of the 4 Red Yang Formation unfold, Shikaku's eyes rolled. As a tailed beast that has lived for countless years, he knows very well how powerful this formation is. The confrontation between several people on the high platform made it feel relieved. The few people inside gave it an extremely dangerous feeling. How about running away now? Shikaku thought to himself. However, the people in the barrier will not be able to get out for a while. It is a pity to run away like this. Kill a few more disgusting humans. Then it will leave here, and wait until it devours Gaara's soul. Then, it will be truly free. Shikaku made up his mind and began to look for humans on the ground. Unfortunately, the civilians in the field had all run away. The ninjas also hid far away. No, there are still a few near it. Shikaku saw the crescent moon not far away. And next to the crescent moon were Sasuke and Naruto, who had just attacked Shikaku. But at this time, the two were lying on the ground unable to move. This little bug actually dared to ignore me. Shikaku was angry. As a noble-tailed beast, it liked the distorted expressions of humans because of fear. This made it very happy. But this human dared to ignore it. This little bug was even more annoying than the bug that attacked it just now. It swung its long arms and smashed towards Xinyu. Under the huge arm, Xinyu looked very small. Xinyu annotated the formation. She pulled out Chu Shui, and the amazing momentum accumulated. "Akaizuki, be careful!" Naruto exclaimed in her ear. She looked up and saw a huge arm coming towards her. It was the monster in Gaara's body. Heaven-cutting sword technique. The Kyushui sword was swung, and with a sound of sword sound, a huge white streak was emitted. The terrifying might overwhelmed the entire 10,000 person arena. This huge white sword energy was longer than Shikaku's body. The air exuded an extremely sharp artistic conception. Because Naruto and Sasuke were close, even tiny sword marks began to appear on their faces. This sword energy was too sharp and even affected the surrounding environment. Even the breeze became extremely sharp at this time. This was far from the sword move that Xinyu used when she toyed with the Xian team. That time was just to show off her skills. It was just a form without meaning. However, this time, Xinyu released all her cultivation. This sword energy reflected her whole body's cultivation and her intention. The huge white streak slashed at Shikaku diagonally. On the body, one of its arms and the upper half of its body connected to the arm were completely cut off by the sword energy. The sword energy did not stop. It landed on a corner of the four red yang formation that had just been completed. The four red yang formation, known as the strongest formation, also did not bring any obstacles to this sword energy. The sword energy passed, and the square four red yang formation shattered into pieces like glass. The red transparent flame dissipated in the sky. The 12 senior ninjas who were maintaining the formation on the ground all spit out blood. The ninjutsu that was maintained with great difficulty was broken by the huge external force. This would cause great harm to the caster. Just like these 12 ninjas, they now looked listless and did not even have the strength to stand up. At this time, half of Shikaku's body fell to the ground. Ouch! A terrifying wail came from the chopped off half of Shikaku's body. The other half of the body that was standing also fell down powerlessly. Sand and soil fell one after another, as if it was raining sand. Xinyu flew on her sword to avoid the sand and rain. She landed on the high platform and walked to the front from Zhonghao. Facing the three most famous ninjas in the ninja world, Naruto and Sasuke watched Xinyu leave and then was buried by the sand and rain. The two of them struggled to climb out. At this time, Shikaku couldn't even condense his body. He just kept emitting sharp wail of pain. At the broken part of his body, Xinyu's sword intent kept raging. Every time Shikaku's body condensed, it would be crushed by the sharp sword intent. Over and over again, Shikaku finally wailed. The sand slowly decreased, and finally revealed Gaara's seriously injured body. Lying on the ground, life or death unknown. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro rushed over and treated Gaara. What kind of people are in the Great Xia dynasty? Even a monster like Gaara will be beaten to death. Sasuke and Naruto lay weakly, looking at the new moon that had just set on the platform. Sasuke felt infinite defeat in his heart. Since he saw the new moon, every time he felt that he had grown up, the new moon of his age would make him see the reality. So that the stronger he became, the bigger the gap between them. That man may not be the opponent of the new moon, right? Sasuke thought so, and gradually became firm in his mind. Naruto looked at the platform with great concern. Why did Grandpa Hokage have a conflict with Master Xinyu? It seems that the two sides are already mortal enemies. He was in great pain and didn't want to see such a scene. Dare to offend His Majesty, unforgivable. Jun Yao said coldly on the high platform. The faces of the three people from the third generation were very ugly. The famous four red yang formation was actually chopped into pieces by a sword from the Dasya people. What kind of trick is that? Sarutobi was depressed. He had discovered that the cultivation system of the people of the Dasya dynasty was completely different from the chakra cultivation. This was a completely unknown enemy. The atmosphere became more and more solemn, the crescent long sword rang lightly, and Jun Yao's robes rustled. Old man, what happened here? A man with long white hair jumped here, looking solemn and asking in confusion. Sarutobi felt relieved when he saw the person coming. The person is Jiraiya, one of the three legendary ninjas. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 22. Jiraiya, you came just in time. This time, Konoha will face the crisis of destruction, and the crisis is brought by the people of the Great Xia dynasty. The third generation said with a sad face, like a victim. The Great Xia dynasty? How come I have never heard of it? Jiraiya was shocked when he heard the words of the third generation. We'll talk about this later. What we need to do now is to destroy the enemy in front of us. Danzo stepped forward and said seriously. Jiraiya's arrival made the third generation feel more confident. But he was still worried. Just now, the sword of this crescent moon was too amazing. Not only did it destroy the one-tailed Shikaka with one strike, but it also shattered the four red yang formation. Ho ho ho! The fourth Kazekage suddenly laughed for no apparent reason. Third Hokage, please show us all the wealth of this village. The opponent is too strong. Even if the person coming is the legendary Sunin, your favorite student, our chances of winning are still slim. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked bitter. What foundation does the village have? However, it is time for some families in Konoha to contribute to the village. Pass the order down, and ask the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, Hyuga clan, Nara clan, and other major clans to send elite ninjas to provide support. Order all Konoha Jonin to come to support as quickly as possible. Sarutobi's original intention was to unite with the 4th Kazekage and Danzo to easily solve the people of the Great Xia dynasty. Not only can it deter other major countries, but it can also suppress some restless forces in the village. But he underestimated the strength of his opponent. Now, all these plans can only be put aside. The most important thing at the moment is to eliminate the enemy in front of us. If we can capture them alive, it will be even better. If we get their training method, it will bring huge benefits. As soon as the third generation issued an order, the major clans of Konoha took action one after another. The Jonin in the village also rushed here. Ho ho ho! The scene is getting bigger and bigger, but it's still the same old routine. The 4th Kazekage said in an inexplicable tone. I heard that Konoha village has the 9 tails Jinchuriki. This trump card is prepared for now. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Indeed, the 9 tail is not comparable to the 1 tail. But Naruto can't control the 9 tail at all now. If the 9 tail is released rashly, it will attack indiscriminately without distinguishing friend from foe. Sandy hesitated for a moment, and asked the Anbu to bring Naruto to the platform. This will be the last resort. If the entire Konoha village is not an opponent, then, releasing the 9 tail will be the last resort. Even though he knows that Naruto will die. Naruto was brought up with a dazed look on his face, and his heart was in turmoil. He heard the conversation on the platform clearly. He was still young and had no awareness of giving everything for the village. He only knew that the kind third-generation grandfather in the past used him as a weapon. Is it the monster in his body? Naruto laughed at himself. Suddenly, he felt that the Hokage he had longed for since childhood was not that tall. Even though he knew that when the monster came out of his body, he would die, Naruto remained indifferent. Third Hokage, you are so decisive. However, it is still so old-fashioned and outdated. The entire ninja world is filled with death. This ninja world is so boring, so boring. There are wars every day, ninjas fight to the death, civilians lose their homes and become refugees. All of this was caused by the ninja system. Even the first Hokage, known as the god of ninja, is still short-sighted in my opinion. The establishment of the ninja village not only failed to bring peace to the ninja world, but instead caused greater wars to break out. Ho 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 ho. The fourth Kazekage laughed crazily. The fourth Kazekage should be careful with his words. Lord Hashirama, it is not for us to judge. Hee ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the fourth Kazekage laughed even crazier. He even laughed until tears came out. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and walked forward. However, he was blocked by Jun Yao's power and could not get close. He did not care, took off his Kazekage hat, and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, I request to fight with my dear master alone without being disturbed by others. Academician Orochimaru. Jun Yao was a little surprised. But her face immediately darkened. How dare you attack His Majesty just now? Orochimaru knew he was in the wrong. Could he say that he knew Zhang Hao would be fine? But he didn't expect that Zhang Hao didn't attack at all. Instead, it was Jun Yao, the chief steward who usually took care of His Majesty's daily life, who attacked and completely disintegrated the attacks of the three of them. Your Majesty, I am willing to accept the punishment. But please agree to my request. Zhang Hao nodded. Go and say goodbye to your master. Jun Yao's face was still not looking good. She didn't even realize the true face of the fourth Kazekage. Even if this person was Academician Orochimaru of Daxia. This still made her blame herself. Zhang Hao said softly, the skills you practice focus on protection. It is normal that you didn't notice it. If you care about it, you can go to the Immortal Secret Pavilion to choose the corresponding skills. Jun Yao nodded in agreement. His Majesty's safety is more important than Mount Tai. As the guardian of His Majesty, she felt ashamed to make such a mistake. Jun Yao is not only the chief steward in the palace, but also the person in charge of the Emperor's guardian. The Emperor's guardian is the ultimate power to protect Emperor Zhang Hao. Orochimaru turned around and looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master, long time no see. It turned out to be you, Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to become a lackey. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in shock and anger. Ninjas are too narrow-minded. Orochimaru said as he took off his forehead protector and crushed it into pieces. Even if you are at the top of the ninja world, you cannot see the future of the ninja world. You cages can only focus on one country and one village. Fortunately, I met His Majesty, and gained a broader vision and greater power. This battle, let it be my last battle to bid farewell to the ninja era. Orochimaru's eyes were crazy, and his handsome face looked inexplicably beautiful. Unfortunately, his long tongue was exposed, which somewhat destroyed his beauty. Orochimaru, don't make the same mistake again. Jiraiya yelled. But facing his former fellow disciple, Orochimaru ignored him. Lord Hokage is there. Speed support. Hokage, hold on, our Hyuga clan is here to support you. The Shimura clan comes to support. The Sarutobi clan came to support. The major clans of Konoha, led by the clan leaders, rushed over in a mighty force. As clan leaders, they usually need to protect the clan land. Now they have received the order from the Hokage and gathered here with their clan members. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 23. The stage has been set up big enough. It's time to understand the affairs of Konoha. He wants to completely destroy Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of all the major clans in Konoha village. Then, he will judge Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot. Zhang Hao stretched his body lazily. It's almost time, Junyeo, Zinyu, Orochimaru, let's take action. Zhang. The autumn water sword was unsheathed, and the crescent moon was full of murderous aura. A ghost hand appeared in front of Orochimaru, carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen and coming to the arena. He casually threw the immobile Sasuke outside. The pressure around Junyao almost became real. It was difficult to even breathe in it. It's the Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru appear in the arena, the Konoha ninjas launched an attack. Buzz! Suddenly, on the high platform, a white tiger figure jumped high up from Junyao's body. Roar! A loud roar was heard. Then, a field unfolded from Junyao's side. Starting from the high platform as the center, it continuously impacted the surroundings. The weak ninjas were directly smashed to pieces by the field. Only Might Guy, the patriarchs of some large clans, and these powerful ninjas could barely resist the impact of the field. The Guardian Field is a unique field in the White Tiger Guardian God technique, one of the 4 spiritual guardians. When the field is unfolded, it not only has a powerful offensive intention, but also can slow down the speed of the enemy in the field, making it fall into the quagmire. Moreover, it constantly impacts the opponent's mind. For a while, the weak ninjas in the field did not even have the strength to stand up. After Junyao activated the field, it obviously consumed a lot of spiritual power. She was a little out of breath. This field is still a bit of a burden for her current cultivation. If the realm is a little higher, reaching the realm of transformation so long can be more at ease. The war is about to break out. Although the domain restricts the attacks of most ninjas, but there are still some ninjas who continue to attack Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled contemptuously. Pinch the beast control formula. In an instant, a huge figure appeared in the arena. It was Manshi. Manshi is now 100 meters tall. Orochimaru has studied beast control since he started practicing. Today's Manshi will not only not resist his orders, its strength is much stronger than before. Manshi's huge body surrounded the entire arena, separating many ninjas. It spit out its snake tongue and stared at many ninjas with greedy eyes. The few people on the high platform didn't care about anything else at this time. Jiraiya took the lead and attacked Junyao. In his opinion, Junyao's domain influence is too wide. If Junyao is solved, the battle situation will be greatly alleviated. The lion hair technique. Jiraiya's hair suddenly grew longer and stabbed towards Junyao. Zhang! With a sound of sword sound, the Kyushui sword flashed with a sword light, cutting off all the hair that was piercing it. Zinyu succeeded in one strike and rushed straight towards Jiraiya. Summoning technique. Jiraiya quickly formed a seal and summoned the 3 toads. Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro. Lord Hokage is in danger, you guys go and help him. The 3 toads jumped off the platform and attacked the snakes. Jiraiya gathered a lot of chakra in his hands. Bigger than the Raise Nan. The high-speed rotating chakra gathered into a huge ball of light in Jiraiya's hand. He held the ball of light and collided with the crescent moon in the sky. Danzo was unwilling to fall behind, and spit out a gust of wind escape chakra and injected it into the kunao. He rushed towards Zhang Hao. Catch the king first. The terrifying field just now made the woman in front of him spend a lot of energy. Now is a good time. As long as their emperor is taken down, the crisis of Konoha can be solved. Unfortunately, although Danzo's hardware is good, he has 11 Sharingans. He is a cage-level master. Unfortunately, this software is too lame. He just rushed straight over. Before Zhang Hao could make a move, Junyao slapped out with one palm. The extremely fierce attacking aura attacked Danzo. Danzo was just a mortal after all. In an instant, only bones were left. Seeing that the opponent had been killed, Junyao breathed a sigh of relief. Some of the ninjutsu encountered so far are indeed very powerful. But their bodies are extremely fragile. Don't want to be a cultivator, the improvement of realm the constitution of itself will be greatly enhanced. Straighting to Yao Yao's waist. She was short, and then she showed an unbelievable group. This person should have been dead just now. It is a ninjutsu called Izanagi, which can turn things that are unfavorable to oneself within a period of time into nothing, and only choose things that are beneficial to oneself to become reality. Zhang Hao said slowly. Hearing this, Jun Yao's heart was shocked. It sounds like this ninjutsu is extremely powerful. But when she thought about it carefully, she found that it was not the case. There is a gap in the hard power between the two. Even if they can be resurrected a few more times, so what? At most, they can be killed a few more times. Danzo appeared again, and one of the red eyes on his arm closed immediately. Jun Yao understood a little. Such a powerful ninjutsu, the price of launching it once is to consume an eye. Jun Yao knew it in her heart, so, kill him 7 or 8 more times. You can kill the other party completely. Xinyu and Jiraiya collided in the air, and the Kyushui sword cut through the Rei's Nan. It chopped directly towards Jiraiya's shoulder. The opponent was in no hurry to dodge, and half of his body was cut off directly. SHH. A puff of white smoke rose up. Jiraiya appeared in the arena. Earth escape Huangchuan swamp. A huge swamp appeared, and half of Wan Shi's body fell into it. He wanted to attack and rescue the third Hokage, but Xinyu's sword had already slashed. Jiraiya could only dodge in a hurry. Xinyu was slightly annoyed. The heaven-slashing sword technique just now consumed too much spiritual energy. Naturally, the spiritual consciousness was not activated. Unexpectedly, she was tricked by the shadow clone. Her attack became more and more fierce. The sharp sword energy rushed towards Jiraiya wantonly. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 24. Jiraiya was too busy to take care of himself and could only try his best to avoid Xinyu's attack. The 3 toads surrounded and attacked the 10,000 snakes. Unfortunately, the 10,000 snakes are no longer what they used to be. Although there are Jiraiya's ninjutsu and the restrictions of the Yellow Spring Swamp. But the 10,000 snakes are still rampaging, and every move brings up a huge amount of swamp. The huge body is covered with scales. Gamabunta's short sword chopped it up, but could only cut off a few scales. Although there are Jiraiya's ninjutsu and the restrictions of the Yellow Spring Swamp, the 10,000 snakes swept their tails and the 3 toads were immediately swept away. The huge body surrounded the arena. Make sure that no one will disturb the duel between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master, you are too old. You've been in the position of Hokage for so long, are you still obsessed with it? Ghost hands kept appearing beside Orochimaru, bringing with them waves of yin energy. Fire style great flame technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, and with a fire style, he blocked the attacking ghost hand. The collision of the fire style and the ghost hand caused a huge cloud of dust. Orochimaru took advantage of the dust to get close to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could use the most appropriate means to eliminate the opponent. Orochimaru would not choose other methods, he has always been pragmatic. Orochimaru not only practiced the nether ghost hand. He also practiced the body training method. The 3rd generation is already old, and his body is not as good as before. He seemed to be at a loss for what to do when Orochimaru targeted him. Jiraiya saw that the 3rd generation was gradually unable to hold on, and he wanted to go over to support him. But the new Yu sword pressed closer and closer. He was powerless. He barely managed to block a sword, but his body was smashed into the ruins by the huge force. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Jiraiya slumped on the ground. It seemed that he was no longer able to fight. Xinyu fell from the sky, and the sword in his hand chopped down mercilessly. Suddenly, the slumped Jiraiya turned into smoke. 5 Jiraiya suddenly appeared in the ruins next to him. While Xinyu was unable to retract his moves, they attacked one after another. Xinyu dodged the attack. Suddenly, Chu Shui stabbed at a piece of ruins. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Shui was deeply immersed in it. Swish! The sound of a sharp sword piercing flesh. Jiraiya's true body appeared, and was pierced by the autumn water. Nailed to the ground. Jiraiya's face was full of disbelief, and he couldn't believe that he was defeated so easily. The little tricks of a ninja can't fool me for the third time. Xinyu glanced at Jiraiya. In fact, Jiraiya is extremely powerful. If it is a matter of hard power, Xinyu will have to spend a lot of effort to defeat him. Jiraiya, who has experienced countless battles, is obviously not comparable to a little kid like Gaara. Unfortunately, the third generation is in danger. Jiraiya really can't bear to see his master in danger. So he took a risky move and wanted to use his clone to trick Xinyu. A quick battle and a quick decision. Xinyu had been fooled by Jiraiya's clone once. So regardless of the loss of spiritual power, she had already opened her spiritual consciousness. The layout after Jiraiya was smashed into the ruins had been recognized by Xinyu. She also used Jiraiya's trick against him. When Jiraiya thought his trick had worked and wanted to launch an attack, she suddenly stabbed his real body at an extremely fast speed. Jiraiya was seriously injured in an instant. At this point, Jiraiya was no longer able to fight. The outcome was decided. This battle situation also surprised the ninjas of Konoha. Among the 3 people in the legend, Jiraiya was the first to be defeated. They looked at Xinyu with fear in their eyes. No ninja even dared to rescue Jiraiya. The little devil opposite is a killing god. In the entire battlefield, only Xinyu was quiet. On the high platform, Danzo did not dare to approach rashly. Wind style? Shuriken. The shuriken injected with wind style chakra formed a huge attribute chakra around it. He swung it out violently, and the shuriken spun rapidly. The sharpness of it could easily cut through hard rocks. Danzo did not stop. He took a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum great ball. Another powerful B-level ninjutsu. The high-pressure wind ball whistled over like a rocket launcher. Seeing this, Jun Yao finally took out her weapon. She took out the whisk from her waist. The whisk stroked lightly, and the 2 wind-style shuriken were swept down. Jun Yao pointed the whisk. A mirror-like water curtain appeared at the tip of the whisk. The high-pressure wind ball arrived in an instant and slammed into the water curtain. The imagined violent collision did not happen. The water curtain seemed to be active and directly swallowed the wind ball. The long-range attack did not have any effect. Danzo looked ugly. Shan Zhongfeng, Yunu Chu Zhen, cover me and attack. Yunu Chu Zhen took off his shirt. His whole body turned purple. This is a phosphorus bad bug. A nanoscale poisonous bug. Once someone touches his body, he will be poisoned. The poisonous bug will flow into the other person's cells and destroy them. What Yunu Chu Zhen didn't know was that this poisonous bug posed no threat to Jun Yao. The poisonous bug would be killed by her body protecting chi before it even gets close to Jun Yao. Yunu Chu Zhen rushed forward to attack at close range, with Shan Zhongfeng supporting him from the side. Tuan was hiding at the back. He supported Jun Yao and was entangled by the 2 for a moment. He quietly removed the bandage on his right eye. Suddenly, a Scarlet the Sharingan appeared. This is Shisui's Sharingan. This Sharingan possesses Kota Amatsukami, the strongest illusion in the ninja world. The situation is extremely critical. If it weren't for Danzo's years of hard work in Konoha, he would have escaped long ago. The opponent's power and chakra system are not at the same level. He cast his eyes on Zhang Hao, who was sitting on the chair. As long as he can control this person, then this crisis can be easily resolved. Moreover, his own power will be greatly improved. At this time, the other party has not noticed his actions. Good opportunity. Otoameru. The strongest illusion was activated. Suddenly, an inexplicable spirit invaded Zhang Hao's mind. This spirit was extremely secretive and difficult to detect. At the same time, it began to modify Zhang Hao's will. Zhang Hao closed his eyes silently. Danzhou thought he had succeeded. He burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! I am the final winner. At the critical moment of Konoha's survival, only I can turn the tide. Danzhou laughed. 2 corpses flew over and were easily avoided by him. They were the corpses of Yamanaka Kaze and Aberame Tone. Danzou's heart skipped a beat. The woman opposite was indeed beyond common sense. It only took her time to activate Kota Amatsukami. His 2 most powerful and loyal subordinates were killed. However, it was all worth it. Danzhou didn't even bother to look at the 2 corpses. You are lucky to be the stepping stone for my success. Jun Yao took a step forward and approached Danzhou. Humph! Zhang Hao, are you still not awake? Stop your men now! Danzhou shouted angrily. At this time, he was already sure of victory. By controlling Zhang Hao, he had the most powerful force in the ninja world. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 25. The will of Kota Amatsukami is not strong for Zhang Hao. He can even suppress it completely by himself. The most powerful thing about Kota Amatsukami is that he can modify the will of the practitioner unconsciously. Ninjas do not cultivate their spiritual consciousness, and their understanding of spiritual consciousness is basically zero. Ninjas are basically unaware of the spiritual power that is difficult to detect in their minds. When their will is modified by Kota Amatsukami, the ninja still thinks it is his own idea and his own will. This is the most powerful illusion in the ninja world, the terrifying part of Kota Amatsukami. Of course, it is only very terrifying for ninjas. The spiritual consciousness of the cultivators is clear, and they can easily detect the invading spirit. Not to mention, Zhang Hao has also specially practiced the 9 Palaces Spiritual Consciousness Sutra. His spiritual consciousness has long been extremely stable. Closing your eyes is just a way to experience it. It is known as the first illusion in the ninja world, the style of Kota Amatsukami. Unfortunately, it is a bit disappointing. In his spiritual consciousness, a little man who looks exactly like Zhang Hao is forcing a vague spiritual body into a corner. This spiritual body is the spirit that invaded after launching Kota Amatsukami. A long sword appeared in Xiao Zhang Hao's hand, and he easily strangled the spirit. Boring. Zhang Hao opened his eyes. Is this the strongest illusion in the ninja world? How disappointing. Danzhou stared at Zhang Hao in amazement. How was this possible? Why didn't he control him? This was the strongest illusion in the ninja world, Kota Amatsukami. Even Sasuke, who was also from the Uchiha clan, had the illusion Amaterasu. In terms of control, he was completely inferior to Kota Amatsukami. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to seize one of Shisui's Sharingan. It was for a situation like today. Directly changing Zhang Hao's will and controlling him would not only change the situation of the battle, but also strengthen his own power. In his opinion, Zhang Hao was the most perfect middle technique user. With an extremely powerful training system, his subordinates were not only loyal, but also extremely powerful. But why didn't it work? Danzhou was completely panicked. His biggest trump card didn't work at all. He staggered back. Even if he still had 8 Sharingan to activate Izanagi. But he knew that what he should do most now was to escape. Escape at all costs. Even if everything he had was in Konoha, it was not as important as his own life. Will of Fire? That was a trick played by that old bastard, the 3rd Hokage. Danzhou turned around quickly and jumped off the platform. In an instant he left the battlefield. The ninjas in the audience were stunned. They watched the leader of the route flee without caring about his image. Konoha was suffering a heavy blow. Unexpectedly, the first one to escape was Danzo. Is this the Konoha we protect? Is this the big shot of Konoha? The ninjas who were still fighting were all staring at the figure that looked like a defeated dog. Some ninjas even cried bitterly. It looked very funny on the battlefield. Zhang Hao walked forward. He slowly stretched out his right hand and clenched it hard at the fleeing figure of Danzo in his sight. Suddenly, the space where Danzo was located seemed to have become an airtight cage. Danzo could not move and could only feel that the space was constantly compressed. Zhang Hao's hand clenched, and it seemed that there was an invisible force surging in the space. This force crossed a long distance and accurately locked Danzo. The space where he was located instantly became distorted and oppressive. Danzo could not move an inch, and his body began to distort. Looking at this horrible scene, the battlefield was silent. Even the crying ninjas stared blankly, letting the tears hang on their faces. Good opportunity. Several members of the Anbu finally found an opportunity and took the opportunity to sneak up to Naruto. Originally, Naruto was brought to the platform to let him stay beside the third Hokage. If the battle situation is very unsatisfactory, the last step is to release the Nine Tails. Unfortunately, as soon as the battle started, the third Hokage was swept into the arena by Orochimaru's ghost hand. At this time, Konoha has reached the most critical moment. The diehards of the Anbu silently carried out Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Naruto wanted to struggle at this time, but was hit in the stomach by a member of the Anbu. The 8-diagram seal is released. The fourth Hokage Minato used the 8-diagram seal to seal the Nine Tails Yang Chakra into Naruto's body. Then he entrusted the key to unlock the seal to Gameian. But no one knows why the key to unlock the seal is in the hands of the Anbu. As the 8-diagram seal was released, suddenly, a sinister chakra burst out from Naruto. When Jun Yao arrived, she only had time to kill those Anbu members. The 8-diagram seal had been released, and she was not a ninja system. She didn't know how to reseal it. She could only feel that this chakra was getting stronger and stronger. On Naruto, a huge nine-tailed fox phantom gradually formed. The scene became chaotic again. They are from the Anbu. What are they doing? Might Guy roared, doubting for the first time the will of fire that he believed in. Naruto is just a child, the responsibility of protecting Konoha should not fall on him. Yui Kurane said in a heavy tone. Might Guy and Yui Kurane knew very well what it meant to forcibly release the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails rebellion was still fresh in their memory. Naruto's mother died tragically because the mysterious man forced the Nine Tails to be released. Unexpectedly, as the son of a Konoha hero, he would die in the same way. And the one who did it was actually his own people. The die-hard fans of the Hokage, members of the Anbu. For a moment, the ninjas who knew the truth felt mixed emotions. Perhaps, in the minds of the Konoha high-level officials, Naruto was just a weapon. When it was time to use it, he would use it wantonly. Zhang Hao had noticed the situation here. He clenched his right hand again. In an instant, Danzo bled from all 7 orifices. His limbs twisted and gathered towards his body. Danzo's entire body became a sphere. From a distance, Danzo, who was becoming more and more round, finally banged and turned into a ball of blood. Then, Danzo appeared nearby and twisted into a sphere again. Bang turned into a ball of blood. This repeated 7 times, and Danzo never appeared again. There was no Danzo in the world anymore. He and his will of fire no longer existed. Zhang Hao retracted his hand and stopped paying attention. He came to Naruto. At this time, Naruto's face was extremely painful. He felt that his vitality was being continuously drained. His face was twisted because of pain. I saved your life, and you will serve Daxia in the future. In a trance, Naruto heard a voice. He knew that this voice was the voice of Master Zinyu. He opened his eyes and nodded. Then, he saw the man in front of him, reaching out, and then pulled out a huge nine-tailed fox. The huge nine-tailed fox was lifted into the air and could not move. The pain in the body disappeared like a tide, and Naruto completely fainted. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The huge nine-tailed fox was lifted high in the sky. The evil chakra attacked recklessly. But it couldn't shake Zhang Hao. The nine-tailed Kurama howled to the sky. It lowered its head and began to accumulate the tailed beast jade in its mouth. Zhang Hao was unmoved and slapped his left hand upwards. A domineering true energy rushed into Kurama's body. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded in the nine-tail's mouth. Suddenly, a violent wave erupted on the high platform. It was like a small nuclear bomb explosion. The nearby ninjas were blown away by the shock wave. The true energy was raging in the nine-tail's body. This true energy was not only domineering. It also carried a huge sense of control. The nine-tails slowly felt that the chakra in its body was out of its control. It roared to the sky, but it was of no avail. Its body even began to shrink. The huge body of the nine-tails only appeared for a while. It had not even felt the beauty of freedom. But now, its chakra was completely out of control. The body shrank smaller and smaller. Until, its body shrank to the size of a normal cat. It was now being held by Zhang Hao by the neck. I didn't expect that the nine-tailed fox would be so cute after it shrunk. Zhang Hao sighed and threw the nine-tailed fox to Jun Yao. Jun Yao was not surprised by Zhang Hao's method. She took the little nine-tailed fox and stroked its fur. The nine-tailed fox looked at the two of them with hatred and opened its mouth to bite. However, Jun Yao dodged it easily. Jun Yao seemed to have found some fun toys and began to tease the nine-tailed fox. Jun Yao, feed Naruto a 9-turn soul returning pill, and he will be a member of Daxia from now on. Is this the lucky child of the ninja world? Jun Yao was a little curious. Yes, I am very curious about his future achievements. Jun Yao took out the 9 revolutions soul returning pill from her storage ring. She felt a little pain in her heart. The 9 revolutions soul returning pill is a holy medicine for healing. These precious pills are all reserved for His Majesty. However, she never refuted Zhang Hao's orders. She fiercely pried Naruto's mouth open. Ka! A green pill was sent into Naruto's mouth. In an instant, Naruto, who was on the verge of death, began to breathe steadily. The injuries on his body were also repaired quickly. Such a precious pill was given to this son of luck. Jun Yao was secretly angry. Humph! If you are useless in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless to you. She thought secretly. Zhang Hao saw everything and smiled helplessly in his heart. He naturally has his own plans. In the first world, it is very important to obtain the luck of this world. The so-called luck. Gather the luck of the country, the luck of the land, the luck of the sky, and the luck of the world. In this vast world, I am the only orthodox one. Zhang Hao has long regarded the ninja world as his own territory. What he wants is not a world that is about to be broken, but to restore order in the ninja world and make this world stronger. Unless it is a ninja who is extremely vicious or brainwashed too deeply. Zhang Hao is not going to destroy other ninjas. As an emperor, how can he not tolerate a mere ninja? Besides, the qualifications of these ninjas are generally much better than those of ordinary people. Absorb and transform. In this way, Daxia can become stronger and stronger. The matter on the platform is over. He no longer pays attention to this place. Zhang Hao walked to the edge of the platform, looking down. The arena has been reduced to ruins. At this time, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were still fighting selflessly. Except for the two of them, other ninjas have stopped fighting. There are many broken limbs and arms off the field, and some injured ninjas are groaning in pain. This is war. There has never been peace without war. Zhang Hao looked down coldly, without a trace of emotion. His sudden appearance caused chaos among the ninjas off the field. The ninjas thought that Zhang Hao was going to kill them all. But Zhang Hao didn't. He just looked coldly at the tragedy below. As if he was a god, without any human emotions. All the ninjas off the field will never forget this scene. The god-like man destroyed the Konoha high-level officials with ease. Then he looked down at everyone. Many ninjas didn't even dare to look up. Konoha is finished. Might Guy said with a complicated expression. Yui Kurane beside him pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. Now, I don't even have the courage to fight him. His voice was bitter. This man who always talked about youth also had such low morale. Jiraiya was nailed to the ground, and Zenyu stood beside him. She looked at the high platform with her beautiful eyes. So handsome. I must get this man. Ino's voice came, neither too loud nor too soft. Shikamaru's face turned black beside him. This idiot. Did she think that if she spoke in a low voice, others would not hear her? But the strange thing was, the ninjas seemed not to hear anything. No one scolded Ino for her nonsense. The battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen also came to an end. The third generation was hit by Orochimaru's palm and flew out like a rag. He fell heavily to the ground. In front of the Snake King, more than a dozen huge ghost hands suddenly appeared. They slapped the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen landed. Bang! 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 Each ghost hand carried the power to destroy the world. They smashed down suddenly, raising clouds of dust on the ground. It was impossible to see the situation inside. But Orochimaru knew that his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer had the strength to resist. The ghost hands kept slapping, and each blow was like hitting the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. Finally, the last ghost hand landed. The attack stopped, and the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The third generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was revealed. Orochimaru walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expression was a little complicated, but he quickly calmed down. Orochimaru, bring Sarutobi Hiruzen up here. His evil deeds need to be known to Konoha village and even the entire land of fire. Zhang Hao's voice came from the podium. Orochimaru bowed gracefully, picked up the third generation and jumped onto the podium. The ninjas in the audience looked at each other in bewilderment. Might Guy, Kurane Yui, organize the people, gather all the Konoha ninjas, and bring all the uninjured civilians to the arena. This is a trial against Konoha's high-ranking officials, and I don't want anyone to be absent. After hearing Zhang Hao's order, Might Guy and Yui Kurane suddenly became at a loss. If they didn't obey, what would Zhang Hao do if he took ruthless action? However, they were worried about the safety of the civilians. Orochimaru's voice came down at the right time. Your Majesty is not a murderer, but it has been delayed for too long. If your Majesty is unhappy, I will definitely do something. Hearing Orochimaru's threat, the two organized their men and left in a hurry. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 27. It didn't take long for the arena to be filled with people. There were ninjas and civilians. Unlike in the morning, everyone came here to watch the exciting showdown of the third Chunin exam. This time, they came to participate in the trial. The trial of Konoha's high-ranking officials. On the high platform, a group of elders knelt in a row. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt in the front, his broken body seemed to be about to dissipate at any time. Almost everyone has arrived, Junyeo, let's start. At the top, Zhang Hao sat on a chair and said seriously. Zenyu stood aside, guarding the emperor. Junyeo walked forward with a book in her hand. Great Xia Dynasty, Emperor Zhang Hao Lang. The ninja village has committed many evil things, and the ninja system is outdated and corrupt. Ninjas do not engage in production, but only accept mission commissions, becoming tools of certain ambitious people. Since the establishment of the ninja village, the ninja world has been ravaged by war. Now judge Konoha, one of the original sins of the ninja world war. Emperor Zhonghao is merciful, and considering your ignorance, he forgives your sins. Only judge the senior managers of Konoha village. Jun Yao's words made the ninjas in the audience agitated. Ninjas are the evil of the ninja world? Where there are people, there are wars. How can we blame the ninjas for all the wars in the ninja world? We are ninjas, do we have to do labor? And we have protected countless civilians. Silence! Jun Yao shouted coldly. She was so elegant and powerful that she could not be violated. The audience was suddenly quiet. As the Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi's biggest sin is being jealous of talented people and excluding those who are different from him. Do you know the origin of Konohagakure village? In the long ago war era, two ninja clans fought for their lives. These two families are the Senju family and the Uchiha family. After experiencing countless deaths and the departure of loved ones, the two major clans learned from their mistakes and understood the meaning of peace. From the war-torn era when two ninja families fought for their lives and were hostile to each other, to the alliance between Uchiha and Senju, the ninja's paradise was built, and the ninja village was born in pursuit of peace. This is the Konoha Ninja Village. Founded by the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. But everyone, at this moment, can you see the Senju clan? Can you see the Uchiha clan? And this happened during the reign of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The founder of Konoha, two famous clans in the ninja world, actually disappeared into history. At this point, Jun Yao stopped. The field was in chaos, and the ninjas opened their mouths wide. Jun Yao's words were like a bolt from the blue. Some people broke out in cold sweat. Those who knew this history all snorted coldly. How glorious the former Konoha village was! Sarutobi Hiru's second biggest crime is information manipulation and public opinion guidance. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately leaked the information of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to divert the villagers' attention. At the same time, they use this information to create fear and rejection of specific individuals, thereby consolidating their own rule. The reason for hiding the fact that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage was to protect their own political interests and prevent people from associating the fourth Hokage's death with the third Hokage's leadership. As soon as Jun Yao finished speaking, several people stood up suddenly. What? Naruto is actually the son of the fourth Hokage? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki who loves to play pranks. It was Shiranui Genma and Akagi. They were furious. They had always thought that the fourth Hokage's family had died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Unexpectedly, the fourth Hokage's son was in the village. And it was Naruto, who everyone hated so much. Several people cried loudly. As the fourth Hokage's guards, their loyalty was unquestionable. Jun Yao did not pause and continued. Sarutobi Hitashi's third crime is the extreme selfishness and absurd short-sightedness of his foreign policy. The demise of the Whirlpool Kingdom was not just the result of external forces. The third Hokage sacrificed this ally due to his selfish and short-sighted foreign policy. Countless people in the land of whirlpools died, and countless more became refugees. Sarutobi Hiru's fourth sin was internal purge using every possible means. The hero of the generation, Konoha White Fang. Hitaki Sakumo's suicide was not just the result of rumors. It was part of the third Hokage's internal cleansing using rumors, just to eliminate potential threats and competitors. The hero of Konoha passed away in disgrace, and even now, he still bears the infamy. Sarutobi Hiru's fifth sin was suppressing the big clans in the village. Killing the head of the Hyuga clan to entertain the enemy country was the suppression of the Hyuga clan by the third Hokage. This was not only to weaken a powerful family force, but also out of personal grudges or political purposes. The sixth major sin of Sarutobi Hiru is the persecution of the descendants of martyrs. Persecute the descendants of families or individuals who pose a threat to the third Hokage himself. These actions are not only aimed at consolidating power, but also involve personal jealousy. Among them, Naruto is the most obvious representative. Sarutobi Hitashi's seventh deadly sin, ruling with stupidity, led to the decline of Konohagakure. The decline of Konohagakure is a direct result of the selfish rule of the third Hokage. He cares more about his personal power and status than the long-term development of the village. Jun Yao summed up the 7 deadly sins of Sarutobi Hiruzen in a fluent manner, and published the evidence of the crimes of the former third Hokage in the Sun. Master, the third Hokage of Konoha village has indeed done many evil things. Our trip is also to eliminate harm for the people. Zenyu looked at Junyeo constantly exposing the evidence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimes. She said softly. Zhang Hao did not comment. Zenyu, this is politics, and politics does not distinguish between evil and good. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have done a lot of bad things, or he may have done a lot of good things. But, this has nothing to do with us. I don't care about the dirty things between ninjas. We are not saviors, coming to fight the evils of this world. The significance of this trial is only to strike at the remaining rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen. We hope that these Konoha ninjas can accept us as soon as possible. Only in this way can we conquer the Fire Nation without encountering any resistance. The ruined ninja world has little effect on the great Xia dynasty. I, Daxia, will stand above the heavens and at the pinnacle of the eternal world. We in Daxia should all be like dragons, immortal and everlasting. Zenyu stared at Zhang Hao in a daze. Zhang Hao chuckled. Why? Do you think the master is not the great saint in your heart? Zenyu smiled and said, no matter the master is evil or righteous, immortal or a god. No matter the edge of the universe or the end of time and space, or from the top of the sky to the underworld. I, Zenyu, will follow you till death. Chapter 28. Zhang Hao rubbed Zenyu's hair. Zenyu lowered her head slightly. It has been 2 years since she came to this world. The little beggar who was picked up back then can now kill famous ninjas in the ninja world. Zhang Hao sighed inexplicably. On the high platform, Junyeo was still judging the top leaders of Konoha. Now off the stage, many ninjas looked at the people kneeling there, and their eyes changed. The overall situation has been decided. This trip to Konoha. It completely met Zhang Hao's expectations. With Junyeo and Orochimaru here, there will be no accidents. At some point, Zhang Hao's figure disappeared from the high platform. Under the shade of a tree, Zhang Hao closed his eyes and meditated. There was a swing next to him, and Zenyu sat on it, swaying gently. Not far away, 3 figures appeared, looking around. It was the 3 people of Ino, Deer, and Butterfly from Team 10. This man is always so handsome. Looking at Ino's crazy look, Shikamaru curled his lips. The top leaders of Konoha were all subdued by the other party's thundering means. Danzo died, Jiraiya was seriously injured, and the third Hokage was only 1 breath left. However, with the opponent's means, it is estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be able to escape death. Such a dangerous person. How could his classmate and teammate be so obsessed? As soon as Zhang Hao disappeared, Ino found out. She hurriedly thought about following him as a team. Shikamaru could only pull Koji over with him. He was really afraid that this stupid woman would say something she shouldn't have said and be beheaded by a sword. Zhang Hao and the others had already discovered these 3 sneaky figures. He didn't care. But Zenyu looked over there coldly. Looking at Zenyu's eyes, Shikamaru was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. This woman was obviously dissatisfied. This woman was scarier than a monster. She seriously injured Gaara, the one-tailed Shikaku, and Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. This is what happened this morning. Not to mention that 3 days ago, this woman beat up the 3 of them without any mercy. It is obvious that she has no good feelings towards the people of Konoha. His eyes are still black. I don't know what medicine this woman Ino took that she dared to follow him. Shikamaru glanced to the side. Koji had turned away in fear. His fat body was like a quail. He was trembling a little. And Ino. Shikamaru slapped his forehead fiercely. This woman is hopeless. She even ignored Zenyu's cold gaze. Well, shall we go back first? If my parents and the tribe find out. Before Shikamaru finished speaking, he saw Ino walking out with a determined look on her face. He couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. Shikamaru's scalp went numb. He pulled the trembling Koji to follow. Zenyu looked at the three of them with ill intentions. When they got closer, the aggressive Ino also felt a little nervous. That, Mr. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the nervous girl in front of him. Yamanaka Ino. One of the 12 young warriors of Konoha. A member of the 10th team led by Asuma, his teammates are Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji. However, Asuma has been killed by Crescent Moon. Now the village should have noticed Asuma's death. How come these three people don't seem to have any hatred except fear? Moreover, why does this Yamanaka Ino look at him with admiration? Admiration? A 13-year-old girl? Zhang Hao laughed slightly. What Zhang Hao didn't know was, graduated from the ninja school. Asuma didn't take them to do many missions. The three didn't have deep feelings for Asuma. Knowing the death of their mentor, the three didn't have any other emotions except sighing. As for hatred, all the high-ranking people in the village were caught in one fell swoop. Let these genin who just graduated from the ninja school think about how to take revenge. It's really difficult for them. Zhang Hao didn't ignore Ino for too long. He glanced at Koji and Shikamaru. The two dared not breathe now, and their faces were a little pale. Ino must have mustered up a lot of courage to come here. I know you, Yamanaka Ino. What are you doing here? Ino was obviously relieved when she heard Zhang Hao's reply. No, it's okay, I just haven't seen a man as handsome as Mr. Zhang Hao, so I came over to say hello. Zhang Hao smiled slightly. The little girl played straight from the beginning. But it's normal. After all, she is not the battle-hardened goddess in her previous life. Girls of this age are still very simple. Is that so? Miss Ino is also very beautiful. Really? Really? Ino was obviously a little incoherent. Her face was flushed. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She wanted to say more, but now she was really shy. She could only end the topic in a hurry. Well, we've been out for too long. If we don't go back, our parents and the tribe will be worried. We'll go back first. Shikamaru and Koji felt as if they had been pardoned. They pulled Ino, who kept looking back, and walked away. Miss Ino, this matter is over. I plan to invite young and outstanding ninjas like Miss Ino from Konoha to go to the Great Xia Dynasty for exchange and study. Zhang Hao used an affirmative sentence. Really? That's great, then I can see Mr. Zhang Hao more often. As soon as the words came out, Ino's face turned even redder. Why did she say such an obvious thing? However, after getting Zhang Hao's confirmation, Ino cheered. However, fearing that she would lose her composure again, she hurriedly pulled Shikamaru and Koji back. Unlike Ino's happiness, Shikamaru's heart was filled with worry. Of course, Zhang Hao didn't just say this to Ino. He said it so openly, not worried that they would tell the village about it. No, Zhang Hao wanted to tell his parents and some big families in the village about this decision through the three of them. He was arrogant and didn't take Konoha seriously at all. Moreover, it might have been Zhang Hao's temporary decision just now. That's right, the Konoha high-level officials are now conducting a trial in front of the whole village. Konoha can indeed avoid being judged by that people are not taken seriously. Shikamaru looked at the cheerful girl next to him. He sighed in his heart. They are rushing to be hostages. Shikamaru was right. This is exactly what Zhang Hao had just decided. Taking 2 away is also taking away, taking more than 10 is also taking away. The best of the younger generation of Konoha have all begun to learn to cultivate immortals. It's interesting to think about it. But Shikamaru underestimated Zhang Hao's mind. These young people are not going to be hostages. These people, and the younger generation of Daxia, are all the future seeds of cultivating immortals in Daxia. In addition to the 12 little strong men, the young generation with good talents in other major families. Zhang Hao will take them all away. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 29. What? They want to kidnap you and take you to the Great Xia Dynasty. I will never agree to this. Yamanaka Hiaichi said angrily. Mr. Zhang Hao said learning and communication, not kidnapping. Ino pulled her father's hand and said coquettishly. Yamanaka Hai held his forehead and looked at his own daughter speechlessly. Is this really his own daughter? He actually has an inexplicable trust in Konoha's great enemy. Narashikako was worried. Hinata Hayashi had a bitter face. Some of the big clans in Konoha gathered in a corner of the arena. On the high platform, the trial of the high-level officials was coming to an end. The chiefs of these big clans could only discuss the future of their children in secret. It was really ironic to think about it. Zhang Hao is taking advantage of the situation, but Konoha village can no longer withstand the destruction. As the village's think tank, Narashikako said in a low voice. If there is still resistance in the village, then the 3rd generation will not be insulted at this time. Although what the 3rd generation did was indeed not a qualified Hokage. The clan leaders looked at the kneeling Konoha high-level officials on the high platform. Their faces twitched. At least, being a hostage is better than being judged like this. They suddenly felt relieved. Perhaps they saw the difference between Zhang Hao's treatment of them and the Konoha high-level officials. The situation is stronger than people. Moreover, in comparison, they seemed to feel that it was not unacceptable. They just couldn't bring themselves to do it. Master, besides the Son of Destiny, are you going to bring back other people this time? That's right, bring back all the young people with good talents in the entire Konoha. After all, the Chuan Kingdom is too small, and so is the Great Xia Dynasty we established here. It is the time when Daxia is about to rise, so naturally we should recruit talents regardless of their background. Zenyu nodded. Daxia Dynasty is indeed small in area. However, she knows that in the near future, Daxia will span the entire ninja world. The crimes of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are too numerous to list. The rest of the elders are just sitting there doing nothing and committing numerous crimes. By order of Zhang Hao, Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his senior elders are sentenced to death. On the platform, the trial has been completed. Many ninjas and civilians in the arena looked at the row of figures kneeling on the platform with a dead look. Even a few people have revealed hatred in their eyes. That's enough, Jun Yao nodded secretly. One trial is enough to get the effect. Several ghost hands appeared behind Orochimaru. They slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen and the elders. Bang! 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 A series of banging sounds were heard. The smoke and dust dissipated, and there was no longer any figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the top brass on the platform. Sobbing sounds were heard. These people were all Konoha's diehards. Jun Yao's expression turned cold, and she was about to kill them. But she was stopped by Zhang Hao, who had returned. Forget it, these people are not powerful enough, let the Great Xia immortal soldiers deal with them. If a dynasty wants to run healthily, it cannot be just a few people. It is the mission of the soldiers to expand the territory. Zhang Hao looked at these people and shook his head. These people will eventually turn into a handful of yellow soil on the battlefield. He looked at Nara Shikaku and the others. Chief Shikaku, I think Miss Ino has already told you. This matter is over. I hope that the young and outstanding ninjas of Konoha can come to the Great Xia Dynasty to exchange and learn, and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Liu Ju and the others nodded with grim expressions. Zhang Hao then looked at the many ninjas present. Starting today, the Great Xia Dynasty has issued a call for talents. Recruiting all kinds of talents in the ninja world. If you have good qualifications, you will receive various preferential treatments from the Great Xia Dynasty. Can also get such powerful power as Xinyu, Junyeo, and Orochimaru. In the future, you may even surpass them. How exciting it would be to have such power! As soon as the words fell, the eyes of some of the ninjas below began to change. The transformation of the ninja world has arrived. Those who cannot catch up with this giant ship will undoubtedly be left behind by the times. Remember, in Daxia, everything is possible. Many ninjas below have already begun to stir. Zhang Hao smiled, not surprised. The world is bustling, all for profit. I am looking forward to seeing you all in Daxia. Finally, Zhang Hao looked at the big clans. Dear clan leaders, we will leave in 3 days. During this period, please cooperate with us. As for what to cooperate with, Zhang Hao did not say. But he believed that these clan leaders understood what he meant. The group returned to their residence. Konoha looked so bleak at this time. But Zhang Hao did not care. Within 3 days, Jun Yao and Xinu went to various major clans to select immortal cultivation seeds. Together with the 12 little strong men of Konoha, a total of 60 people were selected. These 60 people are the most talented among the younger generation of Konoha. Moreover, Orochimaru also recommended a few people. They were Kimimaro, Kabuto, Honglien, and Karin. In this way, this batch of immortal cultivation seeds became 64 people. When they came, the 4 of them traveled lightly, and when they returned, the team was already mighty. We should be able to reach Daxia today. I'm so hungry. I didn't eat properly on the way. Koji complained while eating snacks. Shikamaru looked at Ino who was circling around Zhang Hao. He supported his forehead. These 2 people are either foodies or flower lovers. Are we going to be hostages? Shikamaru is still sure that Zhang Hao took them back to be hostages. To coerce Konoha. Although he doesn't know what else Konoha can coerce. He looked at Hinata not far away. This former classmate was hugging a crying little girl and coaxing her. Hyaga Hanabi. The second daughter of Hyaga Hayashi, the head of the Hyaga clan, and the younger sister of Hyaga Hinata. When Xinyu went to the Hyaga clan to check talents, he fell in love with Hyaga Hanabi at first sight. This little girl has amazing talents. Seeing that Xinyu wanted to take away even an 8-year-old girl, the Hyaga clan sent out tribesmen to stop them. In the end, Xinyu cut off the gate of the clan with a sword and died. Shikamaru was depressed. The people from Daxia were not good people. Naruto surrounded circling around Xinyu. Sasuke had a cool look on his face. But he still glanced at Xinyu from time to time. Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru were having fun, carefree. Abarame. Shino wore sunglasses, and her collar covered most of her face. It was hard to tell what they were thinking. Hyaga Niji was dejected, with no light in his eyes. Xiao Li was still practicing on the road. He wiped the ninja tools every day, and after wiping one, he wiped another. Shikamaru looked at these classmates speechlessly. He felt that his worries were unnecessary. Forget it, the tribesman had no way. He could only take it one step at a time. Shikamaru sighed lightly and quickly caught up with the team. This time when he went back, Zhang Hao did not choose to fly with a sword. Jun Yao and Xinyu were both too tense. After the Chunin exam, they took it as a way to relax on the road. You can't meditate all the time when cultivating immortals. Relaxing and tensing up will be more conducive to cultivation. As soon as the group passed the border of Daxia, they heard scolding from the front. Who are you? Why are you here in Daxia? Top up now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 30. Daxia and his group had been gone for 3 days. In the Hidden Leaf village, the funerals of the third generation and the elders had already been held. The Hidden Leaf village now lacked vitality. It was not just because of the war. Many young and talented genin in the village were taken away by Daxia. The affairs of the village can only be discussed by our families now. Narashikaku said in a deep voice. The Hokage cannot be left without a successor, said Hyuga Hayashi expressionlessly. His shoulder ached. He tried to block the sword that Zinyu used to cut off the mountain gate. Unexpectedly, he was almost chopped alive. Master Jiraiya set out to look for Master Tsunade 2 days ago. A member of the Sarutobi clan said. So, there is no other way. Narashikaku sighed. Before Lady Tsunade returns, the safety of Konoha will be protected by our several major families. All the participating families had no objection. The meeting ended hastily. Shikaku, are you still thinking about those little guys? Chudaeting said old partner, Luju nodded. Not only that. Konoha village no longer has the cohesion it once had. Daxia not only attacked and killed Konoha's top leaders. It also broke the roots of Konoha. Now in the village, there are many people who sneer at the will of fire. Shiranui Genma and Akagi left Konoha in public and went to Daxia with their family. The third Hokage did a lot of stupid things when he was alive. Shikaku pursed his lips and didn't continue. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out, and it's not worth talking about merits and demerits. Have you contacted the Lord of the Land of Fire? Asked Akimichi Choza. Someone has been sent to inform them, but I wonder how the Fire Nation will react. Humph. Those daimyo will just panic and issue bounties to recruit ninjas to protect themselves. Looking at his friend's dissatisfied expression, Narashikaku suddenly felt better. These are turbulent times, and other major countries will not miss this opportunity. The Land of Wind, Sand Village. Gaara reluctantly opened his eyes. Gaara! You finally woke up. Kanjuro and Temari beside him were surprised. We are now in the village. Gaara said with difficulty. Yes, something big happened in the village. Kanjuro looked sad. On the day of the Chunin exam, after you were severely injured by Daxia's crescent moon, the One Tail went berserk. But that person, with just one sword, beat Shikaku half to death and took the initiative to enter your body. At that time, the Great Xia Dynasty and the Konoha high-level officials were fighting, and we took advantage of the chaos to escape back. When I came back, I found that the fourth Kazekage had not returned yet. Until now, there has been no trace of the fifth generation. Combined with the conspiracy between the fifth generation and Orochimaru, we suspect that the fifth generation Kazekage has been killed. Kanjuro finished speaking, tears rolling down his cheeks. Gaara, what should we do? The people in the village are in a panic now. Temari was also sobbing. Gaara felt a little strange. Kankuro and Temari have always been afraid of him. But looking at their haggard faces, they should have been guarding him all this time. There was dependence and expectation in their eyes when they looked at him. He needed to kill others to feel alive. But this time, he felt it, a different way of living. He forced himself to walk out. The hospital was already surrounded by people. Lord Gaara is fine. Great, with Lord Gaara here, the village is safe. The crowd was talking. They looked at Gaara with obvious fear. But Gaara saw something else. Just like the way Kankuro and Temari looked at him just now. The towering mountains were filled with clouds and mist, and the deafening thunder echoed. The land of lightning, the hidden cloud village. Lord Raikage, important information from Konoha village. Xi walked in a panic. As a senior ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, XI is an all-around ninja with 3 rare abilities: illusion, medical treatment, and perception. He is also regarded as the left hand of the 4th generation Raikage. It is rare to see such a panicked side. The Raikage knew that something big had happened. What happened? A rough voice sounded, as if carrying thunder. The 3rd Hokage of Konoha village, Danzo, and the elders are dead. And all this was done by a man called Daxia Dynasty. XI said quickly. What? The old fox of the 3rd Hokage is dead. The Raikage felt it was a little unreal. More than the 3rd Hokage died. XI added hastily. What is this great Xia dynasty? Why haven't I heard of it before? It is the former river country, a dynasty that has risen, and the rest of the information is unknown. XI said helplessly. Afterwards, he reported the detailed information to the Raikage. AI was silent for a moment and said, go find Killer B, and then notify the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 5th Mizukage. Ask them if they want to get a piece of the pie this time. At the same time, let the intelligence department investigate the Great Xia dynasty. As for the Sand Village, don't join in the fun this time. According to the intelligence, the 4th Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru? This poisonous snake? AI thought secretly. It's just that this Great Xia dynasty made him a little uneasy. However, Konoha village was hit so hard, it was a good time to invade. The 5 major countries in the ninja world are not peaceful organizations. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. AI doesn't believe that the Rock Village and the Mist Village can sit still. Yes. XI agreed and left in a hurry. The 4th Raikage AI was not idle either. He was going to the daimyo to inform him of the situation. Although as a Raikage, he still needed the daimyo's approval to go to war with another country. In the Rock Shadow Village, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki had just received the information. He looked a little unbelievable. But soon, he made the same choice as the Raikage AI. This happened in Konoha. The hot-tempered Raikage would definitely not sit still. Of course, he had to get involved. Tear off a piece of meat from the land of fire. In the Hidden Mist Village, the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei took the information. Frowning secretly. Mizukage-sama, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The 5 major ninja villages are competing with each other, and they are all looking for each other's weaknesses. The Fire Nation has revealed such a flaw this time, we should take some action. It was Ao who spoke. The right eye transplanted was the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan during the Konoha Byakugan incident. Terumi Mei did not respond. I always feel that this Great Xia dynasty is very dangerous. There is no rush to invade the Fire Country, we must first figure out the Great Xia dynasty. Jianqing was about to say something. Terumi Mei said in a serious tone, the period of terror reign of the Blood Mist Village has just ended, and the Hidden Mist Village cannot withstand another national war. Once you fail, there will be no recovery. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Qing felt a little ashamed. The Hidden Mist Village is indeed not as good as before. Get ready, I will go to the Great Xia dynasty to investigate personally. Sir, this is too dangerous. Kojuro hurriedly stopped him. It's settled. Mei Terumi ignored him and walked out of the meeting room. In a dark cave, 10 figures slowly emerged from a pair of huge hands. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 31. Hey, there's a newcomer today. Since Orochimaru defected, many rebel ninjas have joined the organization. Is this the last one? Hey! Newbie, do you want to join my evil cult? Oh? The evil god cult? Then the senior must be able to give me a lot of benefits, right? A figure opened his eyes, and his eyes were the eyes of Samsara. Quiet! This is the newcomer, Ah Fei, who is temporarily in the same team with Ju. The words of the leader Pain were very important. The scene was quiet for a while. The organization has obtained important intelligence. Pain looked at the figure with the scarlet Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, as if nothing could attract his attention. In the land of Chuan, a new country called Daxia Dynasty was established. In the recent Konoha Chunin exam, the people of the Great Xia Dynasty killed the third Hokage, Danzo, and a group of elders. Even the legendary Sunin, Jiraiya, was seriously injured and is currently missing. According to the latest intelligence, when the people of the Great Xia Dynasty left Konoha, they took away the young and talented tribesmen from all the tribes in Konoha. Our target, the Nine Tails, was also pulled out of the Jinchuriki and taken away. The news was too shocking. Such a major event had not happened in the ninja world for a long time. Even the Akatsuki organization, whose members were all cage level, was digesting the news at this time. Everyone was thinking about it. Mr. Itachi, I remember your last clan member, your younger brother. Judging by his age, he has just graduated from the ninja school, right? Kisame said teasingly, carrying Kisame. So, Mr. Itachi's beloved brother was also kidnapped. Itachi remained silent. The three Magatama Sharingan concealed countless emotions. The defected Orochimaru also joined the Great Xia Dynasty. Someone needs to investigate the information about the Great Xia Dynasty. Pain said slowly. He looked at the members of the organization. Finally, his eyes fell on Kisame and Itachi. Itachi, Kisame, this time the mission of investigating the Great Xia Dynasty will be completed by you. Itachi Uchiha finally responded. He nodded slightly. Wow, are there missions soon after joining? Mr. Itachi, please take care of me. Kisame's tone was somewhat malicious. Pain seemed to have not seen this scene. Which member of the Akatsuki organization is not cage level? They are all rebel ninjas with the name of genius. The competition between the teams can only be resolved by them internally. Then, everyone else, continue to complete your current tasks. After Pain finished speaking, the projection disappeared. Seeing this, the rest of the organization untied the illusion body technique. For a moment, in the dark cave, only a pair of huge two-handed bodies remained. In a dense forest, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame both opened their eyes. I guess this time, Mr. Itachi will be able to meet his only tribe member. What an exciting scene! I wonder what Mr. Itachi's brother's reaction would be when he sees you. Kisame said as he slowly stood up. Uchiha Itachi was not ready to answer. He seemed to be thinking about something. But before this mission, I need to confirm it. As soon as the voice fell, the bandaged same hata was placed on Uchiha Itachi's neck. I don't want to fight you. Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Kisame grinned. I'm so sorry. Same hata chopped down. Uchiha Itachi's body was torn apart. A flock of crows rose up. Uchiha Itachi appeared not far away. Water style, rain of 4 sharks. Kisame slapped the ground with one hand, and 4 water sharks jumped vertically. They rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's hand flashed, and 4 kunai with burning detonating talismans appeared. He casually threw them, and the kunai hit the 4 sharks accurately. Boom! With the sound of the explosion, the 4 sharks turned into countless water drops and fell to the ground. However, in the process of falling, countless water drops turned into small sharks, rushing down with their fangs bared. I want to hide all this. Even you can't do that. Kisame looked proud. The little shark was extremely fast. Uchiha Itachi didn't have time to react. His arm was already injured. Whoosh! A figure rushed over. Taking this opportunity, Kisame took off the same hata from behind and jumped in front of Itachi. The big knife same hata slashed down diagonally. Uchiha Itachi couldn't react. Swish! Kisame felt as if he had chopped the air. Sure enough, countless crows flew up. The crows flew behind Kisame and transformed into Uchiha Itachi. Kisame turned around and swept away with his big sword Samehada. Bang! Samehada was blocked by Uchiha Itachi's kunao. But the blow was very powerful. Uchiha Itachi followed the force of the blow and fell far away. When he raised his head, Samehada had already chopped at him. Kunao and Samehada collided. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Kisame said arrogantly. Samehada seemed to sense his master's excitement. Thick and sharp barbs suddenly emerged from the tip of the knife. Uchiha Itachi was a little surprised and quickly pulled away. Water style, Mizu same bullet. A huge shark appeared and attacked Itachi. Uchiha Itachi formed a seal very quickly. Water style great fireball technique. A huge ball of flame spewed out from his mouth. The shark and the flame collided in the air. Water and fire blended, and in an instant, a huge white steam was produced. The surroundings were white and nothing else could be seen. In the mist, the Sharingan exuded a scarlet color. A kunao was placed on Kisame's neck. Uchiha Itachi slowly emerged. It's over. An emotionless voice sounded. Although I want to say, it's really amazing. Kisame said calmly. Then the body held by Uchiha Itachi turned into a stream of water. He instantly appeared behind Uchiha Itachi. It's over. The same words came out of Kisame's mouth. Samehada was ready to strike. If the opponent made any unusual movement, Kisame was sure to cut it off first. Suddenly, he noticed something. I never thought of fighting you. Uchiha Itachi's voice came from a distance. He looked forward. There was no Itachi in front of him. From beginning to end, Itachi was sitting there. Kisame was at a loss for a moment, then sighed. As expected of Mr. Itachi, you can make me break into a cold sweat. He suddenly smiled. I hope we can complete this mission successfully. Mr. Itachi, please take care of me. Chapter 32. Who are you? What are you doing in Daxia? Zhang Hao and his party had just entered the border of Daxia when a cold shout came from the front. Then, a team of 5 people emerged from the dense forest. The weapons held by these 5 people were different. Although they could not feel a trace of chakra, they still felt like a thorn in their side. As if they were facing a powerful enemy. You must not be rude in front of His Majesty. Jun Yao stepped forward. The bearded man in the lead had already spotted Zhang Hao. He hurriedly saluted and said, Your Majesty, please return to the court. The 4 people behind him also saluted. In Daxia, even if you see Emperor Zhang Hao, you don't need to kneel down. Immortal cultivators should have a sense of pride. Zhang Hao didn't want his dynasty to be filled with people who kneel and bow. He nodded and signaled the immortal soldiers to stand up. Now, they have arrived at the border of Daxia. There is no need to move slowly. Xinyu drew out the Qiushui sword. Zhang! The autumn water sword swelled in the wind. In an instant, a giant sword more than 10 meters wide appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Hao and the other 2 stood on the autumn water sword. Zhang Hao turned his head. Ye's group of people all stood there with their mouths open, not knowing what to do. Everyone, the border is still some distance away from the imperial city. It will take only a short flight to get there. You can board the Qiushui sword. The autumn water sword is controlled by Xinyu, and you will not fall down. Naruto and others have seen Xinyu flying with the sword. But they did not expect that the autumn water sword would become so huge. Hearing that he would not fall down, Naruto jumped up first. When he was in Konoha, he was completely disappointed with Konoha after the 9 Tails was forcibly released. He suffered a big blow at that time. However, Naruto has been an optimist since he was a child. He has adjusted his mood on the way. Moreover, he has promised Zhang Hao that he will serve Daxia. So, he jumped up calmly at this time. When the others saw this, they all jumped up. When everyone stood firm, the autumn water sword soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the imperial city. The autumn water sword flew very fast, but there was no strong wind as imagined. There was a gentle breeze. Everyone in Konoha was amazed. Is this the power of a cultivator? Naruto was curious. In the sky, it seemed as if his mind was opened. After a series of events, Naruto's mentality became more peaceful. Sasuke looked at Naruto with his eyes closed. If it was normal, Naruto would have shouted. But now he was so calm. Sure enough, everyone has improved. But what about himself? He thought of the man he hated. When can he avenge this hatred? Even the mature Shikamaru. He has recovered to the way he should be at this age. He was curious and talked to Inokoji. After a while, a city appeared in front of everyone. It was the imperial city of Daxia. In front of the palace, Liu Yun brought a group of ministers and waited respectfully. Junyeo, arrange their food, clothing, shelter, and transportation first, and make arrangements for their cultivation later. Zhang Hao gave an order and walked into the palace first. My dear ministers, has anything major happened in the Great Xia dynasty during this period of time? Zhang Hao asked on the throne. Liu Yun stepped forward. Your Majesty, nothing major has happened. During this period, the dynasty has developed steadily according to the national policy set by Your Majesty. Zhang Hao nodded. This trip to Konoha went smoothly. Next, there are 3 things you need to take care of. The first thing is to capture the territory of the Fire Nation. Liu Yun and Junyeo are in charge of war preparations. 3 months later, the war began. Yes. Junyeo Liu Yun accepted the order. Looking at the court officials, Zhang Hao sighed. There are still too few people who can be used. But fortunately, Daxia's goal from beginning to end is to unify the ninja world. It is preparing for this every moment. Therefore, the preparations for war are not difficult to handle. The second thing is that I want to set up the Daxia Academy. Recruit talents from Daxia and even the entire ninja world, and cultivate top cultivators from Daxia. Daxia Academy will be the foundation of Daxia in the future. This matter is extremely important. When everyone heard this, their faces became serious. The establishment of the academy must be taken seriously by the Soul Forging Hall. The Soul Forging Hall of Daxia is not only for forging weapons for cultivators. The palaces and even the formations of Daxia were all built by the Soul Forging Hall. I am the Dean of Daxia Academy. I will select several highly respected teachers to guide and teach the students on weekdays. Well, Xinyu has also entered Daxia Academy, and you are the eldest sister of the first generation of disciples. Yes. Master. Xinyu is fair and just, take the order seriously. The third thing is that the Great Xia dynasty issued a call to recruit talents. Anyone in the ninja world who has a special skill can come to work in the dynasty and receive generous treatment. Those with strong talents can enter the Daxia Academy. Afterwards, Zhang Hao issued some other orders. The ministers in the court received the orders one after another, and the dynasty started to operate quickly like a precision instrument. Xiaoxian Yun dynasty is not like the mortal dynasty. It is full of intrigue. In Daxia, as long as Zhang Hao exists for one day, Yun dynasty will develop steadily according to Zhang Hao's arrangements. The whole dynasty was busy. On the contrary, Zhang Hao had nothing to do. He moved his mind and walked towards a building. The reason why the ninja world is always in war. All of this is caused by the great powers and the ninja village system. Even if one day, a great power unifies the ninja world, more than 100 years later, this great country will still fall apart, and the ninja world will be filled with war again. And this situation can only be completely resolved by the Great Xia dynasty. In a hall, there were more than a dozen ninjas sitting. They looked at each other. Over the past 10 days, the master has been talking about the various drawbacks between the systems of ninja villages and big countries. And today, the topic has been deepened. The master talked about the problem of war in the ninja world. As ninjas, they naturally understand the trauma that war has brought to the ninja world. However, where there are people, there are wars. This is a problem that has not been solved in the ninja world for thousands of years. How can the Great Xia dynasty solve it? Over the past 10 days, they have seen with their own eyes. The happiness and well-being of civilians living in Great Xia is indeed not comparable to other countries. However, completely solving the problem of war in the ninja world? This is something that countless sages have not solved. Mao Uxian stood up and said, "Master, after countless years of development in the ninja world, the current system of the combination of the 5 major countries and the ninja village is the most reasonable one at present. But even so, there are ninja wars from time to time. What is so special about Daxia? Can it be the only solution to the problem?" Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 33. The master stroked his beard and motioned for Xian to sit down first. Looking at the various systems in the ninja world. Whether it is the system of the 5 major countries and the ninja village, or some small countries still maintaining the monarch system during the war, or the Iron Country samurai system. There is a fatal flaw. This system cannot continue perfectly forever. There will always be a period when the leader becomes incompetent. Therefore, wars and chaos are always emerging one after another. Hearing this, the ninjas all nodded. They were all foreign ninjas who came to Daxia to gather intelligence recently. They were arrested by Daxia's immortal soldiers. Or like Mao Uxian, they came to perform tasks but were captured. But the strange thing is, after they were captured, they were really like guests. There was no torture as imagined, but good living conditions. Except that there were relevant personnel following them every day, there were basically no restrictions on their movements. Mao Uxian was now very familiar with the Daxia imperial city. However, she had to accept the teachings of Daxia master every day. Teaching? Mao Uxian sneered a little. She could understand the master of Daxia's thoughts. It was just that he wanted to they just assimilated me unconsciously. Is it similar to brainwashing? Daxia is a small area, and what it lacks is talents. No matter how bad I am still a jonin. In the ninja world, I am also an elite. No matter which force I join, the other party will treat me with courtesy. Daxia's move is nothing more than wanting to absorb talents from other countries and turn them into its own strength. Uzuki Ujao, who came from the Anbu, has long been accustomed to this kind of brainwashing. The Konoha Anbu has this method. Even ninjutsu control, such as the seal of the tongue to eliminate evil technique of the root. The person being cast cannot tell any secrets of Danzo. Ujao is not worried about brainwashing by words. The will of fire has been engraved in her heart since childhood. She is afraid what she had learned was some methods of cultivating immortals. Similar to some control ninjutsu. Controlling her behavior and even her thoughts. These days, she also learned that Daxia's way of cultivation is called cultivation. It is completely different from chakra cultivation. Moreover, Xian had to admit that the cultivation system completely crushes the chakra system. She was afraid that these cultivators would use some methods of cultivation to control herself unconsciously. But no. The teacher talked about the history of the ninja world. From the primitive tribe to the advent of the Otsutsuki clan and the period dominated by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then to the Six Paths Sage, that is, the ninja sect founded by Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Finally, to the emergence of the country and the ninja village. At the beginning, Xian only regarded it as it was just a fairy tale. But later, she gradually thought that these might all be true. Because some recent events, even major events that were top secret to Konoha, the teacher knew about them, and the key points were all correct. Xian gradually began to listen to the class seriously. These are all secrets of the ninja world. After the teacher finished teaching every day, he would also assign some homework. Basically, they were all about the order and system of each stage of the ninja world. Xian gradually thought about these things. These things were not brought by the ninja school. What the ninja school taught was just the practice of the chakra system. After becoming a ninja, the superiors conveyed more about the will of fire. Loyalty, peace. She knew that the ninja world needed peace, but how could it be achieved? Xian could not get an answer. Her friends, superiors, and even the Hokage had never had a clear method or way to achieve peace in the ninja world. Here, she seemed to understand. Peace cannot be achieved by understanding between people. War is the collision between two or even several interest groups, or several systems. During the period of the ninja clan, there was a brief peace in the ninja world. But after the death of the Six Path Sage, war began to spread again. If the Six Path Sage did not die, then would there never be war in the ninja world? Xian suddenly thought. But she laughed at herself again. How could someone be immortal? The words of the master rang again. If a system can make a country strong and prosperous and its people wealthy, the founder of the system is a wise and enlightened ruler. If the Holy Lord is a dictator, like the Great Xia Dynasty, then peace in the ninja world is just around the corner. A ninja below was not convinced and said, "The Lord of Great Xia? You don't deserve the title of Holy Lord, right?" The master's eyes were like lightning. "Since your majesty established Daxia 2 years ago, there was no more war in Daxia. Within the territory of Daxia, refugees have settled down and the people are prosperous. The Great Xia Dynasty has long been transformed. The domestic weather is good and the national strength is greatly enhanced. He even created a system of cultivating immortals, which enabled practitioners to shed their mortal bodies and turn the world upside down. Even those who cannot practice cultivation can strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. How can such a person not be worthy of the title of Saint Lord?" Looking at the master's eyes, everyone lowered their heads. It was nothing else, they all secretly learned the immortal cultivation system. Xi Yan had even stepped into the practice of Qi. The Great Xia Sutra. The full name is the Great Xia Shi Yuan Sutra. It can completely practice the lower realm of the 3 realms in the immortal cultivation system. The Great Xia Shi Yuan Sutra is not a secret in Great Xia. Xi Yan can even borrow it. And just 2 days ago, Xi Yan started practicing Qi. According to the Great Xia Sutra, it is the beginning of immortal cultivation. She has already embarked on the road of immortal cultivation. Xi Yan didn't understand such a precious method. How could it be easily obtained by outsiders like them? Because, not only Xi Yan has stepped into the practice of Qi. Among these guest ninjas, there are also 2 who are about to step into the practice of Qi. The master seemed to know that they were secretly practicing immortal cultivation. Sometimes, he would teach some knowledge about immortal cultivation during the class. The entire cultivation system actually came from the Lord of Daxia, the young man who was sitting on the throne before. Mizuki Yujao was a little surprised. However, such a saint king has appeared in the history of the ninja world. The Lord of Daxia is indeed worthy of the title of Saint King. But the master also said that in the history of the ninja world, there was a man who was called the Sage of 6 Paths in legend. The 6 Path Sage spread the chakra training system to the world and established the ninja clan. The ninja world was indeed peaceful for a while. However, when the 6 Path Sage died, the ninja world began to be in chaos again, and because of the chakra, the war became even more intense. How can the Great Xia Dynasty guarantee that it will not follow in the footsteps of the past? Xi Yan understood the ambition of the Great Xia Dynasty from the master's words. Unify the ninja world. After the ninja world is unified, if the monarch is wise, then of course there will be peace and prosperity. However, Zhang Hao will eventually grow old and die. When that day comes, won't the ninja world still fall into endless wars? The master looked at Xi Yan and nodded in agreement. Yes, if your majesty grows old, then peace in the ninja world will become empty talk. Xian, you have already entered the path of cultivating immortals, what are your experiences? Mao Yuxian blushed. All old injuries and burdens on the body disappeared. Yes, this is the performance of the qi refining stage. During the qi refining stage, the lifespan of a cultivator is no different from that of an ordinary person, and usually will not be significantly extended due to cultivation. However, when one sets foot on the foundation building stage, the lifespan increases to about 200 years. With your majesty's current high level, I don't know how long you will live. Besides, the road to becoming an immortal is endless. Your majesty, and the people of Great Xia, will all strive forward on this road. In Daxia, everyone is like a dragon. The master's voice was like a loud bell, and he inexplicably gave rise to a sense of power. What? This is impossible. Is the way of cultivating immortals so magical? Can it really increase lifespan? The guest ninjas were already in a mess. Even Uzuki Yujao's mind was in a mess. The master didn't look at the chaotic scene below. He just said to himself, everyone, starting today, Daxia will no longer restrict your freedom. You will no longer be blocked from leaving Daxia. You can do whatever you want. When everyone reacted, the master was no longer on the stage. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 34. Your Majesty, why are you here? Master Zhang bowed and saluted. I have nothing to do, so I came to take a look. Zhang Hao said in a gentle voice. Master Zhang was originally an elder who read a lot of books. After he embarked on the path of cultivation, he started teaching and educating people. Of course, the subjects he taught were the ancient history of the ninja world, or the matters of cultivation. I want to establish the Daxia Academy and appoint you as the academy teacher. What do you think? As an emerging force, the Daxia dynasty is really short of talents in all aspects. In addition to absorbing talents from all aspects of the ninja world, it can also cultivate itself. In Zhang Hao's opinion, Master Zhang has the potential to be a famous teacher of the future generation. Master Zhang certainly knows the Daxia Academy mentioned by Zhang Hao. This is where the foundation of Daxia is cultivated. I couldn't help myself for a moment. I said excitedly, thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I will do my best to teach. The two walked out of the palace, while discussing the relevant matters of the Daxia Academy. Mao Yuxi Yan's mind was in a mess. Looking up, the figure of the master was no longer on the stage. Just now, the master seemed to say that he could leave Daxia and no one would stop him. It was a happy thing. But now I feel mixed emotions. The immortal cultivation system is so magical, which big country in the ninja world can resist it? Moreover, can the peace of the ninja world be achieved in the hands of Zhang Hao, the Lord of Daxia? She remembered the figure sitting on the throne that day. In a trance, she returned to her residence for more than 10 days. Randomly she packed her belongings and walked out of the room. Sure enough, the people who followed her before have now disappeared. She had some plans in mind. But she couldn't make up her mind. Forget it, she would go back to Konoha first. During the Chunin exam, Daxia had a plan against Konoha. Now that she is free, it means that the plan has been completed. I don't know what happened to Konoha. Uzuki Yujao was a little anxious, and she took the Konoha ninjas and accelerated towards Konoha. The other ninjas who were arranged to be guests made the same decision as Yujao. They all set out on the way back. Daxia Academy. Can I learn the immortal cultivation system inside? Suzuki said in surprise. Ino beside him looked proud. Of course, I heard this from His Majesty. Since arriving in Daxia, everyone else has stayed in their residences. Only Ino would go to Zhonghao from time to time. You keep saying Your Majesty all day long. If you don't know, you might think you are from Daxia. Shikamaru said sarcastically. However, everyone was obviously not paying attention to this. Now that we have cultivated immortality, can we also fly with swords? Flying, who wouldn't envy it? Anyway, Naruto really hopes to have such an ability. How is it possible? How could Daxia teach us these precious things? We are from Konoha. Sakura said she didn't believe it. Humph. Broad forehead, how can you understand His Majesty's ambition? Don't use the mind of a country bumpkin to speculate on His Majesty. Ino was immediately dissatisfied. What did you say? Ino is ugly. Sakura refused to give in, and the two enemies were about to quarrel again. Then when can we enroll? Hinata, who had been invisible, said weakly while holding Hyuga Hanabi in her arms. After hearing this, Ino didn't want to quarrel with Sakura anymore. Tomorrow morning, you can enroll in Daxia Academy. His Majesty will also be there. Everyone's thoughts raced when they heard this. The next morning, everyone arrived at their destination. The academy was newly built, and the 4 gold-plated characters Daxia Academy were engraved on the gate. There was an inexplicable aura flowing out. Is this the entrance to the academy? What a magnificent gate! This gate seems to have an inexplicable aura. The boys and girls walked in while discussing. There are not many buildings in the academy. The front is the main hall of the academy. As the central building of the academy, it is mainly used for important meetings, ceremonies, and discussions. In addition to the main hall of the academy, there is another palace. The Book and Dharma Hall. At this time, the ministers and teachers of Daxia were already waiting in the main hall of the academy. After everyone arrived, Zhang Hao appeared in the main seat. When Daxia Academy was first established, it was necessary to offer sacrifices to heaven and earth. As the master of Daxia, Zhang Hao personally led the sacrifice. After the sacrifice was completed, a mysterious aura fell in the academy. The academy was just established, and you are the first batch of students. You should study hard and practice diligently, and don't slack off. It took a whole morning for the opening ceremony of the academy to be completed. Naruto and dozens of other people had been waiting for a long time. After the ceremony, they all rushed into the Dharma Hall. The academy was just established, and currently there are only the main hall and the Dharma Hall. In the Dharma Hall, disciples listen to the lectures of elders or mentors and learn the basic knowledge and spells of cultivating immortals. At this time, more than a dozen teachers were already waiting here. Xenia was standing below. As the eldest sister of the academy, she will be responsible for setting an example in the future. There are dozens of cushions on the ground. They were made in the soul casting hall. Practicing on them can help to clear the mind and calm the spirit. Everyone sat down and took the distributed Great Summer Sutra and started reading it. Master Zhang stood out from the crowd. He explained the key points of the Great Summer Sutra. The other teachers walked around the venue. They explained separately to the disciples who encountered problems. Of course, this is only the treatment before entry. After entry, the disciples still have to practice on their own. An afternoon passed quietly. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint white light began to appear around Naruto's body. This was a sign of the gathering of spiritual energy. These spiritual energies were attracted and slowly swirled around Naruto's body. Gradually, these spiritual energies entered Naruto's body. As the spiritual energy entered, some of the stains in the body were discharged. Naruto's talent is very good. Xenia thought in her heart. The instructors were full of joy. I thought it would take 1 or 2 days to get started. Unexpectedly, it took half a day for someone to start gathering spirits into the body. Although there were their teachings, this was enough to show that Naruto's talent was very good. Another one! An instructor exclaimed. Sasuke was unwilling to lag behind, and white light appeared around his body. Gradually, many of the disciples who were sitting cross-legged began to gather spirits into their bodies. These were the disciples with the best talents. The practice was not over until the evening. At this time, more than a dozen disciples entered the sect. In addition to the 12 little strong men, there were several others who also entered the chi refining stage. Among them was Hinata Hanabi. At this time, the little girl looked confused, as if she was feeling what was inside her body. Is this spiritual energy? The quality is much stronger than chakra. Sasuke said slowly. He has begun to try to control the spiritual energy in his body. Can I break my fate this time? Ninkai lowered his head and felt it silently. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 35. Zhang Hao took a list and read it with great interest. On it was the talent of the disciples who had entered the sect today. When in Konoha, it was just a rough test. It could only detect the quality of the spiritual roots. Today, the disciples of Daxia Academy were tested in detail. Spiritual roots are very important for cultivating immortals. But they are not entirely dependent on them. The spiritual roots are mainly the 5 elements, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, there are also wind, thunder, ice, and other spiritual roots. Pure spiritual roots absorb spiritual energy very quickly. Then the speed of cultivation is also very fast. Of course, the simpler the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed. People with single spiritual roots have less problems with balancing the spiritual energy of the attributes in the danshan. And those with multiple spiritual roots need to balance the spiritual energy of each attribute. But in Zhang Hao's realm, a single spiritual root is not the best choice. The purity of spiritual roots is also graded. From high to low, they are spotless, pure, clear, slightly flawed, and messy. No matter how many spiritual roots an ordinary person has, basically all of their spiritual roots are messy. It is almost impossible to step into the path of cultivation. Flaws require a certain amount of effort to get started. But the growth is obviously not high. And slight flaws are considered ordinary geniuses. The ceiling is higher than that of ordinary people. Clear is equivalent to the inner disciples or true disciples in the sect. And pure spiritual roots are generally the best among the true disciples. In the sect, they are all the roles of the son or the daughter of the saint. And the immaculate spiritual roots are hard to come by. There is no doubt that they are true geniuses. If there are multiple immaculate spiritual roots, then this is a treatment that only the son of luck can have. As long as the spiritual roots are pure enough, the more spiritual roots, the better. It is best to have 5 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In Zhang Hao's eyes, the immaculate 5-element spiritual roots are the genius among geniuses. As long as the 5 spiritual roots are pure enough, the speed of cultivation will not be too slow. And you can also practice more attribute exercises. And different spiritual roots can also be derived from the mutation of a single spiritual root or the combination of multiple spiritual roots. The higher the purity of the spiritual roots, the easier it is to mutate or combine. Immortal cultivators with immaculate 5-element spiritual roots. The future is limitless. Even in the eternal world, he is a giant. Spiritual roots have attributes, and skills also have attributes. Water-attributed skills can of course be activated by fire-attributed spiritual energy. But its power is incomparable to that of water-attributed skills. Therefore, in Zhang Hao's eyes, if the purity of the spiritual roots is high enough, then the more spiritual roots, the better. And the best talents this time are undoubtedly Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they are the sons of destiny in the ninja world. Both of them have 5-element spiritual roots. At the same time, they have 5 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Naruto's earth spiritual roots and water spiritual roots are pure spiritual roots. The purity of the remaining 3 spiritual roots is clear. Sasuke's gold spiritual roots and fire spiritual roots are pure spiritual roots. The purity of the rest is also clear. Although, such talent is 1 in a billion. But as a son of destiny, this configuration is slightly insufficient. Zhang Hao looked down. Sure enough, there is a saying about the physiques of the two. The talent of cultivating immortals does not depend entirely on inspiration. Physical fitness also accounts for a large part. Naruto's physique is actually a spiritual body. Zhang Hao was a little surprised. Yes, this kind of physique is blessed by the gods, and is born far superior to ordinary people. It is considered one of the top physiques. Jun Yao said beside him. Naruto's physique is Link's body. There is nothing much to say about this physique. It is just simple and rough. This kind of physique is born with a danshin capacity far beyond that of ordinary people. It can automatically absorb the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, and can accumulate a large amount of spiritual energy without deliberate practice. Sasuke's physique is nirvana body. People with this physique, after experiencing failures and setbacks in battle, they can stimulate more powerful potential and strength. Cultivators with this physique can often grow and become stronger through constant challenges and failures. Zhang Hao laughed. As expected of the second pillar. According to Sasuke's original trajectory, that would not be a journey of being beaten. Go up. But the next time they appear, their strength will increase dramatically. If the other 3 spiritual roots of these 2 people can be upgraded to pure, that would be even better. However, for now, the talents of these 2 people are completely worthy of the 4 words Sons of Destiny. Among the remaining people, except for Ninkai, Ino, Hinata, Shikamaru and other 12 little strong men, there are also Kimimaro, Kabuto, and Gurren. These people all have a pure spiritual root. And the rest of the people basically have a clear level spiritual root. There are many people with strong talents. In some great worlds, except for Naruto, Sasuke, and others, ordinary sects are just so-so. Daxia, the future is promising. Your Majesty, it's late at night. Jun Yao bent down and said softly. The beauty had a whisk on her waist and wore a purple long skirt. She was intellectual and elegant. The beauty invited me, and it was really late. Zhang Hao nodded, put down the book, and walked towards the bedroom. Jun Yao followed beside him, swaying her body. It was already very late at night. In the residence of Daxia Academy, other students had already fallen asleep. Only Sasuke's room was still lit. He closed his eyes tightly and breathed calmly. His body kept absorbing spiritual energy. In the world of cultivating immortals, the chi refining stage is generally divided into 9 levels. When the 9th level is perfected, one can break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, the Daxia Sutra given by the system, the chi refining stage has 10 levels. The cultivation of the chi refining stage is mainly to use spiritual energy to flush the danshin. Let the capacity of the danshin continue to expand. Every doubling represents an improvement in a small realm. 9 is the extreme number, the great perfection. Only some extremely powerful forces have the skills to break through the 10th level. These skills are undoubtedly not reserved for core disciples. In Daxia, the Daxia Sutra is quite popular. After all, Daxia is not a sect, but a Yun dynasty. The strength of Yun dynasty is closely related to the immortal cultivators in Yun dynasty. Moreover, those who can break through to the 10th level of chi refining stage are geniuses among geniuses. Most people, even with the Daxia Sutra, can only practice to the 9th level. This is the difference between talents. Sasuke's practice seemed to have reached a critical moment. Sweat oozed from his forehead and his face looked a little painful. The process of letting the spiritual energy flush the danshin was of course painful. And now was the time for a breakthrough. The danshin was more painful than before. Suddenly, in an instant, Sasuke's speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased greatly. He also breathed a sigh of relief. The second level. Suddenly, a kind of physical pleasure filled the whole body. The pain and endurance of the breakthrough just now, the physical pleasure at this moment. Sasuke experienced it carefully. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Sasuke's eyes were frighteningly bright. Just wait, Itachi. I will kill you sooner or later. Chapter 36. Sasuke, you actually broke through. In the Dharma transmission hall, Naruto asked in surprise, looking at Sasuke, whose aura was obviously stronger than yesterday. Sasuke nodded. He seemed to have no interest in talking. He is indeed a genius. The Uchiha bloodline is indeed powerful. Sasuke, that guy, is still sharp. Everyone started to discuss quietly. But Sasuke didn't even want to look at him. He just sat on the futon. At this time, the instructor hadn't arrived yet, so he started practicing on his own. Naruto gritted his teeth and started practicing. He already knew his life experience. The son of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Although he had no feelings for Konoha, he had such an outstanding father. He couldn't be too bad. Besides, Naruto used to be a little jealous of Sasuke. He had outstanding talent and was the top graduate of the ninja school. When they were doing missions before, the two competed with each other. When he arrived in Daxia, he didn't want to admit defeat. His chakra system was not as good as Sasuke's, so why should he be better than him in cultivation? Poor. In yesterday's test results, he had the best talent. Of course, he was on par with Sasuke. But this was not a reason to admit defeat. He regretted going to bed early yesterday. In the future, he should not be so lazy. Seeing that the two most talented disciples were practicing every minute, the people who were originally chatting sat quietly on the futons. In a team, the leading role of the head sheep is huge. For a moment, the noisy Dharma hall quieted down. Groups of spiritual energy gathered around the disciples. Soon after, the instructors arrived one after another. Master Zhang stroked his beard lightly. He praised, "Not bad, if you practice diligently, you will achieve something in the future." The disciples stood up to greet him. Today, we continue yesterday's practice. In the Dharma hall, the disciples practiced in an orderly manner. Disciples who had not yet entered yesterday continued to break through today. Among them, Naruto made the most noise. The spiritual energy around him was obviously many times more than that of others. The whole person was submerged in the white light. Naruto's spiritual energy absorption speed is so fast that more than a dozen disciples can't match him. Is this the spirit body? Sasuke retracted his gaze, and a sense of crisis also appeared in his heart. Even if I go to Daxia Academy, I will be the best among the disciples. The disciples did not stop practicing until noon. The spiritual food hall was also built today. Led by the instructor, the disciples went to the spiritual food hall. Through the instructor's explanation, everyone understood that the disciples of the academy would have points as soon as they came in. These points are enough to eat for a long time in the spiritual food hall. Spiritual food is different from the food of ordinary people. It is for cultivators. There are rich varieties of spiritual food, and the most common ones are spiritual rice, spiritual fruit, spiritual beast meat, etc. These spiritual foods are very precious outside the academy. Even immortal soldiers may not have spiritual food for every meal. It can be seen that spiritual food is precious. But here, the academy will give points to new disciples. If you only eat spiritual rice, you can eat for several years. Spiritual fruits and spiritual beast meat are more expensive. New disciples cannot withstand consumption without points. And there are actually many channels to obtain points. You can get points by accepting academy tasks. In the academy competition, you can also get points by getting a ranking. Even if you break through the realm, you can also get points, but it's less. Wow! There are so many kinds of spiritual food. Ino said excitedly. The disciples came forward one after another. There are many windows in the spiritual food hall. There are many errand disciples doing related work. The price of spiritual food varies, and Ino and other disciples have silently chosen the cheapest spiritual rice. This is the advice of the instructors. After deducting Ino's 5 points, the errand disciple behind the window handed over a large bowl of spiritual rice. These errands are not talented enough to enter the outer gate of the academy, so they choose to be errands. Employees also have the opportunity to enter the outer gate. And the group of people from Konoha, because they have enough talent. They directly worshipped the outer gate of the academy. It smells so good. Ino smelled it once and felt the aroma, which made her stomach churn. She hurriedly found a seat and started to enjoy it. Seeing this, everyone was a little impatient. For a moment, the fragrance of the spiritual food hall was everywhere. I didn't expect that a bowl of ling rice would be so delicious. I can't imagine how delicious spiritual fruits and spiritual beast meat are. Sinkai said vaguely. Yes, and the spiritual energy in the body seems to have grown stronger. However, the first floor of the spiritual food hall contains only ordinary spiritual food. In the upper echelons, that is a rare treasure. The instructor said that the spiritual food is not only delicious, but also extremely beneficial to cultivation. Ino was a little excited. Shikamaru on the side rarely refuted. Even though he was not greedy, he had to admit that spiritual food was indeed beneficial. Suddenly, a more delicious and fragrant smell came. Master Zhang, how come you have spiritual beast meat to eat? Xinyu, how come you have beast meat to eat too? Xiao Li asked in surprise, his two thick eyebrows almost squeezed together. The disciples saw that a group of teachers and Xinyu sat down with the fragrant beast meat. This is a benefit for the teacher, and His Majesty has agreed to it. Master Zhang said with a smile. I got good points on the last trip to Konoha. Xinyu was in high spirits. The spirit beasts raised by the master could finally be slaughtered and eaten. Xinyu had been craving for this meat for a long time. For a while, the aroma of the spirit beast meat filled the entire spirit food hall. Koji felt a little salivating. Such delicious food, he must try it if he has the chance. He suddenly felt that he must work harder in his practice. Most other people were similar. Just for such a delicious meal, they should practice diligently. Xinyu sat down next to Hinata. Hinata suddenly became a little restless. She looked at Xinyu shyly. Xinyu had a good impression of Hinata and her sister. She picked out a piece of spirit beast meat and put it in Hanabi's bowl. Then she started to eat. Naruto watched for a while. Finally, he couldn't help it. Xinyu, can you let me taste the meat of the spirit beast? He looked at Xinyu expectantly. Xinyu raised her head. Hiccup, what did you say? Naruto then realized that Xinyu had eaten all the spirit beast meat. How did she manage to eat it so elegantly and quickly? The taste of the spirit beast meat is very good. Practice harder and earn points. Naruto, you can also taste the taste of the spirit beast meat. Xinyu said with a chuckle. Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. After eating the spirit food, the disciples reluctantly left the spirit food hall. What? No practice in the afternoon? Then what should we do? In the Dharma transmission hall, a disciple asked. Master Zhang looked serious. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Top up 100 yuan and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 37. Dao Heart Foundation Building? What is this? Specifically, why do you cultivate immortality? Master Zhang's words made the disciples silent. Everyone began to think. I want to gain great power. Someone said. I want to work hard to improve my cultivation, earn points, and be able to eat the spiritual food in the spiritual food hall. Akimichi Koji said in a humming voice. This caused the disciples to burst into laughter. I want revenge. Suzuki said coldly. The temperature in the air was a little low. I want to stand beside someone, and cultivating immortality can give me such power. Ino had some yearning. I want to be strong enough to protect others. This is what an orphan said. His parents died in the war. His biggest wish is to protect others after he becomes strong. Everyone talked about it. The reasons were varied. Master Zhang pressed his hand to signal, and the disciples all quieted down. Daxia Academy, teaching everyone. No matter why you practice Taoism, Daxia Academy will not suppress you. However, in the academy, we advocate a kind of thought. In the mortal world, there is a saying that the greatest heroes serve their country and their people. In the academy, there is also a concept with a similar meaning. The saint of immortals, protect the world and bless life. The disciples fell silent. They were young and could not fully understand the meaning of this sentence. But in the dim light, they could feel that kind of will. It was a will that made people's blood boil. The meaning of this sentence needs you to slowly experience it in the future. Do you know the history of the ninja world? The disciples shook their heads. The history of the ninja world had long been sealed in an unknown corner by someone with ulterior motives. Even the adults in the village didn't know. Naturally, they didn't know either. If you want to build a foundation for the Tao, you must first know yourself. To know yourself, you must first know the world. Master Zhang smiled. Let's start with the history of the ninja world. After several days of traveling, Uzuki Yujao arrived at Konoha, exhausted. Only her purple hair remained beautiful. The scars of the war had not been completely cleaned up. Xian, you're back? Did Daxia make things difficult for you? Moonlight Gale and Might Guy accompanied Kakashi for a walk. Kakashi was stabbed by Zhang Hao's spiritual power and had been lying in bed for almost a month. Only now can he get out of bed. Moonlight Gale was overjoyed to see his good friend return. There has been almost no good news in Konoha recently. Mao Yuzian said Daxia didn't make things difficult for me. That's good, Xi Yan, the third Hokage and the elders of the village have all died. Moonlight Gale said with some pain. Then he forced a smile. Now is the time when we need more manpower. You are back just in time. Xi Yan sighed and nodded. Even though she had known about Daxia's plan against Konoha for a long time, she couldn't help but be shocked when she learned the result. Almost all the high-ranking officials in the village were wiped out. What does the Land of Fire say? What suggestions do you have for the future of Konoha? Uzuki Yujao asked. The daimyo let us do what we want, but they hired a large number of ninjas to protect their safety. Might Guy said a little depressed. These daimyo are nominally the leaders of the Land of Fire. However, they are completely unable to take the role of leaders. They don't even have words of comfort. You know, it is because of the existence of Konohagakure that the Land of Fire has become a great power. With his simple political mind, he knew that the daimyo should stand up at this time. Set an example and reassure the people. Kakashi rubbed his forehead. His mind still hurt from time to time. Border intelligence incoming. There have been unusual movements on the border between the Earth Kingdom and the Lightning Kingdom, and spying on the Fire Kingdom has become much more frequent. These two countries are very likely to start a war against the Fire Nation. Then, it will be troublesome. For a moment, the clouds were gloomy. After the four separated, Mao Yuxian returned home. Their family were all civilians. There was only one ninja in the family of four. And all the old people of the grandparents' generation had passed away. Sister, have you finished your task and are back? A little girl who was doing housework came over. The girl was about 8 or 9 years old and also had purple hair. She rolled up her sleeves and seemed to be washing clothes. Yes, Starlight, look, this is a little gift I brought you. Mizuki Xingguang cheered and took the package from her sister. There were some snacks in it. Looking at the patches on her sister's clothes, Mao Yuxian felt a little uncomfortable. Their family was a civilian, and they could not compare with the big families in the village. Her parents could only do some odd jobs. As an Anbu, the income from the missions was not enough to make the family live better. However, she also regarded the missions as important as her life. She went through life and death so many times. She couldn't even give her family a comfortable and prosperous environment. Mao Yuxian was a little silent. But according to her understanding, the treatment of the immortal soldiers in Daxia was very good. An immortal soldier could even afford the expenses of a family. They were both risking their lives, so why was the gap so huge? According to the rules, she should submit the mission to the Anbu after she came back. However, she was a little reluctant. She would rather risk punishment than put on a mask and submit the mission. Forget it, think about it for a few days. In the land of hot springs, in a casino, the door was kicked open. Jiraiya strode in. Tsunade was drunk and shook the dice with her right hand. The gambling nature was on her head. Lady Tsunade, please stop gambling. If you lose again, you will have to sleep on the street. Nonsense, next time, hiccup next time, I can win it all back. Jingyan held the wallet tightly and refused to let go. Sir, then it seems to be Lord Jiraiya. What do you mean by seem like? That's Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you've come just in time. Hiccup, lend me a few thousand ryo first, I'll pay you back if I win. Jiraiya walked closer. Looking at his former teammates, he felt a little sad. After years of fighting, Tsunade's brother and lover Kato Dan died tragically. Since then, Tsunade has also suffered from hemophobia. The ninja world has been devastated by war for a long time. Where is the child of destiny who changed the world? Jiraiya looks sad. Tsunade, Konoha needs you now, come back to the village with me. Go back to the village, what are you doing? It would be nice if the old man was here. The old man died in the battle, and all the elders of Konoha were slaughtered. The ground suddenly cracked, and Tsunade turned around. What did you say? Lady Tsunade has returned to the village. She came back with Lord Jiraiya. This is undoubtedly an exciting news for Konoha village. And Tsunade was appointed to become the 5th Hokage in a time of crisis. She already knew about the trial of Konoha's high-level officials. In the past 2 days, she has held many meetings with the heads of Konoha's major clans. The purpose is to eliminate the estrangement and hidden dangers caused by the third generation. But the effect is minimal. She can't understand why the master who was willing to be the last one to leave for the second generation of Hokage has become like this. The land of lightning and the land of earth are constantly moving on the border of the land of fire. It seems that a war is inevitable. However, the instigator of all this, the Great Xia dynasty, has not received any information. But what she is most worried about is precisely Great Xia. Jiraiya saw her worries. He took the initiative to volunteer to go to Great Xia to lurk, and report any actions of Great Xia back to Konoha. Even if she was worried about Jiraiya, Tsunade did not refuse. Konoha has reached a moment of life and death. She doesn't have many choices. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 38. It has been more than 10 days since Xian returned to Konoha. The atmosphere in the village has become more and more tense. Even her father and mother often sigh. Although Lady Tsunade has stabilized the situation in the village. However, the enemy's espionage on the border of the Land of Fire has become more and more frequent. The battle between the great powers is not something that can be fought at will. The preparation time is a complex and critical stage. It requires careful planning and preparation. This stage involves multiple levels, including military mobilization, resource reserves, strategic layout, etc. But even so, the war will start in a month or two at most. She has made up her mind. Staying in Konoha, she will never see a day of peace. She wants to take her family to Daxia. Now, it is not just her own business. The war is coming, and Konoha village is really unsafe. Even if not for her own ambitions, she must consider the safety of her family. A few days ago, she tried to persuade Gecko Gale to go to Daxia with her. There is the future of the ninja world. Unfortunately, several times, the two of them were unhappy. Today is the day to set off for Daxia. At night, the moonlight shines on Konoha. Xian led her family and quietly walked towards the exit of Konoha. It was quiet along the way and no one noticed. Looking at the village gate in front of her, Mao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared outside the gate. Xian, are you going to betray Konoha? It was Moonlight Gale. Uzuki Xian gritted her teeth and drew her long sword. I must go to Daxia, are you going to stop me? Zhang. The Moonlight Gale on the opposite side also drew out his long sword. What is there? Is it worth betraying Konoha? Yueguang Gale was heartbroken. Mao Xian was silent for a moment. She said, my family is safe there, and the future of the ninja world is there. Hey! You can't stop me. At this moment, she was more determined. If the future of the ninja world is not in Daxia, is it in the hands of these big countries? For a little benefit, they started a war and ignored the lives of countless civilians. In her opinion, war is indispensable for the struggle for peace. However, it is not glorious to start a war just for the interests of some big men. She used to be involved in various struggles. But today, she has to make her own choice. The black shadow opposite was stunned and made way. Moonlight Hayate retracted his sword. I'm glad you have the path you want to take, said the friend, somewhat dejected and somewhat excited. Mao Xian agreed. She nodded seriously and disappeared into the night with her family. The disciples have been practicing in the academy for a while. Not only have they greatly improved their cultivation, but they also seem to have some understanding of their own Dao heart. Ding! The Son of Destiny in this world joins Daxia, and the host obtains the Casting Heaven Palace. Zhang Hao opened his eyes. System? After so long, it finally came out once. Since crossing over, the system gave out the novice gift package. It has been silent. And today, it finally came out again. Didn't Sasuke and Naruto come to Daxia a long time ago? Zhang Hao was a little confused. Then, he understood. He brought the two back to Daxia, but at the beginning, the two did not recognize Daxia. Although they were in Daxia, they were not considered Daxia citizens. After these days, the two had already recognized Daxia in their hearts. Therefore, the system now prompts Casting Heaven. Zhang Hao read the technique in his mind. Gather the country's fortune, the land's fortune, the sky's fortune, and the world's fortune to resist the might of heaven. Long live the country! Build the celestial empire, establish all industries, use the luck of the country, the luck of the land, the luck of the sky, and all the luck to gather together to form a force, break the karma, and achieve the position of heaven and earth. What is this? Zhang Hao's interest increased greatly. He quickly finished reading and breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a practice. In other words, this is not a practice that can be practiced by immortal cultivators. This practice is prepared for emperors like Zhang Hao. With this practice, the Yun dynasty can continue to develop under the operation of the emperor. According to Zhu Tianting, Yun dynasty is also divided into levels. The smallest and weakest is like the Great Xia dynasty. It is just a dynasty. And above the dynasty, there are the Imperial dynasty, the Heavenly dynasty, and the Holy Court. And the highest level is the Heavenly Court. Even in the eternal world, there are not many heavenly courts. With this practice, Zhang Hao's doubts disappeared. Although the Great Xia dynasty was founded under the prompt of the system, Zhang Hao also knew that more territories and more talents could make the dynasty stronger. But the specific situation was unclear. He didn't even know that the dynasty could be promoted. A higher level of Yun dynasty brings more benefits. A higher level of Yun dynasty, the immortal cultivators, the ceiling is higher. Among newborns, talents will become stronger and stronger. The overall speed of cultivation of the people will also be greatly improved. As the master of Yun dynasty, Zhang Hao's cultivation speed will be increased by dozens of times. With the blessing of Yun dynasty, he can even improve to a major realm in a short time. In short, the higher the level of Yun dynasty, the more benefits it brings. And he also understands why his cultivation has stopped improving after he reached the peak of Liangsu. It turned out that he had reached the highest realm that cultivators in the Great Xia dynasty could reach. If he wants to continue to improve his realm, then the level of Yun dynasty also needs to be improved. From the Great Xia dynasty to the Great Xia dynasty. With Zushan court, Zhang Hao can feel it clearly. When Daxia unifies the ninja world, then the level of Yun dynasty can be improved. As the emperor, the realm can naturally be improved. But the current cultivation is enough. There is no one in the ninja world who can threaten himself. And everything is developing in an orderly manner. There was another exclamation in the academy rise. Both of them have reached the 4th level of chi refining. Yes, most of us are still on the 2nd floor. Naruto and Sasuke, as the top geniuses in the academy, have reached the 4th level of chi refining. Master Zhang, we only have the realm of improvement. However, the cultivators' attack methods were unknown. When can we practice attack methods? Sasuke looked at the instructor and asked, feeling a little anxious. Such a powerful force is in his body. But he doesn't know how to use it. Upon hearing this, the disciples also cast their expectant eyes on the instructors. Master Zhang smiled and said, now is the time to practice. The disciples' eyes lit up. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 39. After the efforts of the Tianzi Spirit Hall, the Academy has many more buildings. The Immortal Law Secret Pavilion has long been moved into the Academy by Zhang Hao. It is guarded by immortal soldiers. Even if you break through the immortal soldiers' blockade, you cannot enter the Immortal Law Secret Pavilion without the identity of the Academy or the identity granted by Zhang Hao. In front of the Immortal Law Secret Pavilion, the disciples looked up and couldn't help but admire it. So big! It is hard to imagine that this building actually contains a large number of Daxia's immortal cultivation manuals. Shikamaru sighed. Daxia's architecture is not similar to the architectural style of the ninja world. But it has its own unique charm. I heard that all the techniques of Daxia come from the Immortal Technique Secret Pavilion. This should be one of the most important buildings in Daxia. I didn't expect that we could go in. Ningji said inexplicably. He is a member of the branch of the famous Hyuga clan of Konoha. Although he is a genius, his bloodline limit of the Byakugan is limited by the main family. He relied on his strong talent to comprehend the Kaiten and other physical techniques that only the main family can use. And here, there are far the secret book of the Hyuga family. But they allowed these outsiders to enter. The big clans in Konoha cherish their own skills and will not let outsiders learn their core ninjutsu. Such a place can only decline. Sasuke snorted coldly. The Uchiha clan was massacred by Itaki, but the strange thing is that the entire Konoha was unaware of it. And I, who was returning home from school, was the first to know about it. Now that I think about it, there are many things in this that make people think deeply. Naruto looked over and rarely quarreled with Sasuke. I am just a weapon of Konoha, I should be useless. However, I have a place to stay. Daxia's enemies are my enemies. Naruto was much more straightforward. When the Nine Tails was forcibly released in the Konoha arena, he hated Konoha. He didn't even know what happy things he had when he was in Konoha. He understood the disciples' hesitation. However, if you take the benefits of Daxia, you may become Daxia's enemy in the future. This was very disdainful in the heart of the straightforward Naruto. He directly made the words clear, and the disciples were a little embarrassed. It looks so spectacular from the outside, I wonder what the scenery is like inside. Sakura tried to smooth things over. What are you waiting for? Let's go in together. After saying that, he was the first to enter the immortal secret pavilion. As soon as he entered, he heard a voice that was indistinguishable between a man and a woman. Outer disciples of Daxia Academy can only enter the immortal secret pavilion once. Only those who have reached a higher level or made special contributions can gain additional entries. In the immortal secret pavilion, you can only practice one technique at a time. The disciples were a little curious. Whose voice is this? Master Zhang's words came from behind. The spirit of the secret chamber, but you don't need to understand these yet. Now, go and choose the right technique for you. Hearing this, the disciples walked forward. This is the first floor of the secret pavilion. But at a glance, it is so large that it seems to be endless. It seems that the inside is a space of its own. Everyone is excited. This is all the magic of the immortal cultivators. Unexpectedly, the rice is not a paper book. Instead, it is a jade talisman flying in the air. The jade talismans have different brilliances, and the whole floor is rendered in colorful colors. With so many techniques, which one should I choose? You can't directly see the information of the technique. Naruto was a little impatient. It was like countless treasures were placed in front of you. You could only take one, but you didn't know the value of these treasures. You were afraid that you would pick a cheap one. Everyone came forward and looked up at the flying jade talismans in front of them. Naruto reached out and grabbed a jade talisman in his hand. Yellow rank, mid-level, breaking army halberd technique. The Pajun-ji method is mainly about breaking. Practicing this method can make the Ji method sharp and indestructible. After it is fully developed, a swing of the Ji can be enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Naruto pondered for a moment and released the jade talisman again. The power is great, but it's not suitable for me. The jade talisman seemed to have life. As soon as Naruto let go, it flew away and became one of the countless flying jade talismans. The disciples saw Naruto's actions and took action. Yellow rank, lower grade, wind chasing step. Chasing wind step, practicing this method, the body is as light as a swallow and as fast as flying. After mastering it, it is no problem to travel 1,000 miles a day. Yellow rank mid-grade, phantom finger. Phantom finger, when practicing this technique, the finger technique becomes as elusive as a phantom. After mastering it, a single finger thrust can penetrate metal or stone. Yellow rank low-grade hidden weapon technique, locust stone. Flying locust stone, practicing this method can make the hidden weapon technique extremely accurate. After mastering it, the flying stone can hurt people and hit the target every time. Unfortunately, the method is very good, but it is not suitable for everyone. Fortunately, there are enough methods here, and you can slowly choose. The grade of the technique is not the most important thing, it is more important to suit yourself. The instructor's voice sounded at the right time. The disciples understood and continued to choose the technique. A mid-level yellow rank martial art, the 10,000 insects technique. This technique is very suitable for me. The person who spoke was Abarame Shino. There was no one around him. The disciples were reluctant to get close to him. After all, there were always bugs crawling in and out of Shino's body. 10,000 insects technique. This technique is specifically used to raise and control various insect spirit beasts. After practicing, you can communicate with insect spirit beasts and command them freely. It can also upgrade ordinary insects to spirit insects. Once the sea of insects appeared, it covered the sky and blocked the sun, making it extremely difficult for cultivators to deal with it. And because the spirit insects are small in size and highly concealed, they are hard to defend against. Abarameshino was very satisfied with this technique. Under the guidance of the instructor, he placed the jade talisman on his forehead. The magical thing was that the technique in the jade talisman appeared in his mind like a memory. And Abarameshino, because of the sudden appearance of this memory, felt a little dizzy. But the whole person was more excited. This technique was more powerful than the introduction. Satisfied, he stepped out of the Immortal Technique secret pavilion. At this time, Shino was a little impatient and wanted to upgrade his insects to spirit insects as soon as possible. Looking at Shino's back, many people shuddered. It seemed that they thought of some terrifying scenes. Seeing the first person to eat crabs, everyone accelerated their selection. They were all looking forward to their favorite techniques. Top grade yellow rank, Storm Tide Blade. Every move and every style is like a raging tide, continuous and endless. This set of sword skills, when mastered, is as unstoppable as a storm. Each sword strike carries the power to destroy everything, leaving the enemy with no escape and only resistance. Good technique! Naruto exclaimed. This technique is very suitable for him, it is straightforward. After it is fully developed, it will generate a momentum that makes it impossible for the enemy to avoid it. After imprinting the technique into his memory, he also turned and left. Sasuke suddenly found that there was a jade talisman that had a huge attraction to him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade talisman in his hand. Yellow grade top grade. This seems to be a very powerful technique. Yellow rank supreme, Thunderous Nine Heavens Sword Technique. Every move of the Thunderous Nine Heavens Sword Technique contains a powerful force of thunder. When the sword technique is performed to the extreme, it seems that the thunder in the sky is really triggered, and its power is so great that it is enough to destroy all obstacles. Sasuke did not hesitate and directly put the jade talisman on his forehead. Such a powerful technique, the power of thunder, will also be used by me. Itaki, the Uchiha clan's ability is not worth mentioning. More and more people have obtained the skills that suit them. Yellow rank, top grade, overturning palm. Yes, I have done some research on palm techniques. Ninkai smiled. Yellow rank, Dragon Elephant Prujna. Practicing the Dragon Elephant Prujna technique can make the practitioner's internal chi as powerful as a dragon or elephant, thus possessing the power of a dragon or elephant and becoming extremely powerful. When practicing to a high level, the practitioner's body will gradually become as tough as steel, and the resistance to various physical injuries will be greatly improved. Even after embarking on the path of cultivating immortals, Xiao Li still loves this bodybuilding method. This is the one. Yellow rank, middle grade, Liuyun Sword Technique. Liuyun Sword Technique, as the name suggests, is like a flowing cloud, elusive and unpredictable. Practicing this sword technique can make the sword moves continuous and smooth like flowing water. Ino looked surprised. Great, it's a sword technique. I also want to be the female sword fairy of Disya. It took the whole afternoon for the disciples to choose their skills. They immediately began to practice with great enthusiasm. At the gate of the dynasty, Jiraiya was hiding in a shadow. There were immortal soldiers guarding the gate, and everyone entering had to register. The immortal soldiers stationed at the border of Daxia had been withdrawn by Zhang Hao. Now that Daxia was no longer afraid of anything, there was naturally no need to guard against anyone at the border. And registering people in and out was just recording the information of entering the dynasty. Even ninjas from other countries were allowed to enter the dynasty. But Jiraiya didn't know all this. Just as he was still thinking about how to get in, a sexy woman with long reddish-brown curly hair caught his attention. The ninja's intuition told him that this woman seemed to be a very strong ninja. Before Jiraiya could remind him, he saw the woman walking straight over. Then, under the gaze of the guards, he registered and swaggered in. Go in, go in. Jiraiya felt a little stupid. He no longer hid and walked straight towards the city gate. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 40. It was Mei Terumi who swaggered in from the city gate. After entering Daxia, she walked all the way to the Imperial City. What she saw and heard simply overturned her cognition for many years. She was like discovering a new world. She was full of curiosity and shock along the way. She saw the Rainmaker casting rain on the fields of the common people. As he chanted the spell, a cloud appeared in the sky. Then the drizzle of rain fell, moistening the land. She saw the insect repellent cast spells in the fields. Their hands emitted an inexplicable light. With a light wave, the weeds and pests in the fields died one after another. She saw an unknown crop growing in the fields. This crop was not yet mature, but she smelled a fragrance. She learned from the common people that the one who cast rain to repel insects was the immortal cultivator of Daxia. And this new crop was spiritual rice. According to rumors, this spiritual rice has infinite benefits. Ordinary people can prolong their lives by eating it. And all of this was given by the Emperor of Daxia. The common people here seemed to live a rich life. She was shocked. As the fifth Mizukage, she also wanted the Kingdom of Water to have good weather and the common people to be prosperous and well off. However, these were firmly controlled by the daimyo. All she could manage was the Hidden Mist Village. And the period of terror in the Blood Mist Village had just ended. It would take some time to get the Hidden Mist Village back on track. In the Great Xia Dynasty, even the lives of the common people were so affluent. It was obvious that the ruler of Great Xia was a benevolent monarch. Therefore, when she was at the gate of the imperial city, she walked in without any worries. However, when registering, she casually gave a false name. The imperial city was even more prosperous. People came and went here, and the thing that was talked about the most was the Great Xia Academy. The establishment of Daxia Academy will benefit future generations. Your Majesty, this move will give us a constant supply of blood, and the prosperity of the dynasty is not far away. Mei Terumi ate and listened to the conversations of the people around her. Daxia Academy? Could it be that it teaches the way of cultivating immortals? Having seen so many along the way, she was also very interested in cultivating immortals. Boss, our son is back. The lady boss of the shop saw the young man approaching and shouted inside. Then the boss also ran out in a hurry. Before the young man came close, the boss asked anxiously, "How is it? Can I enter Daxia Academy?" The young man shook his head. "I don't have enough talent to become an outer disciple of the academy." The boss and his wife immediately showed a lonely expression. "But I can stay in Daxia Academy as a chores disciple. Menial disciples can also practice immortal arts," the young man said gently, with a look of longing in his eyes. The boss immediately smiled and said, "That's great. Menial disciples are also good. They have the opportunity to become immortals." Then he turned serious again. "His Majesty is kind and you have received a great benefit. You must serve His Majesty well in the future." The boss smiled only after the young man nodded seriously. "My son has been selected as an errand boy in the academy today. I am very happy today. All the customers in the store will get a free meal." This immediately attracted a round of applause. The guests also looked at the young man with envy. "That is the Daxia Academy, where immortals teach. If you enter it, you can also become an immortal." Terumi Mei was thoughtful. The Lord of Daxia is really popular among the people. Unlike the great name of the water country, he has a very bad reputation among the common people. "Boss, can anyone go to Daxia Academy?" She stopped the busy boss and asked. "How is that possible?" The boss widened his eyes. Only those with the most talent in cultivating immortals can enter there, and everyone who enters there is a dragon among men. Immortal cultivation talent? How do you know if you have immortal cultivation talent? Mai Terumi asked. If you want to enter the Daxia Academy, you must first test your talent. The immortals have their own means to detect whether you are suitable for cultivating immortals. Girl, I see you are not from Daxia. Now that you are in the Imperial City, why don't you give it a try? The boss gave Mai Terumi a cup of hot tea and kindly suggested. People from other countries can also enter Daxia Academy. Mai Terumi was really surprised. Your Majesty's mind is broad and wide, and naturally it is not limited to Daxia. The boss left a word and left in a hurry. There was a new customer in the store, and he had to greet him. The Lord of Daxia is really bold. She became more and more curious about this man. However, now she wanted to go to the academy first. She put the money on the table and left. This is Daxia Academy. Just the entrance of the academy made her feel the majestic momentum. She was more and more looking forward to what was inside. As Mai Terumi walked towards the academy, a young man came over to the door. Are you going to enter the academy? Let's test your talent first. Without waiting for Mai Terumi to answer, the boy walked ahead on his own. Mai Terumi pouted and followed behind. As the fifth Mizukage, she had never been ignored like this. The boy led Mai Terumi to a middle-aged man and left. I am a teacher at the academy. If I want to enter the academy, I need to test my talent first. Terumi Mai nodded, indicating that she had understood it. The middle-aged man took out something like a stone and asked her to hold it. Terumi Mai did as she was told. The talent is quite good, he actually has a pure water spiritual root, and the purity of other spiritual roots is not low either. The middle-aged man exclaimed. You can directly become an outer disciple of the academy. Now follow me to register. Terumi Mai didn't know what spiritual roots were, but according to the teacher, she seemed to have good talent. After completing the registration, she was taken into a palace. Then the middle-aged man disappeared. There were many young boys and girls sitting cross-legged in the palace, as well as adults of her age. Under the guidance of the teacher in the palace, she sat on a cushion and flipped through the book in her hand. Daxia Sutra. Is this the method of cultivating immortals? Try practicing and see what's so magical about it. Terumi Mai settled down in the academy. The most important thing about the Daxia dynasty is the cultivation system. This has never appeared in the ninja world. If you are familiar with this power, you can know yourself and the enemy. After a few days, she also got started. Now she is a young cultivator at the second level of Qi training. It has to be admitted that the cultivation of immortals is exquisite. And its power cannot be matched by chakra. This powerful force is in the hands of Daxia. She is a little worried that the ninja world will usher in great changes. And in the great changes, what will happen to the Water Kingdom? In these days, with her means, she has become very familiar here. Naruto, I don't understand something here, can you explain it to me? Many of these disciples came from Konoha. It was when Konoha was severely damaged by Daxia that these young people were brought here. Okay, Auntie, the flow of spiritual energy here should be like this. Call me Auntie. Mai Terumi's forehead was covered with black lines. She held back her breath. Forget it, she won't bother with the little brat. As a popular genius in the academy, Naruto also likes to help others. He will also actively help with general training problems. After a detailed explanation, Mai Terumi said she understood. Naruto, I heard you were kidnapped from Konoha. This is what Mai Terumi really wanted to ask. Naruto remembered that he and others were brought here by Zhonghao for the purpose of exchange and learning. He couldn't help but laugh. Yes, that's true. Mai Terumi was a little confused. How could she be so happy after being kidnapped? Don't you want to go back? You have all these skills. If you bring the way of cultivation to Konoha after you go back, won't Konoha become even stronger? Mei Terumi whispered. Unexpectedly, Naruto looked at her with an inexplicable look. Then he pulled away a little. Auntie, you are not a spy, are you? Are you planning to do something bad to Daxia? Naruto's voice was very loud, and the Dharma Hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi felt very uncomfortable under the gazes of these people. How could I be a spy? She forced a smile. Then she said in defense, I joined the academy on my own initiative. You were kidnapped to the academy, so you are more likely to do something bad to Daxia, right? Mei Terumi's defense seemed to have no effect. Everyone was thoughtful. Even the instructor glanced at her. Terumi Mei was sweating coldly. This brat. I just tested him a little. Naruto reacted so much. I was careless. In the hearts of these disciples, Daxia has an extremely important position. Even other people in Konoha are on guard against Terumi Mei at this time. Although the instructor did not react, it is better to have less contact with this person in the future. They themselves did not realize when Daxia became so important. Daxia's philosophy has been deeply rooted in their hearts. Sasuke walked out with a sword, looking at Terumi Mei coldly. No matter who you are, if you dare to betray Daxia in the future, I will kill you. The corners of Mei Terumi's mouth twitched. Being threatened by little ghosts. These little ghosts really deserve to be punished. She thought fiercely in her heart. After that, it was difficult for Mei Terumi to integrate into the disciples. However, the instructors still treated her equally. There was no other difference between her and others. And she went to ask Naruto again. Although Naruto was a little disgusted, he still explained patiently. This made her a little confused. Once the ninja village finds a situation like her, it will definitely arrest the person directly. After the trial, they will be released only if there is no problem. If it is a spy, the consequences will of course be miserable. She was ready to flee when she was exposed by Naruto that day. But in Daxia, except that the disciples were alienated from her, nothing else happened. Mei Terumi slowly accepted it and spent a peaceful period of time in the academy. She even liked the course of Doxing a little. This course not only contains various secrets of the ninja world. There is also a vision for the future of the ninja world. The power of immortals is indeed strong. In terms of realm, I am just at the beginning stage. The fourth level of chi refining, although not as strong as my chakra system. But in the near future, it will be far surpassed. Where is the Water Kingdom going? Daxia has been preparing for war recently, and it seems to be planning the same thing as the Land of Thunder. Daxia is also going to take action against the Fire Nation. Can the Great Xia Dynasty really bring permanent peace to the ninja world? Terumi Mei was a little confused. It was difficult for her to make a choice now. She could only bury her head in the sand like an ostrich and forget about these things. After 1 month of practice, you have grown a lot. Today, all the students in the academy are on vacation. You haven't had a good look at the Imperial City yet. You can have a good stroll. The best way to practice is to have a balance between tension and relaxation. After Master Zhang finished speaking, he left with the teachers. The students in the academy looked at each other in bewilderment. Come to think of it, it's been a month already? Time flies so fast. Naruto said, scratching his head. You can have some fun today. I'm going to spend some money. Ino said proudly while counting the few coins she had. The disciples jumped out, followed by Mei Terumi. They walked out of the academy and entered the Imperial City. Happy Qingming outing. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 41. The Imperial City was indeed much more lively than the academy. The cries of hawkers and cheers were heard one after another. After the disciples left the academy, they gathered with their good friends and walked in different directions. "Hey, Auntie, why are you following us all the time?" Naruto looked at Mei Terumi and said with some caution. Mei Terumi no longer felt any interest in being called Auntie. She smiled and replied, "Among the disciples, I have the best relationship with you." "You can't say that. You haven't cleared yourself of the suspicion of being a spy yet." Naruto pouted. "There's nothing that can prove that I'm a spy, right? I have never done anything bad to Dasya." Mei Terumi was now much more cheerful, arguing with Naruto. She seemed to have made a decision in her heart. Sasuke walked aside, not interested in their conversation. Sakura wandered among the snacks from time to time. The atmosphere of life here was very strong, and the flow of people was also very dense. Unlike in the village, it was usually deserted. Naruto looked around curiously. His tense mood gradually relaxed. "Which reddish-brown-haired woman is that?" Jiraiya, who was drinking tea in the tea house, discovered Naruto and his group. Next to her is the fourth-generation son and the Uchiha orphan. "I don't know the remaining girl, but she should have been from Konoha before." Jiraiya followed behind silently. He wanted to learn the core information of Daxia through Naruto and the others. After more than 10 days in Daxia, he already knew something about this country. Zhang Hao, the Lord of Daxia, has a similar status to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, Zhang Hao not only manages the civilians of Daxia. All the immortal cultivators in Daxia also obey Zhang Hao. And he himself is also an extremely powerful person. The consensus of Daxia is that the cultivation of Emperor Zhang Hao far exceeds that of other immortal cultivators in Daxia. Thinking of the two women with whisks on their waists and the two women driving immortal swords, Jiraiya felt his scalp tingling. And his fellow disciple, Orochimaru. Now he has become a running dog of Daxia. Although it was easy to enter the imperial city, but Jiraiya did not dare to act rashly. Today was a good opportunity. As a fellow Konoha man, Jiraiya believed that he could get some useful information. He hid in the crowd and followed not too far away. Not far away, two people also walked slowly. Their clothes were somewhat out of tune with the people nearby. Both of them were wearing black robes with red clouds. The tall man had a big knife on his back. The big knife was wrapped with bandages to hide the blade. He held a few strings of snacks in his left hand and put them into his mouth. A slightly shorter man. The collar of the black robe with red clouds was raised high. It covered half of the man's face. It was hard to see clearly. "Mr. Itaki, the shrimp here is really good. Are you sure you don't want one?" Kisame seemed to sigh. Itaka didn't know how to taste delicious food. "Not interested." Kisame shrugged. Inadvertently, he looked at Naruto and the others in front of him. "Hey, that seems to be Mr. Itaka's brother? He looks a lot like you." Itaka looked up. As Kisame said, his brother was not far away, and next to him was Konoha's former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He seemed relieved. "Sasuke, this is delicious." Terumi Mei took the food from Sakura and took a bite. Sasuke just looked at her coldly. "You're so cold at such a young age." Mei Terumi said frivolously. "Auntie, don't bother, you can't get anything from us." Naruto was still bothered by the suspected spy. Terumi Mei wanted to say something, but found something unusual nearby. In front, several crows were flying and slowly gathered together. A man appeared. He looked at Sasuke and said in a cold tone, "We meet again, Sasuke." Seeing this scene, Sasuke seemed to be cast under a spell. He stared at the other party. He was getting colder and colder, and a burst of rage appeared in his chest. Sasuke slowly lowered his head and suddenly laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha! Uchiha Itaki, you finally showed up." His eyes were bloodshot, staring at the other person intently. "You know, I dream of killing you. I will make you go to hell and make amends for your people." Sasuke was in a state of madness and seemed to be out of his mind. Konoha's rebel ninja, Uchiha Itachi. The ruthless man who exterminated the entire Uchiha clan. Jiraiya was hiding not far away, thinking. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to connect with Naruto and the others. But now this situation has occurred. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Sasuke's appearance scared Sakura. She grabbed Sasuke's arm and shook it hard, trying to wake him up. However, Sasuke knew nothing about it. He just stared at the man opposite him. Sasuke, dreams can't kill people. You are still so weak, it seems that your hatred for me is not deep enough. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, without a trace of emotion. Escape from Konoha to Daxia. Escape, escape. And then live in shame. His words were like a bayonet, piercing deep into Sasuke's memory. The night of the genocide seemed to be right before his eyes. Sasuke's pupils dilated, and he saw that night again. That night, the words this man said. You are not worth killing, stupid brother. If you want to kill me, hate it. Hate it. Then live ugly. Run away, then live on in shame. The broken bodies of his tribesmen seemed to be right in front of him. His parents fell in a pool of blood, without a breath. The devil-like man whispered in his ear. Ah! Sasuke screamed, losing the last bit of his rationality. He swung his arm violently. Suddenly, Sakura was pushed away. Zhang! The long sword at his waist was unsheathed. Seeing this, Naruto hurried forward to stop him. But Sasuke was too fast and had already rushed out. Sasuke rushed over with a ferocious look on his face. Swish! The opponent didn't seem to realize that Sasuke's speed would be so fast. Uchiha Itachi was actually cut in half. Sasuke gasped for breath. He stared at the severed body. Uchiha Itachi's body suddenly turned into crows and flew away. Not far away, they gathered together again. Uchiha Itachi appeared again. Sasuke's pupils shrank and he clenched the long sword in his hand. He kept accumulating strength and stared at the opponent. A faint lightning flashed on the long sword. Sasuke was ready to attack again. Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side made a move. Sasuke lost his wits, but seemed to know how powerful the opponent was. He took defensive actions. However, Uchiha Itachi stretched out his finger and pointed to the back. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. There were two people standing there. Hoshigaki Kisame put the big knife on the ground. He bared his big mouth and showed his sharp teeth. What a wonderful performance! Uchiha Itachi stood aside. His collar was turned up high, covering half of the man's face. It was hard to see his expression. Master! Mei Terumi was surprised. She didn't even see through the other person's clone. Sasuke, don't be impulsive, the opponent is too strong. Terumi Mei warned loudly. But Sasuke couldn't listen anymore. In his eyes, there was only Uchiha Itachi left. Sasuke had only one thought in his mind. Kill him. Humph! Hoshigaki Kisame sneered. He and Uchiha Itachi retreated to the back at the same time. In the busy city, the patrolling immortal soldiers had already noticed this place. It was no longer suitable to attack here. In the blink of an eye, the two were submerged in the crowd. Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two left. Before he could finish his words, Sasuke chased after him like an arrow from a bow. Hey! Those two are dangerous. Naruto and Sakura next to them also chased after them. Terumi Mei held her forehead. Aren't these three afraid of death? Such powerful desperados don't care where they are. She sighed and followed closely. After a while, a man with long white hair appeared not far away. He went in the same direction. Sasuke bit him tightly behind him, his eyes were bloodshot. There was hatred in his eyes. You can't escape, Uchiha Itachi. His voice was hoarse, like a devil's roar. Itachi and Kisame were running in front. The two seemed to be at ease. Mr. Itachi, your dear brother seems to miss you very much. Kisame teased. As a person who had slaughtered his brothers, Kisame was very curious about Uchiha Itachi's reaction when he faced the only remaining tribe member. Surprisingly, Itachi spoke. Those who kill their compatriots will not have a good end. Kisame was slightly startled. I didn't expect such words to come out of your mouth. We should be almost there. They were far away from the downtown area. This was a wasteland. There were no buildings nearby. The two of them stopped and turned around. Not far away, Sasuke was chasing after them with a roar. Naruto and the others followed behind. What a touching scene! As Samehada swung, Kisame seemed to want to attack. But Itachi was one step faster and he instantly appeared in front of Sasuke. Ding! The long sword and the kunai collided fiercely. A flash of lightning appeared from the long sword. Uchiha Itachi felt a slight numbness in his body. Thunder Shield! He seemed to be interested. There was a whistling sound in his ears. It turned out to be Naruto behind him, slashing with his sword. Ever since he practiced the Storm-Tide sword, Naruto has always carried this sword with him. Because the blade is wide, it doesn't seem to match Naruto. The sword flashed, and Uchiha Itachi did not dodge. Bang! Samehada blocked the attack firmly. Your opponent is me, kid. Kisame was a little excited. Samehada seemed to sense the excitement of its master. It stretched its head out of the bandages. The sharp barbs scraped across Naruto's face. Suddenly, several scars appeared on Naruto's face. Naruto suffered a loss in the first attack, and kicked Kisame. Taking advantage of the opponent's counterattack, he pulled away. Kisame chased after him, and Samehada slashed fiercely. Naruto hurriedly resisted, and each blow of the opponent was powerful and heavy. This made him a little tired to deal with. And Sasuke was not having a good time either. Uchiha Itachi relied only on a kunai. He forced Sasuke to be at a loss. Soon, scars appeared on Sasuke's body. Uchiha Itachi seemed like a precise butcher. He left various scars on Sasuke's body. He seemed to be playing a trick on him. But his eyes were still cold and ruthless. Naruto blocked Kisame's slash with his sword. But his arm sank suddenly, and he felt sore and numb. Even the sword in his hand seemed to be unstable. Suddenly, a figure jumped in the middle of the four people. The Art of Dissolving and Dissolving Monsters. Chapter 42. The person who came was Mai Terumi, who was following at the end. She had watched all the previous battles. The fighting power of these two little guys was truly amazing. This was the power of the immortal cultivators. However, the two ninjas on the opposite side were obviously extremely powerful among the ninjas. Seeing that the two were in danger, Mai Terumi could not help but take action. She faced Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. A piece of yellow mucus suddenly spurted out of her mouth. The mucus exuded a strong corrosiveness, as if it could melt everything. Wherever it went, whether it was the vegetation on the wetland or the hard rocks, they were quickly dissolved, and bursts of white smoke came out. Seeing this, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi showed solemn expressions on their faces. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Wherever the corrosive slime passed, everything was corroded. Uchiha Itachi and the other man jumped back. The slime had a wide attack range. The battlefield was completely divided. Naruto, Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura was a little anxious. But she couldn't help in the battle just now. Auntie, you are actually a powerful ninja. Naruto said in shock as he looked at the huge damage caused by the ninjutsu. Terumi Mai wiped the corner of her mouth. Turning around, she said proudly, "Two little brats, I saved you this time." Naruto forced a laugh. He didn't expect that at the critical moment, it was this suspected spy who stood in front of him. For a moment, he felt a little guilty. Don't get in the way. Sasuke was covered in blood, but he didn't care. The battle just now made him regain his sanity. What remained unchanged was his extreme hatred for Uchiha Itachi. Even though he had countless wounds on his body at this time, he still wanted to kill Itachi with his own hands. Hatred had made him forget the gap between their strengths. Oh, here comes a big guy. Being able to launch such a large-scale ninjutsu seems a bit tricky. Kisame was rarely serious. The opponent is very strong, so we can't be careless. Itachi frowned. On the other side, Sasuke slowly calmed down his breathing. When he opened his eyes again, a pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared. Sharingan? I can actually see other people using the Sharingan. Your brother is also a genius of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's Sharingan has reached the level of 3 Megatama. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke said coldly. The long sword kept making a slight sound. There was lightning flashing on it. I live to kill you. With a roar, Sasuke rushed forward. Naruto hurriedly followed. Terumi Mei sighed. It seemed that today would not end peacefully. She wanted to go up to help, but was stopped by a figure. Your opponent is me. Samehada slashed down with great force. Terumi Mei pulled away. Samehada? Looks like I can only recycle it for the village today. Recycling? It seems that I have met an acquaintance from the same village. Kisame smiled slightly, but rushed over again. Terumi Mei's physical skills were average. When she encountered an opponent who was good at using a broadsword, the first thing she did was to stop the opponent from getting close. Water style, water dragon bullet. A huge column of water gushed out from Terumi Mei's mouth. The water formed a huge water dragon and rushed towards Kisame. A B-level ninjutsu now has such a large range. Kisame was surprised. The woman opposite was really not easy to mess with. However, it was obviously a bit unrealistic to think that she could hit him with just a water dragon bullet. He easily dodged the attack of the water dragon bullet. The power of ninjutsu is very strong, but I am not weak either. Kisame teased. But the next moment, the water dragon that had passed by suddenly turned around, bit Samehada and swallowed it into his stomach. The strong impact of the water flow made him unable to move. For ordinary ninjutsu, once it is released, it is basically impossible to control it. For example, the water dragon bullet. Of course Kisame also knows this ninjutsu. However, since the release of this ninjutsu, his connection with the water dragon has been cut off. And the woman opposite can actually control the ninjutsu that has been released. The water dragon bullet that has been avoided actually turned around. Come and swallow him in one gulp. It seems that he was careless. The woman opposite is more powerful than he thought. The water dragon took Kisame up into the sky. Then the water dragon lowered its head and dived towards the ground. Kisame's body was hit by the water flow and could not move. He could only watch himself getting closer and closer to the ground. The ground was getting closer and closer. At this time, the water dragon spit violently, and Kisame hit the ground hard. A big hole was smashed on the ground. The water dragon followed closely. It violently hit Kisame in the big hole. This is not over yet. Dissolving monster technique. The corrosive mucus sprayed from Terumi Mei's mouth quickly covered the big pit that had just been created. She knew that she was a turret mage and wanted to destroy the enemy in front of her in one go. The mucus cooled quickly and soon solidified into a hard solid. The big pit was completely covered, and even a small slope appeared on it. That should be enough. Mei Terumi panted. On another battlefield, the situation was quite different. Sasuke's long sword and Naruto's broadsword mercilessly slashed at Uchiha Itachi. But Uchiha Itachi, relying only on a kunao, was able to parry with ease. He even had the strength to fight back, occasionally making Sasuke and Naruto lose face. With a kick, Sasuke was not careful for a moment, and the whole person was kicked out. And Naruto was knocked flying by the next blow. Both of them were panting. Uchiha Itachi's strength was too strong, far beyond their ability to deal with. However, the person who dreamed of killing finally appeared. How could Sasuke retreat? Naruto saw that Sasuke did not retreat, so he naturally would not flee from the battlefield. The two of them, one in front and one behind, surrounded Itachi in the middle. Prepare for the next attack. However, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have lost interest. The blood-blooded eyes that marked the Uchiha clan, at this moment, turned into the Manjiki Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. With a whisper, Tsukuyomi was activated. A stream of blood slowly flowed from Uchiha Itachi's left eye. And the one who was hit by the spell was Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke had been pulled into the illusion. He suddenly found that everything around him had changed. There was no color here, only black and white. He was tied up and couldn't move at all. And Uchiha Itachi stood in front of him, looking at him coldly. Sasuke knew in his heart that he was hit by Itachi's illusion. And it was the same illusion he had been hit by a few years ago. Itachi, you really haven't made any progress. He sneered and said. Really? Uchiha Itachi was not angry. I will take your eye. Uchiha Itachi raised his right hand and slowly moved it in front of Sasuke's eyes. He gently placed 3 fingers on Sasuke's eye sockets. Sasuke's eyelids were forced to open further by this external force. A 3-Magatama Sharingan appeared naked in front of Itachi's eyes. Uchiha Itachi poked 3 fingers into it fiercely. Puff! Blood splattered. Ah! 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 Then came Sasuke's wailing. Uchiha Itachi's fingers inserted into Sasuke's eye sockets. This kind of pain is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Even Sasuke was tortured by the pain and wailed. This pain quickly spread throughout his body. Sasuke felt that all the bones in his body began to ache. Uchiha Itachi's fingers paused slightly. It seemed to enjoy this moment. After a moment, it began to pull out. As the eyeball was pulled out, all the body tissues attached to the eyeball were also torn apart. This pain was far worse than before. Sasuke burst into a more violent wail. The eyeball was placed in a bottle container. Now it's the other one's turn. Uchiha Itachi said in a cheerful tone. This kind of thing seemed to be a kind of enjoyment for him. Sasuke's body was already drenched with sweat. She was like a fish caught on land. She opened her mouth to breathe deeply, but her body had no strength. The experience at this moment was like hell. Even though she knew that this was Uchiha Itachi's illusion. However, this pain was very real. The pain of digging out eyes in reality was no more than this. Sasuke subconsciously activated the Great Summer Sutra. Spiritual energy poured into his head. A cool feeling seemed to appear in his soul. This coolness reduced the pain just now by a little bit. It actually works. Sasuke was excited. In the cultivation system, one cultivates the body, the soul, and the spirit. When the spirit reaches a certain level through cultivation, it will produce divine consciousness. Generally speaking, only in the foundation building period, divine consciousness will be produced in the body of the cultivator. Divine consciousness has a great restraining effect on the illusion of ninjas or the illusion of cultivators. In this desperate situation, Sasuke didn't care about much. He poured spiritual energy into the brain, intending to awaken the divine consciousness. This method is extremely dangerous. The spiritual energy has fixed veins in the body. If you are not careful, the spiritual energy will even get out of control. And if Sasuke fails in this move, he will become stupid at best, and the consciousness in the brain will be dispersed by the spiritual energy. At worst, the head will explode directly and lose his life. Fortunately, he succeeded. As the spiritual energy poured in, the chill became stronger. He seemed to feel that there was something extra in his brain. This thing could see inside his body. The tension that he could only feel before could now be seen clearly. He understood that he had cultivated a trace of spiritual consciousness. And in his mind, he felt a spiritual power that did not belong to his body. This should be the key to Uchiha Itachi's illusion. It was this spiritual power that entered his brain. It gave him a kind of information, which allowed him to enter this Tsukuyomi space. Now that he understood all this, he only needed to eliminate this spiritual power. He could break Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Sasuke had not practiced the means of attack of spiritual consciousness. He could only use the dumbest method, which was to control his own spiritual consciousness. Crash into this spiritual power. If I get your eye, I can open the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Ha ha ha. It's so wonderful to think about it. Itachi's words were like the devil's whisper. But Sasuke didn't care at this time. He controlled his consciousness and slammed into the spiritual power. There was a sudden pain in his brain. However, that spiritual power, under Sasuke's perception, became a little thinner. Sasuke was excited and kept slamming into the spiritual power. Uchiha Itachi's fingers were placed on Sasuke's eye sockets again. He poked his fingers into the eye sockets as before. But at this moment, Sasuke roared. His consciousness once again slammed into the already thin and unpresentable spiritual power. Bang! His head felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer. Sasuke felt stars in his eyes. If his left eye was still there, the mental power was completely dissipated. The hand that was about to insert into Sasuke's eye socket paused. Everything in this Tsukuyomi space fell silent. Then, like a broken mirror, the Tsukuyomi space gradually shattered. Hoo! 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 Tsukuyomi was broken, and Sasuke's consciousness came out again. Although he broke Tsukuyomi, the pain in his body remained. His left eye hurt, as if it had really been dug out. And Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side groaned in pain. More blood flowed out of Itachi's left eye. It seems that performing this ninjutsu is also a huge burden for you. Sasuke's body was in unbearable pain, but his expression was very happy. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Itachi, it's really hard to feel good, right? What happened? Naruto was a little confused. The activation of Tsukuyomi was instantaneous, and not much time had passed in the outside world. From his perspective, the two of them just confronted each other for a while. Then they suddenly suffered great damage. Seeing Itachi in great pain, Sasuke felt as if he had won. Naruto, don't do anything now, I want to kill him with my own hands. I'll show you the results of my training in Daxia. Sasuke was a little proud at this time, he seemed to see the scene of revenge. Naruto was a little worried, but he knew Sasuke's character. And at this time, Uchiha Itachi really seemed to be seriously injured. Looking at Sasuke's expression that everything was under control, Naruto could only silently step back a few steps. Did you learn that move from Daxia as well? Uchiha Itachi asked. Sasuke was even more pleased when he heard Itachi's question. Itachi, take these problems to hell. More lightning accumulated on Sasuke's sword. The air seemed to be electrified. Crackling. Explosions continued to sound around Sasuke's body. The Thundering Nine Heavens sword technique, the first move, the first sound of thunder. The long sword in Sasuke's hand suddenly burst into dazzling lightning, as if the first lightning in the sky broke through the night. The lightning formed a thick lightning column. This lightning column was like a living thing, circling up along the sword. Its length far exceeded the long sword itself, as if a giant dragon was coiled around the sword, flashing dazzling lightning. Sasuke tightly grasped the long sword possessed by lightning, and he felt the infinite power contained in it. It far exceeds the strength of ordinary lightning shields. Itachi looked at the lightning pillar with a serious expression. The destructive power of this move is very strong just by looking at it. Is it necessary to use that move? This is the powerful force, the power of immortal cultivators. Itaki, the power you are pursuing is nothing but a joke. Suzuki had a defiant expression. Itaki slaughtered the Uchiha clan for power. Now, he is the one who is on the right path and truly has a very powerful power. I wonder if Itaki, who slaughtered the entire clan just to pursue power, regrets seeing this scene. Does he feel guilty for slaughtering the entire clan? Suzuki was filled with resentment and rushed out suddenly. The first move of the Thundering Nine Heavens sword technique not only has a powerful destructive power, but also has a greatly improved speed. Suzuki instantly appeared in front of Itaki. The long sword in his hand swung down fiercely. Boom! The surrounding ground was shaken by this attack, and countless smoke and dust were raised. At this moment, no one knew what was happening in the smoke and dust. Suzuki, this guy, should have won. Naruto was a little unsure. Logically speaking, the opponent should not be able to handle such a powerful force. But in the next moment, a figure was knocked out of the smoke and dust and fell far away. This figure turned out to be Suzuki, who was so arrogant just now. Suzuki! Naruto yelled, running towards the fallen figure in the distance. Chapter 43. Sakura and Naruto hurried to Sasuke's side. At this time, blood spurted out of Sasuke's mouth, and his eyes were a little dull. Sakura hurriedly treated Suzuki. She chose a healing technique. Therefore, she could not make much achievement on the battlefield. She could only take advantage of this gap to treat Suzuki quickly. Sasuke's eyes were fixed on the smoke and dust. Naruto was also facing a great enemy. He felt that there seemed to be an incredible existence in the smoke and dust. It was an extreme danger. He couldn't help but be fully alert. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Only then did the figure inside appear. A huge red skeleton shrouded Uchiha Itaki. The skeleton had two long arms hanging on the ground. Red and yellow light seeped out of the eye sockets. At this time, he was staring at this side closely. "What is this?" Sakura exclaimed. This scene was beyond her imagination. Naruto also looked grim, which reminded him of the figure of Shikaku during the Chunin exam. Suzuki gritted his teeth and spat out blood again. The opponent's counterattack just now caused severe damage to his lungs. Suzuki, this is the power of God. Susanoo. The ninja system is not completely useless. Uchiha Itaki was in Susanoo, which seemed to explain this powerful force. It also seemed to be preaching. This is a power that can only be unlocked by the Uchiha clan members who have opened the Manjiki Sharingan. After hearing Itaki's words, Sasuke's face turned grim. He supported himself with his sword and slowly stood up. "Itaki, you are not worthy of mentioning the Uchiha clan." Itaki Uchiha no longer responded. He walked slowly towards the three people. And the Susanoo on his body also followed his footsteps and moved towards this side. The huge chakra and the oncoming pressure made the three people breathless. On this huge skeleton called Susanoo, they felt great destructive power. Suzuki did not sit still and wait for death. The lightning wrapped around the sword again, and he kicked his feet and rushed out. Naruto followed closely behind. Sakura also suppressed the timidity in her heart and rushed over. At this moment, she had to try her best. On this battlefield, she would not be able to treat her fellow disciples again. Opportunity. Suzuki thrust forward with his sword. But it only made a ding sound, and the sword could not move forward an inch. The lightning wrapped around the sword could not damage it. The skeleton waved his right hand, and Suzuki hurried to block it. But he was knocked out by the huge force. Naruto's sword followed and was grabbed by the skeleton's left hand. He was thrown out. At this time, the skeleton's middle door was wide open. Sakura threw out a few silver needles. Xiantian rejuvenation needle technique can not only heal companions, but also kill people. Unfortunately, Susanoo's defense is like a copper wall and iron wall. Such a small silver needle can't find the slightest gap. Several silver needles were bounced away and no success was made. Such a big thing must have a weak spot. Sasuke and Naruto were both knocked away, and the skeleton's arms opened. This was a good opportunity. Sakura didn't want to retreat like this. She aimed at a place. The spiritual power in her body surged. This time, dozens of silver needles were fired at the same time. These dozen silver needles were arranged in a line and shot at a point. In terms of offensive ability, Sakura was certainly not as good as Sasuke and Naruto. However, because of the skills she practiced and the small nature of the silver needles, Sakura's ability to break through points was not necessarily worse than Naruto and Sasuke. Dozens of silver needles continued to pierce the same point. Ding, 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 ding. After a series of crisp sounds, the last silver needle finally pierced through Susanoo and went straight for Uchiha Itachi. The silver needle was extremely fast, and Uchiha Itachi turned his head to avoid it. However, a bloody mark was still left on his face. "I underestimated you," Itachi said in a low voice. The skeleton swung his right hand at high speed. This time, the speed was much faster than before. "So fast!" Sakura exclaimed, and her body was hit hard. She flew far away. She fell heavily to the ground. She wanted to get up, but she couldn't muster any strength. Sakura! Naruto was anxious, but he could only try his best to deal with the strong enemy. Sasuke's attack became more and more fierce, and his long sword was wrapped in lightning and crackling. The lava gradually solidified, and Terumi May felt that Kisame had been defeated. She was about to support, but she found out how tragic the battlefield was. Sasuke was covered in blood, and he and Naruto were attacking a huge red skeleton. Sakura was lying not far away, motionless. She was anxious and hurried to support him. Naruto and Sasuke, spread out. Boiling escape, skillful mist technique. Boiling escape, combining the fire and water chakras in the body, spitting out boiling, hot mist with freely adjustable acidity from the mouth. It can gradually evaporate objects, and its strength is even stronger than dissolving escape. It is the ultimate skill of Mai Terumi. She can feel the huge and evil chakra on the opposite skeleton. This is far beyond what Naruto and Sasuke can deal with now. Therefore, the first move is the most powerful one. Even for such a dangerous opponent, she needs to go all out. Naruto hurriedly pulled Sasuke away from the battlefield. A mist was seen gushing out of Mai Terumi's mouth. It quickly spread around Susanoo. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The solid Susanoo began to soften and corrode under the acid mist. Susanoo's ribs melted, and Uchiha Itachi inside showed a surprised look. This woman's ninjutsu, even Susanoo couldn't resist it. "Auntie, good job!" Naruto shouted excitedly. Sasuke circled around, as if looking for an opportunity. He waited for Susanoo to be melted before delivering a fatal blow. Boom! Suddenly, the hard lava covering Kisame was broken open from the inside by a huge force. A figure whose body was burned beyond recognition came out holding a huge object. There was not a single intact part of his skin and flesh. In serious cases, even his bones were burnt black. This was a sign of being burned by intense high temperatures. And what he held in his hand was the original same Hata, with his tongue sticking out, his barbs exploding, and white-hot air coming out of his body. "I was careless and suffered a great loss." The voice of indifference came from Gaizame's mouth. He didn't even scream in pain. "Mr. Itachi, we have to be serious." Looking at Kisame's inhuman appearance, everyone felt their hearts tremble. This person has the endurance of a monster. The strength of these two people has been raised to a higher level in everyone's mind. The skin and flesh turned up, the bones were exposed, and the seriously injured Kisame twisted his neck. He shouted. He jumped into the air suddenly. Kisame's knife handle pierced into Kisame's body from Kisame's arm. A magical scene appeared. The wounds on Kisame's body began to heal rapidly. The charred and broken bones became crystal clear again. Then flesh and blood grew, and the skin that was burned cleanly also grew rapidly, covering the whole body. At this moment, Kisame has recovered to his peak state. High in the sky, he easily judged the situation on the battlefield. He quickly fell to the ground, and the target of Samehada's slash was none other than Mei Terumi, who was constantly releasing acid mist. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other and flew into the sky. Swords and knives hit Samehada. But Kisame was serious, and his sword was incredibly powerful. The two were smashed to the ground. Kisame swung his sword again, slashing at Mei Terumi from the air. Mei Terumi had no choice but to put away her ninjutsu and dodge sideways. But Kisame, who had landed on the ground, kicked her in the waist and sent her flying. Kisame followed closely behind Mei Terumi, who had been kicked away. "Your water escape technique is very good, it's my turn now." Kisame's tone was full of excitement. Terumi Mei thought Kisame was following her closely and would continue to chop with Samehada. She didn't expect that the other party would choose to use ninjutsu. Water style, great explosion of water wave. A huge amount of seawater suddenly spurted out of Kisame's mouth. No, the range of this ninjutsu is too huge. Mei Terumi was shocked and dodged in a hurry. However, the water escape of Kisame this time was extremely powerful. A huge amount of water quickly submerged Mei Terumi, forming a huge oval water prison. Mei Terumi was trapped inside. This water prison was so huge that its diameter was as large as several football fields. Mei Terumi hurriedly looked at Naruto and others. Fortunately, perhaps because of her companions, this huge water escape only covered her and Kisame. During the water escape, Mei Terumi had difficulty breathing. Kisame, who was also in the water prison, seemed to be at ease. Samehada slowly merged into Kisame's body. Kisame's body was also slowly changing. He grew a long tail, and gills appeared on his ears that allowed him to breathe in water. His entire body was more streamlined. Terumi wanted to escape from the water prison, so she could only swim in one direction. However, the water escape technique also moved with her. She turned around, only to find that Kisame was following her leisurely. At this time, Kisame, in terms of appearance, could not even be considered a human. Instead, he was a mermaid. Samehada had merged with Kisame. And it was obvious that this mermaid could breathe in water. Terumi stopped running away, turned around and faced Kisame. "Aren't you going to run away? It's so boring." Kisame sighed, as if he hadn't played enough of the cat and mouse game. He rushed towards Mei Terumi. Kisame's body was very suitable for swimming in the water at this time. He was very fast, and the other party hadn't reacted yet. Kisame rushed past. The water around Mei Terumi began to turn red. A wound appeared on her abdomen, which was caused by Kisame's attack just now. At this moment, she was calmer. Sitting in the position of Mizukage is definitely not just relying on her brain. Her strength will not drag down the shadow-level strong men. Kisame continued to attack Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi, on the other hand, tried her best to protect the most vulnerable part of her body, and began to gather chakra very quickly. On the other side, there was no acid mist from Mei Terumi. The melted bones on Susanoo began to grow again under Itaka's chakra. But after a while, it was back to normal. Naruto and Sasuke climbed up from the ground with serious expressions. Even Sasuke, who was eager for revenge, had to admit. At this time there is still a gap between me and the person on the opposite side. However, this is not a reason for me to retreat. I and him have been fighting to the death for a long time. Naruto knew what his companions were thinking, and he clenched the big sword in his hand. Gusts of wind swirled around him. They were already aware of Susanoo's defense. Sakura's attack before gave them inspiration. The two looked at each other and guessed what the other was thinking. They nodded imperceptibly. Naruto gathered a lot of spiritual energy. At this time, there was already a whistling wind around him. His robe was whistling. Thunder and wind. Thick lightning wrapped around his long face again. Uchiha Itachi looked serious. This time, the lightning on Sasuke's long sword seemed different. It was wild and unrestrained before. But this time it was very restrained. Moreover, Naruto's move appeared for the first time. Without understanding its attack form and power, even Uchiha Itachi needed to be extremely careful. The wind was whistling, and Naruto finally moved. Storm Crazy Sword, first move, wind sweeps away everything. Naruto swung his sword. A hurricane appeared, and as the sword danced, it whistled away. Naruto was like a vent, generating a fierce hurricane for no reason. The hurricane whistled and hit Susanoo. Susanoo was blown back. Moreover, this wind carried a fine destructive force. Uchiha Itachi believed that if it weren't for Susanoo, he might have been seriously injured at this time. And Susanoo couldn't even swing his arms at this time. The hurricane carried a fierce wind pressure. The wind pressure suppressed the skeleton arm tightly. Sasuke's eyes lit up when he saw this. The lightning on the long sword suddenly compressed inward. The originally thick and ferocious lightning column was now compressed to the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword burst out with a dazzling white light. Even in the daytime, this light still blinded people. Sasuke jumped towards Uchiha Itachi. In under the acceleration of the hurricane, the speed is a few points faster. Ding! The tip of the sword accurately pierced the place in front of Uchiha Itachi. The skeleton like Susanoo blocked the sword. But it was only a moment, and a crack appeared. The crack was getting bigger and bigger on Susanoo. Sasuke used up all his strength. Finally, the long sword pierced in violently. Susanoo's skeleton-like body shattered. Uchiha Itachi stood still. He seemed shocked that Susanoo was broken. Sasuke didn't hesitate at all, and the long sword pierced Uchiha Itachi. Naruto showed joy. Did Sasuke succeed in revenge? Boom! Suddenly the space shook violently. Sasuke, who had already broken through to Uchiha Itachi's side, was forced back. The broken bones of the skeleton healed under Itachi's chakra. This is not enough. Uchiha Itachi's eyes shed tears of blood. Flesh began to grow on the skeleton of Susanoo. This form of Susanoo is a more advanced form of Susanoo's skeleton form, the chakra coat form. At this time, Susanoo looks full of power. The defense is also greatly enhanced. Now the attacks of Sasuke and Naruto are like tickling Susanoo. Under Uchiha Itachi's full effort, Sasuke and Naruto are now helpless. In the water prison, Terumi was seriously injured. Here, Kisame has too many advantages. And until this time, a huge chakra appeared on Terumi. Finally, I have accumulated enough chakra. Terumi was excited. The opponent's water escape technique was too powerful. On the ground, her physical skills were not as good as the opponent's. And here, she was even more crushed by the opponent. The only way Terumi could think of was to use a more powerful and wider range ninjutsu to forcibly break through from the inside. This was the reason why she had only been defending since just now. The situation outside seemed to be getting more critical. The time had come. A huge amount of chakra surged in Terumi's body. Kisame had stopped attacking, and he looked at the opponent carefully. His next attack seemed to be able to completely end the opponent. However, at this moment, he felt uneasy. Soon, he seemed to understand something. What a lunatic! He started to walk away quickly. Dissolving escape, great dissolving monster technique. A large amount of sticky and highly corrosive liquid gushed out of Zhao Mimi's mouth. The clear sea water in the water prison instantly became turbid. From Zhao Mimi's position, it continued to spread to the surroundings. Even the water was constantly corroded. White smoke came out with a sizzle. From the outside, it looked like the huge water prison was quickly evaporated. Kisame was very fast, but he was still affected. In a few breaths, the huge water prison was evaporated, and Kisame barely escaped. Large areas of burn marks appeared on his body again. He gasped and looked around. There was already fog here. Visibility was extremely low. The fierce battlefield became quiet under this fog. Chapter 44. Your Majesty, are you pushing too hard? If the Ninja Realm countries unite, will it affect your Majesty's plans? Jun Yao said softly. Zhang Hao shook his head. Mei Terumi is a smart woman who knows how to judge the situation. These days, she should be very clear about the strength and future potential of Daxia. Besides, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth may not believe what she said. As a great power in the ninja world, it has stood still for too long and has long lost its sense of awe. My Boku Mountain. Deep inside the temple. On a huge chair, the great toad sage is sleeping. Fukasaku and Shima are standing on both sides. Boss, big sister, why did you ask me to come here? Jiraiya scratched his head. Little Jiraiya, the great toad sage had another dream. A prophetic dream? Jiraiya was surprised. The child of destiny who will lead the ninja world to change? Has the person who can bring permanent peace to the ninja world appeared? Yes and no. Fukasaku said inexplicably. Let the great toad sage tell you in person. As he spoke, Fukasaku and Shima woke up the great toad sage. Who is coming? The great toad immortal is now too old and spends most of his days in deep sleep. It's little Jiraiya who's here. You really don't remember things. Shima said casually. Oh, I remember now. The big toad fairy said slowly. I had a dream. Toads rarely dream, and when they do, they predict the future. This time I saw a glimpse of the future again. Jiraiya was excited. For so many years, he has been looking for the child of destiny who can bring peace to the ninja world. The child of destiny has become his obsession. Have you seen who he is? Jiraiya asked. The great toad sage paused for a moment before saying, No, I haven't seen him. But I saw some tracks. The child of destiny was originally in Konoha village, but recently he went to a place called Daxia Dynasty. The Great Xia Dynasty. Jiraiya was a little confused. Did you know that the people who attacked Konoha recently were from the Great Xia Dynasty? How could someone who brings peace appear in such a country? Faced with Jiraiya's question, the great toad sage smiled slightly. Perhaps war is necessary for peace. In the Great Xia Dynasty, there are people who guide the children of destiny. As for that person, even I cannot predict him. He does not belong to the ninja world, or rather, the ninja world is too small for him. What? The entire ninja world is too small. Even though he is one of the 3 legendary ninjas who are famous throughout the ninja world. Jiraiya is still so fast that it's incredible. So, what is the purpose of you summoning me here? The appearance of the child of destiny gave Jiraiya hope. That person should be among the children that Daxia kidnapped from Konoha. But from what I saw today, these children have completely turned their hearts to Daxia. This made Jiraiya a little difficult to accept. Before that person shows up, you are the one who guides this change maker. Since that person descended from outer space, your role as a guide has been infinitely weakened. But the transformation of the ninja world ultimately requires the efforts of the ninja world itself. I just give you a choice, to join this change, or even to lead this change. Or just be a bystander and watch that person lead the ninja world towards change. The great toad sage still had something to say. The prophetic dream is not just this. He saw a corner of the future. Many small worlds similar to the ninja world have joined this person. The ninja world needs more people to stand by that person. Only then can it bring more benefits to the ninja world. However, the Great Xia Dynasty attacked Konoha. Even my master died in that battle. Although master did go too far in some things, as his disciple, I find it hard to accept it. Jiraiya thought for a long time before looking up and saying. But the great toad sage didn't care. I said, it's just a choice. Even Jiraiya, who considers himself a hero, cannot escape such confusion. Pain is necessary for change, you can think about it carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, the big toad fairy fell into a deep sleep. What a difficult choice. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. He said goodbye to Fukasaku and Shima and returned to Daxia. Jiraiya no longer had the idea of gathering intelligence. The prediction of the great toad sage had brought him too much of a shock. He walked aimlessly on the street, thinking about his choice. Suddenly, a figure in the distance caught his attention. Hey, you should have been a Konoha ninja before. The purple-haired Uzuki Yujeo turned around. Only then did she realize it was Jiraiya. She nodded, yes, Lord Jiraiya. Uzuki Yujeo had already come to Daxia with her family. She rented a small courtyard in the imperial city and rested for a few days. Today, she sent her sister to Daxia Academy to try her luck. Unexpectedly, her sister was lucky and had good talent, enough to step into the threshold of the academy. She was in a good mood at the moment. However, why did Jiraiya appear in the imperial city of Daxia? Jiraiya saw Yujeo's confusion. But he didn't intend to explain. He just asked, are you leaving Konoha and joining Daxia? Uzuki Yujeo paused after hearing this. He said generously, yes, I have decided to become a member of Daxia. Can you tell me why? The person on the other side seemed to really want to know the answer. Mao Uxi Yan thought for a while before saying. Because the treatment here is very good, my family can live a rich life here. My sister will also have a brighter future. Jiraiya looked a little disappointed. But more importantly, I think this is the future of the ninja world, not the 5 major nations that are about to rot. Jiraiya became interested. Do you think Daxia can bring peace to the ninja world? Mao Uxi Yan shook her head. I can't be sure, but Daxia is the most promising place. Even if Daxia can't do it, it won't be worse than the current ninja world. Maybe the hope is slim, but I am willing to participate in it to verify this process. Perhaps, the ninja world has been quiet for too long, and the entire ninja world needs fresh blood like Daxia. Uzuki Yujeo has already walked away, and Jiraiya is still thinking. Is the ninja world too old-fashioned? Jiraiya asked himself. Was the sudden appearance of the Child of Destiny due to the influence of Daxia? Jiraiya thought for a long time, but could not make a decision. Forget it, let's live in Daxia for a while. Jiraiya really couldn't make up his mind because he didn't know Daxia yet. Sasuke woke up slowly. His mind was blank. He thought about it for a while before remembering the previous battle. He clenched his fists and his face was a little grim. Strength. Still not enough. Perhaps because of the noise, the medical staff came in. Behind them were other disciples of the academy. Great, Sasuke, you're awake. Naruto said happily. He wasn't seriously injured in that battle. But Sasuke was in a worse situation. He was in a coma for 3 whole days. You don't know how worried Naruto is when you are unconscious. Ino pouted. Naruto smiled embarrassedly. Although he and Sasuke don't get along with each other, in his heart, he already regards Sasuke as his best friend. Everyone was talking at once, just some very ordinary words. But it made Sasuke feel warm in his heart. By the way, when you recover from your injuries and are able to move again, go find Mr. Zhang. He seems to have something to say to you. Zhang Hao, as the Emperor of Daxia, all the people of Daxia are honored as His Majesty. The disciples in the academy also call His Majesty in formal occasions. But in private, Ino always calls him Mr. Zhang. Gradually, this title spread. The title of Mr. Zhang seems to bring people closer than His Majesty the Emperor. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Zhang has something to ask him? As the ruler of a country, Mr. Zhang usually doesn't look for them. In his spare time, he only comes to the academy to see how they are practicing. Is it about Ataki? Or is it about the organization behind him? Sasuke guessed in his heart. In this way, Sasuke recuperated for a few days. Today, he heard that Mr. Zhang came to Daxia Academy again. It happened that he could move barely, so he came to the Dharma transmission hall accompanied by medical staff. Zhang Hao seemed to be about to say something. Seeing Sasuke coming in, he motioned him to come over. 5 months later, the college will hold a big competition. In this way, inner disciples and core disciples are determined. And, my direct disciple. Zhang Hao's words were like thunder, exploding in the minds of the academy disciples. Academy competition. The date is finally set. Moreover, those who perform well can even become His Majesty's direct disciple. Sasuke was also shocked by the news. Mr. Jiang's direct disciple, that will mean that he can gain more powerful power. Direct disciple, I must win. Not only Sasuke. Other disciples all covet this identity very much. Everyone secretly made up their minds and their hearts that they must work harder to practice in the remaining time. Zhang Hao attached great importance to the academy competition. That's why he came to announce it in person. And seeing Sasuke, it happened to tell Sasuke about Uchiha Itachi. Whether Uchiha Itachi is ignorant or selfless, Zhang Hao doesn't care. Sasuke is the person involved. Now, he is also a disciple of the academy. He has the right to know these. Sasuke followed Zhang Hao and entered a compartment in the Dharma Hall. After a while. What? Uchiha Itachi is so foolish. After listening to Zhang Hao's words, he also understood the whole story of the genocide. He couldn't even understand Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. Sasuke's thoughts were the same as Zhang Hao's. A genius of the Uchiha family. Even in the entire ninja world, he is a genius who ranks first. In this matter, he made such a foolish choice. No wonder Sasuke is a little incapable of accepting it now. In this kind of thing, if it happens to a normal person, he will not make the most wrong choice. Is this the brother I admired the most back then? Sasuke even wanted to laugh. The village leaders targeted him, but they wanted to exterminate his own clan to maintain the ridiculous peace in the village. This is the peace of Konoha. Peace in the eyes of Konoha's leaders. And his brother was actually the stupid executioner. Sasuke just felt that fate was ridiculous. The Uchiha clan, which had been passed down since the war, disappeared under the manipulation of power by several Konoha leaders and the foolish choice of Uchiha Itachi. When he heard that Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the entire clan for another purpose, which was to protect the young him, Sasuke laughed even more wildly. What a disgusting relationship! Ah! In order to protect him, his parents were killed. So the whole family was slaughtered. Sasuke's murderous intent not only did not subside. On the contrary, it was somewhat difficult to conceal. After a long time, he calmed down. After saying goodbye to Zhang Hao, he walked out expressionlessly. His face was calm, but his heart was full of murderous intent, and hatred even spread to every part of his body. He did not go back to recuperate. Regardless of his physical injuries, he began to practice. He only hated that time passed too slowly. His own practice speed was too slow. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, a message came to Daxia. The Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth formed an alliance and began to attack the Kingdom of Fire.